Hello everybody, welcome to Edgbaston for Warwickshire versus Durham in the Women's One Day Cup. Thank you for tuning in via the Match Centre at edgbaston.com, where you can get your interactive scorecard with all the highlights and that kind of thing, as well as at the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. My name's Mike Perkins, alongside me is Claire Jenkins, former county pro and women's cricket commentator.
I wish I'd been
well,
a pro.
yes, I always go
bloody
for that,
paid.
don't I? I always want to say former county pro, but of course it was the days before the professional era, Claire.
No,
well pointed out. I went into autopilot
I
there.
got very excited. My back pay.
Either way. Claire Jenkins, women's cricket commentator extraordinaire, was what I was going to go for
I'll go
next.
with that.
More importantly, we'll bring you some news from the toss. Also, the other important thing to say is that the sunshine is bathing down on the green turf beneath us. Birmingham looking in good form in the distance. Few white clouds about, but the sunshine is starting to win the battle it's had with those this morning. And the hotel's going up at quite a speed over where the Raglan stand used to be, between the West stand and the Wyatt stand. Few spectators in at the far end already. A couple of players making their way out from what's now the sort of women's pavilion end at the Birmingham end now, isn't it? It was during the pandemic, and it's sort of permanently so now. Most important news for you is that the toss has been won by Warwickshire. They will bat. They will also make one change to their team. Katie George, who Claire was telling me went off on Saturday.
Field, yeah.
She has been, and she was replaced on that day by Bethan Ellis, and that is the one change to the team. So Bethan Ellis is in for Katie George. So the team in full then for Warwickshire today is Davina Perrin, Amu Suran Kumar, Meg Austin, Caris Pavley, Chloe Brewer, Nat Wraith, Bethan Ellis, the one change, Mary Taylor, Alexa Stonehouse, Georgia Davis and Hannah Baker. We'll get Claire's thoughts on that in a minute, but let's run you through the Durham team as well, because that's important. Also sees one change. Sophia Turner drops out of their lineup. She is replaced by Abby Glenn. So in full, it is Talia Wilson, the overseas player and wicket-keeper, Emma Marlowe, the captain Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, so a lot of experience there, Bess Heath, Grace Thompson, Catherine Fraser, Abby Glenn, the one change, Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick. So you're all up to date. Warwickshire have won the toss. They will bat, as you've seen probably already on your pictures. We've got sunshine here at Edgbaston. We're all set for a fine day's cricket. We're slightly over towards the left of the square, as we have been for most of the season. The boundary sort of feels like it's starting to get a little bit longer, but that hasn't stopped Caris Pavley with back-to-back centuries. Claire, what do you make of that team news?
Yeah, there's some. So we've also sort of. There's a lot going on, isn't there? So we've got England starting their series against New Zealand on Sunday, 10th of May, up at Durham. There's also a development team, so some of the players have been sucked into that for a warm-up today at Chesterley Street against the White Ferns. And we've got some injuries, so there's some changes. Some people may have been expecting a couple of Turners, but we haven't got Turners. Yeah, it'll be interesting, and it'll be interesting to see what happens when the England players go out of Tier 1 and what shakes out of that as well.
Yeah, disappointing for Durham that they don't have Phoebe Turner available, haven't got that 100, and then hasn't played either of the two games since, well, if you include this one today, in that dramatic tie with Yorkshire. Bess Heath, though, is playing. She got 70 on that day at Scarborough. As for Warwickshire, though, I mean, it's sort of Bethan Ellis coming in. It's all-rounder for all-rounder, even though Katie George hasn't been doing much bowling this season, and clearly there is a little bit of a niggle there, I think. Yeah,
and Bethan Ellis, great, as you say, great all-rounder. She's been playing at Glamorgan. Yeah, Rosa's giving him a good nod. It's great on the live stream. Yeah, she's been doing well down at Glamorgan, so she's getting some match practice in between. But yeah, so she played on Wednesday when Katie batted but didn't field. But yeah, I think, I mean, sort of like for like, but different skills for both of them.
Here come the Durham players. They're making their way out to the middle. We should also say Rosa Simkin is joining us, cricket writer, podcaster and broadcaster. So Rosa Simkin will be on around the 5 over mark to come and give her thoughts on this game as well. So you're well served today at the Match Centre at edgbaston.com and on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube channel. As we say, the players are on the way. I imagine it'll be Perrin and Suran Kumar. It looks like it from this distance, opening the batting for Warwickshire. They have done all season. Probably Perrin having the better of the 2 seasons at the moment, but Suren Kumar's looking a reliable performer at the top as well. She's maybe sort of feels she needs a score to underline that, but they seem to be beginning to form a good partnership, those two.
I'm getting the real, I mean, I sort of mentioned, I'm getting sort of Healy-Mooney vibes here. I think this pair,
Okay.
I mean, both that they...
That's a big...
I know it's a big call, but, you know, I like
it's only just ticking past 10:30, Claire.
I know,
That's a big
but
call.
these two working together, bearing in mind how young they are, if they can get this sorted, this could be the opening partnership for the Warwickshire women's Bears for a long time to come. So I'm getting proper chills about these two. If they can get them, they're young, but they work well together. If they can gel this could be a really dangerous opening partnership. So I know it's a big call, but you know.
Well, Warwickshire have been making a lot of runs. We'll come on to that in a minute, but Claire Jenkins is going to bring you the first ball of this game.
Yeah, so Johnson to start from the Birmingham end into Davina Perrin. Kind of works that off a pad and a bat, and they get through for a single. Yeah, so that's a leg bye given. Mike's hitting himself. Leg bye given down there. They said it was bat and pad. I'm going to bring some arnica to the commentary box, please.
But yeah, it looked immediately paddy, didn't it, from Perrin? She just didn't quite get into the line she wanted there to hit it away with the bat.
Grace Thompson in again, right arm over to right-handed Suren Kumar. Tries to thread that, and she does successfully through the gap. And they get through for a single. Davina Perrin a bit slow setting off, but these two are very fast between the wickets, although we did have a run out in one of those games.
I was about to say, bar the sort of what I think you would call a whoopsie on the first day of the season, they have actually run brilliantly between the wickets, these two, this season.
Both England under 19s, of course, so and very fit. So, yeah. Thompson to continue. Ponytail swinging, the sunshine, that's outside of off, and that's left, and there is no run. Lovely green grass here. Sunshine at Edgbaston. I haven't looked at the forecast, but let's hope it doesn't interfere, because we had that horrible game where Warwickshire batted and the top 5 all got 50, and then the rains came and we didn't actually get a second innings, but you know, that's also encouraging signs for Warwickshire batting top order. As Johnson comes in again. That's played to point, but they don't get a run. It's just a dot.
Yeah, mentioning Warwickshire's batting, I was going to save this one for a little bit, but we've got to it straight away. 10 scores already in the competition over 300. 4 of them have been by Warwickshire. The second highest, 354 for 7 v Hampshire at Edgbaston on the opening day in an unsuccessful chase. Then there was the third highest as well, 337 for 9 v Surrey at Edgbaston.
There's lots of runs that day, as that's played forward, back past the stumps at the other end, but there is no run.
Got the 5th highest, 336 all out in the win v Somerset at Edgbaston on Saturday, and 302 for 5 v the Blaze at Trent Bridge. The only slight concern will be they haven't all led to wins, which you generally expect when you get over 300. But obviously there was a short boundaries sort of contributed in something. But I think it's just been I think that's the big difference. You know, it seems every winter you come back as this ball. Yeah.
And that's hit on the pads as an appeal. Sort of slightly muted, but it's not given. It's the end of the over. So Warwickshire are 2 without loss, and that's the end of the first over. Yeah, the scores on we were talking a bit about that on Saturday, that in terms of, Rafa used a great word, calibrating. So, you know, calibrating expectations. And one of the expectations is about how many runs sides can get in Tier 1, and that they are certainly up from previous seasons, aren't they?
10 scores over 300 across the competition at this stage is an indication that that's something always improves over the winter, doesn't it? And it seems to be that ability to just keep scoring at a rate, even if you're losing wickets. As for Durham, they have a best score of 311 for 3 against Essex. That's the only time they've passed 300 this season, but they did make 290 for 8 in that tied game at Scarborough with Yorkshire. As this next ball is bowled, and it is Maddie Villiers who has opened from the pavilion end, and she takes Suren Kumar on the body there. I think Suren Kumar might feel she missed out there. It's 2 without loss, a dot ball.
Interesting opening with spin from the pavilion end for Durham.
Villiers again, heel to toe as she approaches, and then a high delivery action. It drifts down the leg side, and Surun Kumar leaves that one alone rather than attempting the pull stroke again. Score moves to 3 without loss because of the wide, and the sunshine is out in full force now here in Birmingham. I remind you with Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins as Villiers bowls, and this one is an attempted drive off the back foot by Surun Kumar, but doesn't really get much power on it. It trickles out to Holly Armitage in its short extra cover. Villiers well and truly into her work here and whizzing through this second over of the game. It's work leg side, and Surun Kumar will be happy with that because she's picked up a single to add to the Warwickshire account. 4 without loss, and putting that with the wide, they'll be fairly content with how this over has begun now, I would think. Claire Jenkins?
Yeah, this time last year, the game, the requisite games last season, basically the game at Portland Road was completely rained off, but the game at Durham won by 3 wickets with 3.5 overs to spare.
The wind ruffling the shirt of Villiers there as she was waiting to approach. It's not a constant wind, but a strong one when it blows from right to left as we look from this pavilion end towards the city of Birmingham, and that's the direction in which Villiers is bowling. And too much turn again. Another wide ball will take this early Warwickshire score onto 5 without loss. We're in the second over of the game if you just join us at the match centre at edgbaston.com, as here comes Villiers again. Good length ball and defended. That's what she's looking for, isn't it? That good length ball that produces the dot. Perrin back into her crease.
Yeah, they're heading to finals day in September at Southampton Utilita Bowl.
Here comes Villiers, bowls a ball. It's pushed into the onside, and it's picked up there by Trudy Johnson. No run again.
Yeah, finals day Saturday the 19th of September if you want to get your tickets, and that's at the Utilita Bowl.
Here's Villiers again, and bowls. Oh, this has been sliced horribly in the air. The catch is down at backward point. And, well, there was a lot of spin on it, but that should have been taken 100% at the time. I have to say, this season, across the board of the games I've watched, the catching has not been where it's been in previous years. It's unfortunate that one's gone down. They've scrambled a single, 6 without loss at the end of the second over, but it's actually been really surprising this year. We have seen catches go down on a fairly regular basis, and there's a life for Perrin on 1, and Durham will know just how costly that could be. It was Fraser who couldn't cling on.
Yeah, it'd be. I mean, she had the sun in her eyes because I'm just looking at the direction of the shadows, which should have been right in her eye at that point. Still, get sunglasses on and try and combat that as Johnson comes in again. A little wave at that down the leg side. That's a wide ball signalled by Julia Jarvis at the bowler's end. We've got Ant. Let me just check. Ant Harris. Yes, I thought I was right. Ant Harris. I was on a chat with him before the game at square leg. They're in their resplendent, we'll call it Cadbury's blue, chocolate blue, since we're within whiffing distance of Bourneville from the pitch here at Edgbaston as Johnson comes in again. Perrin comes forward but can only slap over the top of the ball downwards, and there is no run.
But that, I mean, it was a horror drop really, wasn't it? You're right, you must have been, the sun must have played a part there, because how you drop that. I mean, the ball would have been spinning as well, which wouldn't have helped because it was an off-spinning delivery from Villiers that Perrin had tried to cut, and it sliced up in the end. But that's the main moment so far if you just join us from the first 2 owners. Perrin dropped on 1 by Fraser.
That goes well outside the off there. It's signalled by wide. Umpire Jarvis. Yeah, it's spinning in the air, but, you know, Catherine Fraser is an experienced point fielder, and the ball is always going to be spinning in the direction that you don't want it to at point as a former point fielder. But
I was going to say, I know that's your position, and that's one I think Claire Jenkins would have gobbled up, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Even with the sun in her eyes.
I like to think of that. Rose is nodding, so that's always good as well. Johnson comes in again. Perrin tries to reach too far and just manages to plonk that forwards, and it's fielded easily, and there is no run. Warwickshire still on 8 without loss.
Perrin's not looked her usual fluent self so far today, has
They
she?
sometimes, I've done 2 or 3 games here. They sometimes struggle for the timing early, and I'm not, I'm not, they're keen, aren't they? Enthusiastic and young, so that's always good for the future of Warwickshire batting as Perrin comes forward and strokes that through the cover point area. It's probably going to hit that beautiful pink matting and slow up. They're going to have to run these as Fraser goes running back to do the tidying up, and Perrin has a rush of blood to the head, thinking about another run, but Suren Kumar quite rightly sends her back.
We certainly heard there, Suren Kumar's rather desperate. No. Get back where you came from. That pink matting, actually, which I don't know if people have seen on their screens, but it almost matches the bottom of the Durham shirts, which I like the Durham shirts, actually.
Yeah.
The blue and the pink. It's a bit, because we are a little bit navy with flashes of other colours this season, aren't we?
Lots of those.
Warwickshire with the yellow flashes.
Like
well, indeed.
Perrin, flirting with the outside edge, goes straight through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run.
Former England cricketer Barbara Daniels, that is, who's
a
voice you will have either already heard or will be hearing during the course of the season as part of our coverage.
Yeah, she had a bit of a run on one of the commentaries I was on with her, because they are a lot of navy and flashes of yellow.
Lancs are navy and flashes of red. Hampshire are also navy and flashes of yellow, as are Warwickshire.
As Perrin leaves that one outside off and does a sort of Jedi mentor lightsaber moment with her bat, and there is no run.
Anyway, if I was going to get one this season, it'd probably be that Durham one, because it's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. So it starts at navy and it sort of graduates down to a sort of pinky reddy.
It's different without being too different, if you know what I mean. It's different and still stylish, because sometimes different can be a little too different.
I'm not with the black trousers.
You're not?
No, I'm not with the black trousers, but they are at least distinct from other teams, as that's banged in and played straight to the point fielder, Catherine Fraser, who fields it, and there's a bit of nonsense with the backing up, and nobody took 3 of them to back that up.
Emily Windsor sorted it out, didn't she?
Yes.
First time we've seen her today. Of course, won the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy on 3 occasions with the Southern Vipers, and is averaging 35.75 from 5 innings so far this season, and is a perennial boundary fielder. That's her position, isn't it? And she came in from the boundary there and said, if none of the rest of you are going to back it up, I'll just pick the ball up and we can get on with the game.
They always give her lots of real estate to cover. I know that, because I've done some commentary up there for Durham.
I would guess it's because she is a phenomenal athlete. And
she's a phenomenal athlete.
Absolutely all day.
Physio in the day, isn't she? So
here comes Maddie Villiers. Score 10 for 0, and that is where it will remain, because a full toss has been hit straight and not very powerfully at Holly Armitage. As I say, just timing seems a little difficult this morning. I'm not sure what it is, because a full toss you should really be able to time every time. But there we go. There was too many times in that sentence, as this one's made to mid on. It remains 10 without loss. 2 dot balls so far for Villiers in the over.
Different times.
Here comes Villiers again to bowl a right arm off spin. Down the track goes Suren Kumar, and she hit that nicely. It was a good stop by Windsor, who isn't out on the boundary, but that's where the ball will go. 4 runs to the total, 14 without loss, and that is arguably the best stroke of the morning that we've seen. It was nearly valiantly stopped, actually, but it still trickled over the rope on the shorter side of the ground. The Perrin push through the offside in the previous over was nice as well, although that didn't go all the way, even though it probably travelled a similar distance. Here comes Villiers again. Defensive stroke from Suren Kumar, who is 6 now off 8 deliveries, so getting into her work nicely.
The Perrin push, we might see the Pavely corridor later. She's got I'll tell you about it later if she has to bat.
Okay. Here comes Villiers, who bowls a ball that has Suren Kumar stretching forward and defending out to that backward point position. Fraser there picking up, but Fraser dropping Perrin on 1 could be a crucial moment. We mentioned Pavely coming back in. She's back-to-back scores in the 120s, which is quite useful, as that one is forced off the back foot to Holly Armitage, and there's no run to finish the over. 14 without loss.
She's averaging 115 the Metro Bank. That's not bad, is it?
Yes, that's quite a lot. Although Abby Norgrove, I watched the other day, who was averaging 195, and she didn't get many. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to end up with a score today, but we would love to see a third century in a row from Karis Paisley.
Well, that'd be lovely.
That would be fantastic. But we'd quite like to see a Søren Kumar century or a Perrin century.
We'll take any century. But we want to see some great cricket from both sides. Obviously, the Warwickshire fans will hope that the hundreds are on the Warwickshire batting card. Johnson will continue from the Birmingham end. She's just adjusting her ponytail. Perrin awaits. We've got shadows here, which shows you how sunny it is here. It's cold, but it's sunny. Johnson coming in. Bit of pace outside off. Straight to the point fielder goes the ball, and there is no run. Just a reminder of that table that Claire was mentioning. Blaze top with 23 points. They played and won on Bank Holiday Monday, beating Surrey, who are in third on 14. You've got Hampshire on 15 points. Somerset have 13. Yorkshire 12. Warwickshire 11 in 6th. Lancashire have 10. You've then got Essex on 8, and Durham, unfortunately, are at the bottom on 6. They want to add to those points, but Warwickshire fans will hope that it's not today, as that's dotted forward and there is no run. They've had a tie and a win, though, Durham, and I think you look at those points, particularly that 15 in 2nd down to 6 in 9th. It's very, very tightly packed. Yeah. And I think any team at the moment could make a case for themselves being able to come through, but it's about putting results together. It's who's going to have the consistency. Yeah. And that's dotted again. I mean, the other thing I mentioned briefly earlier is that when they lose the internationals, bearing in mind that the World Cup will also feature Scotland, Ireland and the Netherlands, so Tier 1 will have quite a shake-up when all of those players disappear off, which will be within days now, because they'll be going off to camps, pre-warm-ups, pre-series, etc. So which teams will be most impacted and who gets an opportunity to play? As Johnson comes in again. And that's played to cover rather, and there is no run. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out, because some teams will be more impacted than others. Because I was watching Blaze the other day, and whilst they won't lose many England players, they will lose a lot. They'll lose a swathe, or a brace of Bryces and Kirsty Gordon, and Orla Prendergast. So that's going to be a very different lineup shortly. So that's played forwards again, straight to the fielder again, and there is no run. It will be, but it also will have been planned for. That's what, again, another aspect of it being a professional era is they have squads for a reason now, and there'll be players who are missing out today thinking, I would like to be involved, who are going to get their opportunities. And in terms of the sort of the consistency at this point, I mean, we were all looking at Surrey, 3 wins from 3 at the top. Now they've gone 3 losses from 3. So it feels wide open this year. It is. Johnson to bowl the last ball of the 5th over to Davina Perrin. Waggles a bat in anticipation, pushes it forwards and chases it to pinch the strike at the end of that over. Another one to the total. So that's 5 overs gone, so we're halfway through the power play. Warwickshire are 15 without loss. Perrin on 4, Søren Kumar on 6. Thank you, Mike. He's going to take a well-earned break, and I'm going to be joined by Rosa Simpkin, who we decided was podcaster, journalist, blogger. Rosa talks ball. We're trying to work out what the subtitle was, Rosa. What would you like? What would you like on your subtitle? I've clearly got my eggs in too many baskets. Based on too many eggs in too many baskets. Yeah, and Villiers will continue from the pavilion end to Perrin, who pinched the strike. She just dobs that forward. There is no run. Well, welcome. It's great to finally get some commentary together, because we've been corresponding, and we've met at lots of occasions, which I'm sure we'll get on to later as Villiers comes into Perrin. Comes forward and just defends that. Oh no, he's going to run after that one. Pushed that straight to mid-off and pinched a run there. Another one to the total. And Warwickshire moved to 16 without loss. The running situation between the wickets has been rather interesting this season, as Villiers comes into Perrin. Søren Kumar, apologies again. Back to the keeper. We've seen a lot of run-outs in the One Day Cup this season, particularly between this opening pair. So we can hope that there's maybe been discussions about their communication as Villiers in to Perrin. And it's just knocked to mid-wicket.
And it's an interesting one because it's something that we saw a lot during the regional era, issues in the field and issues with the running between the wickets. And last season, as Villiers comes into parent again, it's just nudged towards almost a short square leg region as they scamper through for a single. The score is 18 for none.
What do you put it down to? Is there anything? I mean, it's sort of, I would put it down to zestful enthusiasm, perhaps.
Yeah, to be honest. I think start of the season, as it's Villiers into Surunkumar. And she just glances at and it goes through to the keeper. No bats. Score still 18 for none. I think at the beginning of the season, it's always a bit peculiar, almost. There's almost a lot of eagerness to get out and get things started. You spent a lot of time in the winter in the nets, and it can probably display in a bit of erratic running between the wickets. And we've also seen a lot of very close games that have put pressure on the batters, where early on in the season, you're probably not yet prepared for that level of pressure. I know I certainly wouldn't be in April.
Yeah,
in
a
the
bit
cold
rusty.
and stay.
I think there's also, they're working a lot on the strength and conditioning in the winter, so they're getting faster and fitter. And Mike alluded to that earlier in terms of each season, when the season starts again, they're so much faster, so much fitter, so much more flexible as Johnson comes in again, as it's smeared straight to the field and there is no run. 18 for no loss. So they're getting fitter, they're getting faster, they're getting more confident, they're getting all the kind of cricket smarts, they're learning so much, and that sort of enthusiasm. And also they'll be, they want to put the pressure on the field inside. So actually it's good in a way, but not if you give away wickets, because it's a free wicket effectively. As Johnson comes in again to Perrin. Again tries to smear it past the fielder, but it's straight at the fielder and there is no run.
Johnson and Thompson is a confusing
Johnson, Thompson,
duo of
Turner
players.
and Villiers. Oh, we love all of that. I love all that. I'm only sorry that we haven't got two Turners today, because I'm well impressed by both of them in previous commentaries as Johnson comes in again. Perrin knocks that down just frustratedly. Mike mentioned about timing, just sort of frustrating that, not quite getting the ball away. And Durham have got that big boundary to our right sort of sealed off with a conventional point, a cover point, and Holly Armitage, made of northern granite, stood at cover, prowling. Perrin, can she get the timing on this one? Placed beautifully towards third. I think we're going to get our first boundary, Rosa. We are 4 runs to Perrin off the bowling of Johnson. Just a little edge there, but an educated edge, as it were, and she knew where that was going, I think.
It was a very intelligent glance of her bat towards third man. There was no fielders out. Our fielders are almost at a fine leg region.
They're doing a swapsy now. They're bringing a fine leg up to the 45.
It's always as you're telling people where they are, honestly.
Yeah, they move them. As soon as you say where they are, they keep moving. That's the problem. Wait till we get left hand to right hand with the Warwickshire as Johnson comes in again. And jammed down. There is no run.
It's a real shame for Durham that they are in the absence of Phoebe Turner, because she scored that century off 82 balls.
Yeah,
Got
and
off the
normally you
last
think of her as a
innings.
bowler, so she's getting into that complete all-rounder category with the batting and the bowling.
She's a confusing one, because she used to, I think, be seen as a batter, and then last season she was the second highest wicket taker in this tournament.
I certainly was impressed by her bowling last season up at Chesterley Street, as that's banged in. Perrin tries to work that into the leg side, but can only succeed in sending it straight to the fielder, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. So 7 overs gone. We're still in the power play. I should tell you about the power play because it's a bit of a hobby horse of mine. So the women's circle is 25 yards. The men's circle is 30 yards. The numbers inside and outside of that circle are different in the men's and the women's game. In the women's game, 25-yard circle, they are only allowed 2 fielders outside of that. Men's game numbers are irrelevant today. So we're still in the power play, 3 more overs, and the idea is that it's to advantage the batting side, although I'm going to perhaps have a chat about that.
It's Villiers into Surunkumar, just batted into the offside for a dot.
I wonder whether it's actually not always an advantage, because what it does is bring the fielders that much closer and the gaps are smaller.
as Villiers comes in again. And Boulder, clean through. Surin Kumar trying to play through the ball. It goes straight underneath her bat. First wicket for Durham. Warwickshire at 22 for 1.
Ooh, first wicket. Ooh, Durham are going to be very excitable now, aren't they? Yeah, they weren't getting the timing right, were they, there?
No, you could kind of feel some pressure building. They're a pair that have maybe struggled from the beginning so far this season. We've had some quite slow run rates, which have maybe cost Warwickshire later on in the game. We saw it in that game against Blaze at Trent Bridge. It was 98 for Katie George.
Oh, don't give me flashbacks to that Blaze game, because I have not let that go. They burgled that. Three deliveries to go. They snuck that win. I'm not forgiving them for that yet.
But the question is, would Warwickshire have got over that line if they'd started
Quicker.
No,
it's a great question.
It's going to be Meg Austin to join Davina Perrin at the crease. It's a very young opening batting lineup, this Warwickshire team. They have the joint youngest average squad age.
That's a great
women's
stat.
cricket, 23.3.
Okay.
Joint with Somerset. So it's a
Somerset's both of mine.
very young squad.
Lots of commentary for both of those sides, yeah. I mean, Tina was mentioning that a lot when Warwickshire were playing Somerset here on Saturday. They are both very, very young lineups when you consider that Katie George, Tina tells me, was the oldest player at like 25 or 26 or something. So, yes, young lineups.
It's going to be Villiers with her right arm offpiece to continue in the 8th over into the right-handed Austin. And she's tried to turn it around the corner almost, and they scampered through for a cheeky single, 23 for 1.
Oh, we like a cheeky single.
I do. You can't
like
go
a
wrong
cheeky
with
single?
a cheeky single.
Yeah.
Or has it gone for buys?
Leg buys.
I've got Mike to the left of me.
Mike's smacking his knee again. He's going to be black and blue, that boy.
He really is. It's Villiers again into Perrin. Just hit through for a dot. I want your opinion on the fielding situation with having less fielders out in the women's game. Do you think it's something as Villiers comes in again to Perrin? And it's hit straight back to her. It's bounced. It was well stopped that from Villiers. It had some real velocity going through it.
Villiers, I mean, she takes a lot of return catches because she knows that from her bowling it's going to come back at her.
Last ball of the 8th. Warwickshire 23 for 1. Perrin on strike. Villiers coming in. She's tried to absolutely welly that down the ground and has just got a fine kind of under edge of her bat, and it's bounced and gone through to the keeper, and it's a good job she didn't run there because she would have been in trouble.
It was a bit of a sharp intake of breath. So your point is about the numbers inside. I'll tell you what I would do. I'd move that circle out to 30 yards and make the numbers the same, because it's confusing to those that have never seen the women's game and don't understand that the women's game is a 25-yard circle. Let's push it out to 30, and as far as I'm concerned, push those boundaries out to the same boundaries, because it gives people an excuse to say, oh, well, it's only short boundaries and all that kind of thing. Make the boundaries the same, make the 30-yard circle, make the numbers inside out. It's less confusing, because I think the women now, they are clearing the boundaries, and some of those shots that we've seen so far in this season, it wouldn't matter where you put the boundary, to be honest. It's going up into the seats. So, short boundary, not necessarily the factor that people who would like to have a downer on the women's game really is. So we've got Katie the Legend Levick coming in from the Birmingham end, as that's sort of nurdled backward of square straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, make it less confusing. Also,
I think it's probably outdated from when the women's game was much further behind and there weren't as many 6s or 4s.
Yep. And that's swept square, and they get through for a single from Meg Austin. Score moves to 23 for 1. Perrin on 10, Austin on 1. Yeah, I just let's take the confusion out. I mean, the problem will be that sponsors, etc., will want lots of boundaries and 4s and 6s, and if you move them out, would that make a difference? I don't think it would, actually, personally, as that's dubbed down, and the point fielder has a little bit of ground to cover there, so they get an easy single.
Katie Levick has, of course, played quite a lot of cricket at Edgbaston, because she spent a couple of years with Birmingham Phoenix
she
in the
did.
hundreds.
Yeah. She's half a Brummie, is Katie the Legend Levick, spinning, that's into the leg side, into a gap. It's well placed, but the fielder, as we mentioned, is doing a lot. Emily Windsor is doing a lot of coverage there. But a slightly smarter throw might have been a lot more risky biscuit there for Warwickshire, because I think that we're sort of dawdling slightly with that second run.
She's not someone I'd usually take on the arm of, Emily Windsor, on that boundary rope.
No. Yes, the Legend comes into bowl again, straight through to the wicket keeper. There is no run. She still holds the record for the last era of county bowling stat. I don't have the stats, but you know, she is a legend. Right arm bamboozling from the Birmingham end, and Austin manages to knock that down. That's the end of another over. So 9 overs gone already. Warwickshire 27 just for the 1, Perrin 11, Austin for 3.
She's also has quite a lovely story, Katie Levick, I think. I mean, she's 34 years old. Has only signed her first professional contract a couple of years ago, and she speaks a lot about how she thought that opportunity was gone for her with the nature of women's cricket. And here we are in 2026, and she's playing full-time professionally for Durham. It shows how far we've come in recent times.
She's a bridging player, isn't she? She's one who's come from, you know, earned her spurs and that through the, you know, the previous ways of working. You know, did well before they were a professional in the previous county era. Done well through the regional era, and now back out into the county era again, but this time professionally, as you mentioned.
We're going to have a change of bowlers at the pavilion end. It looks like it's going to be Grace Thompson. Bit of right arm pace. She kind of staggers on her run up, goes back to the top of it as she comes in to the right-handed Perrin. And it's just very politely blocked on the front foot back to her.
It was. I'm taking a measure of that. They will have played together under England under 19s, won't they? So
a lot of the players will have done, because we had 2 under 19 World Cup phases. I mean, Davina Perrin played in both of those under 19 World Cups.
Play forever in the under 19s. Yeah, yes.
As you do.
She does.
As it's Thompson coming in again to the right-handed Perrin. Gets straight down the ground, but it will be stopped by the fielder coming in from kind of a mid-on.
Abby Glenn just cutting that off there. I like the bowling action very much here.
It's
Grace
textbook.
Thompson. It is, but it almost, we will have a little look now, but it looks like she's running it through tyres to me. Very high knee action.
I enjoyed the demonstration that Claire just did in the commentary box as it's Thompson into Austin. Oh, and it's hit straight back to her. So there's a hand out to her right trying to catch it, but she can't get her fingertips to it. It was hit hard by Meg Austin. I wouldn't have wanted to be on the receiving end of that one.
She's got a long way down as well from that height. Did well there to stop that.
I mean, I spoke to Daggers, Charles Dagnall, before the season,
Daggers.
and he's
These are the circles you move in, yeah. Daggers, okay.
She's one that he's really keeping an eye on as Thompson comes in again to Austin. And it's just swept, and there is a fielder chasing after it, but it's going to get stopped on that pink sheet.
They need to avoid that pink matting, because it looks sort of, I mean, we're a long way away, but it looks sort of velvety or felty, and it's going to stop the ball if they keep hitting that bit.
And we've got 2 mats in a row covering 2 wickets. There's a lot of momentum potentially being lost. Or you could just go over the top it. It's a long boundary.
That's a good idea.
It's a very long boundary on the leg side. Thompson in to Perrin. Hit straight to mid-on, my word. And they've scampered through for a very quick single there. Perrin may be feeling the pressure building. She's currently 13 not out from 37. A bit of a slow start for her.
I mean, you mentioned sort of slow start. I take that. I mean, it doesn't matter if you have a slow start, if you can then build from there. So it depends on what sort of trajectory you're looking at. But yeah, I'll take that point.
Thompson in to Austin. And it's collected by Villiers back into the keeper. And that's the end of the over. Warwickshire are 32 for 1 after 10. And the end of the power play.
End of the power play, and I'm going to have a little rest now, and you're going to be joined by the voice of Mike Perkins.
Meg Austin and Davina Perrin currently having a little catch-up in the middle. They've played a lot of cricket opening together, so it's maybe not too catastrophic, that early wicket, as Mike Perkins comes in alongside me. Welcome back, Mike.
Yeah, they're going along okay, aren't they? 3.2 from that first power play will be a little disappointing, and as you say, they've lost that wicket as well, so that'll be slightly disappointing from the Warwickshire perspective, but they're going along okay. I think it's fair to say. It's going to be Levick to continue here and delivers a leg spinner that goes down the leg side, takes Perrin on the pad, I would fancy, and we get the confirmation from the umpire, so a leg by added to the total. 32 for 1. Perrin, who got her life on 1, is on to 13 now, and that will probably eat away at Durham. You would imagine if she gets a big total today. A flighted leg spinner again from the Sheffield-born Levick, and it's driven away into the offside, as Rosa was saying. 34 years of age now, but no sign in Katie Levick letting up as she delivers another one to Meg Austin. This one's prodded into the onside. A single this time rather than the dot ball from the previous delivery, and the batters rotate. 34 for 1. 6 wickets so far this season for Levick. She fell the Durham side of the Northern Diamonds split and took 21 at 24.14 last season, as this one's bowled to Perrin and defended out into the offside, and there's no run on offer there.
Age is just a number, if you ask me, especially when it comes to spin bowlers and Katie Levick. I would like to see a good few years from her yet in a Durham shirt.
Well, as I say, she's showing no signs of letting up at the moment as she delivers again to Perrin. This one flicked, worked into the leg side, slightly against the spin, but safely, because there was a relatively vacant leg side, and they scamper through for a single. 35 for 1. Should also say there are other games going on in the competition today, so I'll bring you up to date with those shortly, as Levick's on her way again. She gets through the overs quickly as well. Another noticeable factor. We'll find out exactly how much bat was on this from Meg Austin in a moment, because it's gone all the way for 4 down to the boundary, and it will be signalled as such, so there must have just been a little tickle on that by Austin, which takes her on to 11. It's 39 for 1. 4 runs there to the Warwickshire total.
They all count, if you ask me, especially as a tail end batter myself. As long as you get some bat on it, that's all you need.
Tail end, you love a shot like that. Yeah, there was one the other day, wasn't there? Down the leg side. I remember Ellie Threlkeld took the catch, and I swore the batter was thinking, well, that's 4, and then turned round and saw the wicketkeeper with it in their gloves, which was a little frustrating, but there we go.
It's going to be Grace Thompson to continue at the pavilion end. She's not been dramatically in the wickets this season, just 1 for her in the one-day cup, but there is immense promise from the right arm pacer. She comes into the right-handed Perrin. And it's just worked to actually a point region, and they scamper through for a single. The score is 40 for 1.
I like that stat. Warwickshire have the joint youngest squad in the competition. 23.3 was it the average age?
Yeah, 23.3, which is very young. I think the oldest is Surrey off the top of my head.
Okay. No, I like that a lot.
Thompson in to Austin. And it's swept, and there is a fielder chasing after it, and she will... Oh, it's a diving stop on the offside. Thrown back into the keeper. I think they scampered through for 2. The score is 42 for 1.
Yeah, I think they did, and it's confirmed by the scoreboard over there. The old weather vane shining in the sunshine at the moment, which is nice to see.
It's always good to be validated by the scoreboard.
It is, it is.
Put it that way.
Sure, the traffic's probably whirring away towards the retail centre as that one well played.
It was absolutely drilled by Meg Austin through the point region. adding 4 more to her total. She's going along quite nicely here. Meg Austin, 17 not out from 14. Quite a high strike rate this early on in a one-day cup fixture.
Well, it's what Warwickshire needed, didn't they? The power play was probably a little on the slow start, certainly by their standards this season, with making those scores over 300 that they've had in the competition.
As it's Thompson into Austin again, and it's a very respectful leave straight through to the keeper. Durham also have quite a young squad. They're at 24.3, so I think as a whole, squads are on the younger side.
That's, I guess, what you'd expect, wouldn't you? You'd expect that they're always looking to the future. I suppose it's one criticism we could maybe have at the England team is that it sort of almost constantly seems to be looking to the future rather than maybe dealing with the present at times.
As it's Thompson in to Austin, defended off the front foot and collected by Glenn. Yeah, it doesn't really reflect the youth in women's cricket, and I think part of that youth is we've had a lot of changes in systems, and maybe more senior players, having not been able to be pro 4 or 5 years ago, have dropped out of the game, as Thompson comes into Austin again. Again, it's blocked straight back to the bowler. Defended, I should say.
It's a bounding run that Thompson has, doesn't it, on a way in there. And another over ticks by. But yeah, just a little sign, I think, that Warwickshire are starting to try and put a bit of a foot on the proverbial pedal. 7 from that 11th over, and then another 7 there from that 12th one. So starting to progress nicely at Warwickshire. And their totals of over 300, 4 of them so far in the competition. As this one is delivered by Levick to Perrin, who worked into the leg side but found a busy Maddie Villiers who picked up and prevented the run. They've kind of been built on having, I suppose actually Saturday wasn't built on having wickets in hand. It's kind of been built on going at the rate the whole way through, I suppose. So maybe this will be the opposite approach today as Perrin drives that one back to Levick, who picks up on the return. And actually the game against Surrey, when they were chasing, it was really the late order runs from Arlott as Levick comes in again. Doesn't mess around between deliveries. Marlowe with a tumbling stop, but she couldn't gather the ball, and that allowed Austin and Perrin to exchange ends for a single, 47 for 1.
I think a lot of those high totals have been built by Caris Pavely
Well,
as
that's
well, in
true.
all fairness, with 2 120 plus scores in a row, after never having a professional century before that point.
Great bit of bowling by Levick, just running it through out past the outside edge of Meg Austin. Didn't make contact though, so just a dot ball recorded as Levick's on her way again. Gives this more flight, driven firmly back at the bowler. Austin thought about a single, but it wasn't on, so no score there.
Pavely has already outscored herself in the 2025 competition, and we're only about a month in.
In comes Levick, throws it up, flashed away by Austin, but only as far as the cover fielder, who had to be very careful with the spin on the pink matting out there, covering one of the surfaces not being used today. 48 for 1 the score moves on to.
It's Bess Heath at cover. It almost deflected into the mat and into her face, so she did quite a good job to get behind that one. One of the biggest adjustments this year for me, Mike, has been the hover cover has moved, because the hover cover has always lived in front of where that hotel stand is.
Yes,
and
of
now
course.
there's not much room on that side, and it's had to move to a new house.
So where they're keeping it there, they're just keeping it where it is at the moment, over in front of the Hollies stand. Oh, okay. Well, it seems perfectly content in the sunshine there, doesn't it?
It does. It's going to be Thompson to continue. The score is 48 for 1 after 13. Welcome if you're joining us on edgbaston.com's Match Centre or on Warwickshire Cricket's YouTube, as Thompson comes into the right-handed Austin, and it's just blocked forward on the back foot for a dot.
Yeah, back to the Pavely point. I mean, she's sort of showing why London Spirit have paid £85,000 for this year's 100, really, by the form she's had early season. She's chipped in with 6 wickets as well, more than any other Warwickshire player, and those back-to-back centuries have shown why she's sought after.
As Thompson comes into Austin again, and again a scamper through for a single. It only dropped a mere metre in front of Meg Austin off the face of her bat. Thompson charging in to try and retrieve it, but they managed to get between the wickets. They're speedy, these two.
I'd actually looked away there and thought there's no single. We can move on to the next ball, but the batters had other ideas.
I mean, Pavely was obviously hampered by injury last season. Warwickshire definitely missed her when she was ruled out with a stress fracture in her foot, kind of halfway through the Vitality Blast. As Thompson comes in, she pulls out of her run-up there. I don't think Davina Perrin was ready at the striker's end.
Gives us a chance to take an early look at the scores elsewhere. So we've been playing for, round about 45 minutes here at Edgbaston. The Essex v Lancashire game, Lancashire batting 43 for 2.
As Thompson comes in to Perrin, and it's just hit straight to the skipper, Holly Armitage, at almost a short cover region.
Lancashire in the 11th over there, 43 for 2. Hampshire, they are playing Somerset, who are batting and are 67 for 1. They're in the 13th over of that match. So 3 games, including this one, going on today in the Women's One Day Cup. The Blaze, of course, beating Surrey on Bank Holiday Monday.
Thompson in again to Perrin, and it's sliced, and Emily Windsor won't be able to catch it on the offside.
Rode the bounce nicely there, did Perrin. And just, as you say, just sort of slid it away to the short side of the ground for 4 runs. Lovely stroke.
And that's 50 up for Warwickshire, 53 for 1 from 13.4 overs, ticking along very nicely in the early stages.
Yeah, it's picked up nicely, hasn't it, since they've gone out the power play. They've just managed to increase that scoring rate.
Thompson readies at the top of her run-up, coming in to the right-handed Perrin. And it's just defended off the back foot, straight back to her. Davina Perrin is also probably a conversation point of the moment. She'll be returning to Birmingham Phoenix in the 100 this year, back at Edgbaston, back at home. She was the first pick in the draft, and she had quite the season last year that got an awful lot of people talking about her. Well,
she did indeed. £50,000 price tag for Davina Perrin this season in the 100, and of course made that 101 off 43 balls.
And it's Thompson into Perrin again, who hits it straight to Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor for a single. The score is 54 for 1 at the conclusion of the 14th.
And yeah, that got Northern Superchargers to the 100 final last year, so Birmingham Phoenix will be quite pleased to have her back. I know obviously there's it's the Birmingham City owners, isn't it, who were involved there. And I noticed when I was looking at the map the other day that they've already, when it comes up on maps, it's already St Andrews Knighthead Park away to sort of the east of Birmingham as we look from this pavilion end. So they're clearly invested, aren't they, those new owners? As Levitt comes into bowl, Perrin's forward, defends, just runs off pretty much the middle of the bat into the offside, and Armitage picks up to prevent any scoring being done off that delivery.
We're definitely seeing an increase of multi-sport ownership.
Here's Levitt, bowls, sliced in the air uppishly. She did that earlier in the innings, going to have to get a hurry on to get to the non-striker's end for the single as well. It was flung there in hope by Trudy Johnson. I think for a second she thought she was going to be able to get under a catch, but it bounced well in front of her. 55 for 1 the total moves on to. Here comes Levick again, throws it up, hit high by Austin. Not as hard as she would have liked. And has that been plucked out the sky? It has. That's a brilliant catch away in the distance. Meg Austin looking to go down the ground, but she didn't get enough of it. She is out, and it looks like it is a catch in the distance by Grace Thompson, and she's done very well there because it was going over her shoulder. She was having to run back out towards the edge of the ring, and she's flung herself at it and caught the ball. Meg Austin out for 19. Warwickshire find themselves 55 for 2.
She did very well to get herself behind that, Thompson, because she almost lost it in the sun and got herself in a very precarious situation, then managed to just get a finger underneath it.
Seemed to sort of be going over her shoulders, and then she almost caught up with it, if you like. I mean, frustration for Austin. It was a poor effort to go over the top, that one. She just sliced it in the end. That's probably what made the catch quite difficult. But yeah, good, better from Durham. They've sort of, I think, just got themselves on top with that wicket. Just got themselves ahead.
It was almost unnecessary from Austin. You're going along quite nicely. There's not really much pressure building. She was going along very nicely. But cricket will be cricket as Pavley comes to the crease. The woman of the moment for Warwickshire.
127 in the win against Somerset here on Saturday. 128 in the game before that versus the Blaze at Trent Bridge. And she's marking a guard, ready to go again. The one thing you guarantee with Caris Pavley is she doesn't hang about. She's going to be going along at that one-a-ball mark or above as quickly as she can. In comes Levick, bowls to Pavley. He goes right back into her stumps and dabs that one into the offside. Emily Windsor's out there on the cover boundary, so a single will be added to the total. Perrin back on to strike 56 for 2. The partnership underway. Got a deep backward square leg. Fielder probably actually at fine leg rather than 45. Mid-wicket, mid-on where the catch was taken. Long off has gone back. And Perrin drives into a ring of fielders inside the circle on the offside. Heath returning the ball swiftly from cover. There is also extra cover and backward point. And the fielder who was at a more conventional point, or even probably cover point, has been sent back to the cover boundary now. Perrin just dabs it backward of square on the offside, and Pavley is quickly through. Another one of these young, exciting Warwickshire players. Gets from one end to the other. 57 for 2 then is the score. We've had 15 overs, and Claire Jenkins is going to pop back into the commentary position. And she will be seeing Durham in a relatively strong position early on in this game, with Catherine Fraser coming back into the attack. Welcome back, Claire.
Thank you very much. Ooh. Still sunny here at Edgbaston. I like to think of it as a spiritual home in women's cricket since Rachel Hayher-Flint lifted the first ever World Cup here. So I like to think of her aura is kind of sort of hosted over us.
A lovely programme that referenced that actually on Radio 4 on what it would have been a Sunday morning. It was all about the 2005 Ashes and reuniting that team.
As Villiers continues. No Fraser. What, one lot of spin for another. See, this is what happens when you go off. So Fraser, Scottish international, she'll be disappearing off for World Cup duty. They're going to be very excitable. They were very excitable when they qualified. It's great to see Scotland, Ireland and the Netherlands. So lots of local interest in the Women's World Cup, which will, of course, since it's a spiritual home of women's cricket, the World Cup will start here with England playing Sri Lanka in a matter of weeks now. So, but first, the match here. Fraser continues right on round, this time to left-handed Pavley, who plays that to the cover point fielder. Comes off the boundary. They get through for a single.
I did notice actually, I was looking at one of the warm-up games down in Canterbury. That's sold out as well. So there's clearly an interest in seeing the England team. It'd be great to see Edgbaston sold out for the start of the World Cup as well.
Well, even the warm-up game for the White Fern series, which starts on Sunday, as that's back and defended down, there is no run. Yeah, the warm-up game that's going on today at Chesterley Street for New Zealand, because they start the ODI series with England on Sunday. 3 ODIs, I think it's 3 T20s. There's a live stream there if you want to go and see that, but obviously you want to watch this one as that's played through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs to Perrin off the bowling of Fraser, and Warwickshire moved to 63 for 2. Having lost Surin Kumar, she was bowled by Villiers. And having lost Meg Austin, who was caught by Thompson off the bowling of Levick, Fraser decides to come over the wicket, this time to Perrin. Bit of spin, rocks back, can only hit that to short mid-wicket fielder, and there is no run.
There will be a little bit of banging every now and again from the building site, I would imagine, because they're busy at work over there. Say, it's going up fast, isn't it?
It is, and there's a lot of workers there, as that's played to long on, who again comes off the rope, and they just get through for an easy single there. 64 for 2.
These projects, of which there are always a lot of around Birmingham, it's always sort of a very busy city in that sense. There's things going up and down all the time, and they seem to go up very, very quick, and then they almost stop for a long period of time when they're sorting out all the insides and that kind of thing. And you're thinking, oh, I'm sure that should be done by now, and then all of a sudden it'll be complete again. They do work fast these days.
Lots of cranes across the city, which I'm sure we'll get into later.
Perrin just examining what she sees, and it'll be Katie Levick on her way into bowl as clouds move across from the Birmingham side of the ground, and Perrin moves back into her crease but can't work into the leg side, so it's a dot ball to start the over with from Katie Levick. Delivers this next one, and it's dabbed away into the offside. Good bit of fielding again from Trudy Johnson. No run. Levick once more. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls to Perrin. Flicked into the leg side. No run. You with Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins on the match centre at edgbaston.com and the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Good to have 1,300 of you with us already this morning as Perrin drives firmly back down the ground. There was an attempt to stop it with a foot of Levick, I think just because she had nothing else she could stick in the direction of it, and I think she rather regretted the decision in the end. A single added to the total, 65 for 2. Did the job though.
Yeah,
kept it to 1.
Bit of Greek dancing afterwards by Katie Levick, legend Levick.
I think that hurt. As we say, she's Spandeer as Levick as she spins that one in towards the pads of Pavely. It's prodded back. A dot ball recorded. She was in the non-professional era and now has enjoyed her time in the professional era too. And as we say, those figures from last season indicate she's made a good start to the county era as Pavely gets through for 1. It's 66 for 2. Reminder those Levick figures from last season, 21 wickets at 24.14 in this 50-over competition.
She's a legend, and also she's up for Vitality Blast T20 Hall of Fame. There was about 5 of them up for voting. I don't know if they've finished that now. I'm just looking over at Rosa. Perhaps you can have a little look that up for us. But she was up for that. And when you look at the other names, they're all people who've got international honours and caps and all the rest of it, and who are celebrated on a regular basis. But I think, how great would it be if Katie Levick won that? I don't know if it's finished yet, but we'll see as Fraser continues around the wicket, this time to left-handed Pavely, who can only squirt that to point, and there is no run.
Be just reward, wouldn't it?
There was a voting system. I think it was the PCA for the Hall of Fame. The voting's over, so we'll see. But that's just dubbed down. There is no run. Straight to the fielder. That's Maddie Villiers there, I think, at short mid-wicket. To Caris Pavely, who went bonkers on Saturday against Somerset. She smacks that to mid-on. And there is just 1 for that one. So Warwickshire 67 for 2. Perrin on 30. Pavely on 4. What are we going to say?
4 from 7 feels relatively sedate at the moment for Caris Pavely, but she'll be. I think she'll be going bonkers again. If she's here for too long.
The field move out for the right-handed Perrin. It's in the air. It's going to go into a gap though. That's 4 runs. 1 bounce 4 for Perrin off the bowling of Fraser. Warwickshire 2, 71 for 2.
It wasn't far away, that. I think Perrin might be a little disappointed she didn't just get a bit more oomph on it to carry it over the rope, because it was very close.
We were looking right down the line of that, because that's kind of the line that we were going on, and I wondered whether it was going to drop to the fielder who's in front of us, Abby Glenn, but no, well over her head, and I'd say 1 bounce 4 as Perrin just readjusts her laces. You were talking about the building site. I picked up a report in the week which I was that the stadium is going to get £46 million worth of makeover. That's the report that I was reading, with its own 4-star hotel. So, which is going to be ready for the men's Ashes in a couple of summers' time. So, and that's just dubbed down. Reaching a long way there was Perrin, but they didn't get any run.
Well, that'll give it a good lick of paint.
46 million. Yeah, you can get a lot of paint for that. There's a lot of workers on that site this morning. And that's dubbed down again for no run. It's it's a sort of proper. I mean, they look like ants from here with high vis jackets on, but there's a lot of them. Because I've been here at the weekend. There's not usually any folks about, so that's the end of the over. So 18 overs gone. Warwickshire 71 for 2, Perrin on 34 and Pavely on 4.
Yeah, they're working hard over there and working hard in the middle for Warwickshire. Pavely and Perrin just having a little mid-pitch chat about where they find themselves. I mean, imagine if these two got going. That'd be a really exciting partnership, wouldn't it? Perrin and Pavely.
Yeah. Well, known as Dav and Pav. It just must be very confusing if you're not listening carefully. We're going to see a change of bowling, are we? Or is it just change of action here for you, Mike?
No, it looks like Kate Levick is going to make way. And we are going to see a change of bowling from the Birmingham end as Pavely waits in almost gunslinger fashion with a bat over her. She looks like she could be a sort of action hero in some
I'm gone
medieval
we went
movie.
Cowboys to medieval, okay.
Yeah, I think more sort of
more medieval.
Like medieval
Jousting.
Warrior type person. As the new over starts, it's fling down the ground. Abby Glenn with the bowling.
Satellite delay to Perrin there. It was like, ooh, are we running? Right, okay.
They did get through for the single in the end before it was returned from mid-on. 72 for 2 as a result of all that. But yeah, it sort of flung a bat at it there, did Pavely. But yeah, no, just looks like some sort of action hero in some kind of medieval epic, I think, when she stands there with that.
Game of Thrones
with a, with a like...
Okay, go with that.
A bat over her shoulder like a club. As in comes Glenn. That's a bit on the short side. Back into the team today is Glenn. Got it up around probably the neck area of Perrin rather than the head area. Perrin's a little disappointed she didn't send that one over the rope on the short side of the ground. She's always looking for that opportunity, but just gets a single out to Emily Windsor over there. 73 for 2. We have Pavely waiting now, and the ball is bowled full and driven to extra cover, and it's a sort of conventional cover that inside the ring that comes around and picks it up in the form of Maddie Villiers. Mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, and a backward point on the offside carries Pavely. Also have mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and then 2 back on the leg side at deep backward square leg and long leg, and that's where the ball is nudged in the direction of, and the single is successfully taken. 73 for 2.
I mentioned the Pavely corridor, which might be something to look out for when she's on strike. She's not on strike on this one, but left-handed bat. But she's threading the ball, or she was on Saturday, through between cover and mid off, isn't it? That's right, cover and mid off. And we'll see if she does that next time she's on strike.
Stands tall instead and defends the ball, does Perrin. Perrin's field is a fielder on the 45 on the back of the ring. Then you've got a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a mid on, and then on the offside she's got mid off, extra cover quite straight, then a cover sweeper, a backward point and a third, and Perrin will dab it down in the direction of Trudy Johnson, who is at backward point. Is whizzed back into the wicketkeeper, but the run is still taken. 75 for 2. Warwickshire progressing nicely. 19 overs of the innings gone.
They get through the overs quickly, don't they, with this sort of the spinners and the short run-ups and stuff, which is great to see. I'm going to see a bit more I think this is back to Villiers again, is it? Or is it Catherine Fraser? Because it looks similar from the back.
Looking at Perrin's scores, not had quite the success of Pavely. Scores of 8, 81, 43, 24 and 45. But it's not a bad return, that, from her first, 6 innings of the season?
Yeah, 45 on Saturday against Somerset off 40 balls. Because the other thing you have to look at is the sort of strike rate, which tends to be quite high for Davina Perrin. That's thumped underneath the backing up batter, and they get through for a single from Perrin. It is indeed Villiers back on again, confusing us with the spin bowlers from this end, swapping them around. As Villiers moves her field, she's bringing 4 carries Pavely. She's bringing the poor fielder who was at deep square into slip, and then they've got a slightly backward point, a slightly forward point, short extra covers. Grace Thompson. Villiers comes around the wicket to carry Pavely, the left-hander, who smacks that into the leg side. There is a fielder who's obviously Emily Windsor. Of course it's Emily Windsor. Cuts that one off and they just get a single.
Yeah, Perrin's 237 runs so far, with the highest of 81, coming in at an average of 47.4 and a strike rate of 81.44.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. And it'll be about partnerships as well for Warwickshire's. Perrin rocks back, plays it into a gap. It was sort of slightly risky, but Holly Armitage had quite a long way to cover there, moving to her left, and they just get a single. 78 for 2 are Warwickshire here at Edgbaston in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Just sort of manoeuvred that previous delivery away, didn't she?
There's a sort of soft hands as that's played again, soft hands, but this time by carries Pavely into the leg side. Again, Holly Armitage has to do a bit of running round. And they're rotating the strike here. Is this a sense of a bit more confidence as Warwickshire build a partnership of 24 so far of Perrin and Pavely. Dav and Pav. Villiers in again, spinning, and Perrin knocks that to square leg. Thompson comes off the rope. They get a single. Oh, it's not very well thrown. Wilson, the Australian import, Talia Wilson, behind the stumps.
Yeah, just the 7 boundaries so far. So just it feels that's been what's hard to come by. But Warwickshire have kept it moving by rotating the strike pretty well.
Could be a long fuse as Villiers comes in again, right arm round. Pavely tries to flick that into the leg side, but can't quite get hold of it. And that's the end of the over. So 20 overs gone. Warwickshire are 80 for 2. Perrin on 39. Pavely on 8. Partnership of 25. And thank you, Mike. You're going to have a little rest?
Yeah, I will leave you with Rosa Simpkin for the next over.
And Rosa Simpkin, podcaster, vodcaster, journalist, etc. of Rosa Talks Ball, will be coming back in to join me. I'm sure she's got some thoughts about the last 5 overs. What we thinking?
I think Durham have pulled this back ever so slightly, but these two are already forming quite a constructive partnership. It's going to be Abby Glenn to continue at the Birmingham end, coming into the right-handed Pavely. She's not. She's coming into Perrin. Apologies.
It's Pavely and Perrin. It is confusing.
Confusing, isn't it?
Just go with it. Nobody's watching.
8 and 28 as well, so it's confusing business. 2 of the rising players.
They certainly
the
are.
women's game.
Yeah.
It's Glenn into Perrin. And it's worked in between the gap between cover and square leg, and it's retrieved on that pink mat. Which
we're distracted by the pink mat, aren't we?
I'm really fixated on the pink mat.
Beautiful
Why is
colour.
it pink? If there's anyone who works on the ground at their club or at a county and they want to tell us why it's bright pink, that would be greatly
There's a
appreciated.
canvas underneath it. I don't know if they just think people are pink-green colourblind or something.
Potentially, as it's Glenn in to Pavely, worked to mid-on. It's very confusing.
I know, left and right. It's very annoying. She's trying for that Pavely corridor I talked about between cover and mid-off, but when they go lefty-righty, you have to think, is that mid-off or mid-on? That's mid-off that side, isn't it?
She does really like hitting through that region as it's Glenn in again. And just as we're saying that, she works it in completely the other direction.
It's the wrong ball for that, wasn't it? That's the thing.
And it's retrieved by Holly Armitage at mid-wicket.
We've got, and also there's people up in there's some high vis men putting new seats into the stand that we can just about see peeking out from to our left.
As it's Glenn in to Pavely, worked. Holly Armitage will run after it at the mid-wicket region, collected at square leg, back in to Talia Wilson. Yeah, it's needed. Those chairs have definitely been dismantled by the windy weather.
Well, yeah, there's that as well. That would be a good place to watch the first game of the World Cup, wouldn't it? England versus Sri Lanka here at Edgbaston, home of women's cricket, I think.
I'd agree with that, but maybe ever so slightly biased as Glenn comes in to Perrin. I've got Claire celebrating alongside me as we've just been given lunch vouchers.
I'm always celebrating when there's lunch vouchers arriving. They got through for a good quick single there, didn't they? Had to put the power boosters on for that last one.
I think they scampered through for a couple there. They're very quick between. I mean, Davina Perrin in her early days was caught out a few times getting her teammates run out because they were always caught out by how speedy she was between the sticks.
yes, and the message didn't always get through because we had a run out. So between her and Surun Kumar, she managed to kind of run herself out. But what I was really impressed with Davina Perrin was as she walked off, she was obviously disappointed that she'd run herself out, but she stopped and went back and spoke to Amu Surun Kumar, which was obviously, don't worry, that was my fault, which was a great bit of maturity as that's played into the leg side, but straight to Holly Armitage and there is no run.
Because I think it was probably an immediate moment of frustration, and it's good to then go back, especially given it's a very young team.
I think it's a great sign of maturity, and because you what you don't want, having had that sort of miscommunication, is for the person who's left behind thinking, oh, that was my fault, and that's kind of playing on their mind. So, yes, good sign of maturity is that was a dot ball. And what we're going to get next is, that's thumped up and over the field. That's 4 runs to Caris Pavely. She's starting to get in the mood now, Rosa.
She is. You don't want, from a Durham perspective, you don't want her getting in the mood, Caris Pavely.
Up and over Holly Armitage there at mid-wicket.
I mean, Davina Perrin, we shouldn't confuse as well age for experience.
No. As Villiers comes around to Pavely, use the same channel but across the floor, and there is a fielder who's going to stop that. It's Emily Windsor, of course. It's Emily Windsor on that short boundary.
She may only be 19, but she's playing in her 6th professional season, Davina Perrin.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And Hypercourse made the point that she may not get an England cap till she's 20, which I think is later this year. You know, ever hopeful. Warwickshire will be. Well, they're hopeful that she gets honours, but they don't want to lose her, as it were, as Villiers comes in again, and that's hit straight to Holly Armitage, and there is no run.
And they have the potential in the next few years to be really depleted by England series. I mean, Hannah Baker coming through as a young leg spinner.
Yeah, there's lots of potential there, isn't there, as Villiers comes in again. It's smacked this time by Perrin to deep mid-wicket, and they get a single underneath the fielder there.
It was a great attempt from Emma Marlowe to get behind that and stop it. It was a diving effort to her right, but she just can't quite get there. It's the end of the 22nd over. Warwickshire at 90 for 2.
Perrin on 43, edging towards possible milestone. Pavely on 14. Partnership building nicely here for Warwickshire. 35 runs so far.
What are our thoughts on commentators' curse in this commentary box? Because
Mike
Claire
says nothing. He will say to you, he'll say, you can hear him, see? He's chuntering at the back about nothing we say up here will make any difference on, but do you know what? Sometimes it just feels like it. Tina Goff on Saturday, she was blaming me for all sorts of things every time Warwickshire lost a wicket.
The players tend to when it comes to commentary. It's Glenn in to the right-handed Perrin, defended back on the front foot. Continuing at the Birmingham end is Abby Glenn.
Yep. Into a third over. There's one or two clouds. And we've lost the shadows from the sunshine this morning.
I did check the weather though.
Yeah.
I think we're in for a dry one. Touch wood. If Good Avs commentators curse, everyone's currently hating me. It's Glenn in to Perrin. It's glance to a backward point and straight back into Talia Wilson behind the stumps. Quite the overseas signing for Durham.
Yes. I think, well, bearing in mind that she'd got to step into Susie Bates's shoes from last season, that was a brilliant stroke from Durham. For all sorts of reasons, because I think Susie Bates was taking the players under her arm as she tends to.
As it's Glenn into Perrin. And it's again in that backwards point region, but it will get past Marlowe as they scamper through for a single. It's not even Marlowe, apologies, it's Johnson.
Yeah.
My fielders are moving around.
Yep, that's it. Johnson, Thompson.
And it brings the left-handed Pavley on strike.
Mm-hmm.
Fielder's worst nightmare, a right-hand, left-hand combination.
Well, yeah, because they've got to keep changing, and also the bowler's nightmare because they've got to keep changing their attack point.
It's very respectfully played by Pavley. She's not getting ahead of herself here. 2 very good scores coming into this game, but I think this is where her game has really matured this season. Last year, she probably caught herself out a few times trying to go too quickly, and she's quite unique that she's someone who can offer you that stability and can also absolutely flack it. As it's Glenn into Pavley. Oh, and it goes through everything.
You nearly cursed her. I think to sort of build on that, Tina Goff was talking about soft hands and and then not hard hands, but you mentioned thwacking, but also sometimes that's these two batters actually both demonstrating very well what they've learned. I think in the close season is sometimes you just do soft hands, you dab it, you get a quick single. Sometimes you whack it.
As Glenn comes in to Pavley, and it'll be another dot to conclude the 23rd over. Warwickshire 91 for 2.
With the soft hands, demonstrating what I was just saying there. Lovely.
It's always great when the players immediately validate your point.
Because often it goes the opposite way as well.
I think as a batter, there's a fine balance between being that technical player who your team can really rely on in those tough moments and being that player who has the ability to come in and absolutely bout the ball, get you quick runs. And I think Pavley is very unique in that she's got that balance this season. And she's someone who has come in some very tricky situations with bat and has started off nice and slow and just gradually built up. And you don't need to go too quickly in one-day cricket.
No, I think that at the beginning of the season, it's that thought. Actually, it takes quite a long time to play 50 overs as Villiers comes in again. Perrin rocks back and sends that to mid-on. They get through for an easy single and they head towards those 3 figures. 93 for 2.
Villiers is one of the players who made a real move at the end of the regional era. She was at Sunrisers, which, for those who don't know, was Middlesex and Essex area.
Let's say Essex-ish, because they've become Essex, didn't they?
Yeah, and now she's made the move all the way to Durham.
I know, that's another great acquisition actually for Durham, as said Villiers spins that in and Pavley manages to get some bat on that, I think, and they get through for a single. 93 for 2. Yeah, she made a move at the end of as Durham was establishing itself, because they didn't have a professional women's teams before that. They did play county cricket in the olden days when I played, but professional era, a good acquisition, as that's again sent backwards of square. Good throw in from Katie Legend Levick there, and they get through for another single.
And it's important to point out as well that county cricket never really stopped. Even in the regional era, we still had the county game almost as a level below that. It wasn't professional, they weren't playing at grounds like this, and it was very rare to have the regional players able to play for their counties. But with this new county era, it's important we don't lose that generation of players as well.
Yep, Villiers comes around the wicket to the left-handed Pavley, who can only get on top of that, straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
And I think if for Warwickshire, people like Gwen Davies and Anisha Patel, who put in real shifts.
Oh, yeah. Marie Kelly.
100%.
Well, both Kellys, actually. Sean Kelly as well, as that's sent straight back to the bowler and there is no run. Lots of those people. Tina Goff at Warwickshire before it was paid. So, yeah. I finished my career at Derbyshire, but previous to that, it was the region or the area, depending on what era it was, that became Somerset.
It's absolutely,
underneath Villiers, and she gets through for a single.
it's absolutely hammered back to Villiers
It
by
is
Paley.
fast. Yeah. Oof. That's the end of the over. So 24 overs gone, and the score is 95 for 2, which is Warwickshire. They chose to bat, having won the toss this morning. Perrin heading towards a potential 50, but we're not going to mention it, so that's okay. Perrin 46, Pavely on 16, partnership of 40, so building quite nicely here at Edgbaston in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. You'll listen to Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer, and also Rosa Simpkin of Rosa Talks Ball, blogs, journalism, all sorts. You've got all sorts on that badge, haven't you?
It's
It must be a
busy.
massive badge.
It's a busy time in the cricket season. As it's Glenn continuing at the Birmingham end into the left-handed Pavely. And they run through for a single. They're very calm between the wickets, these two. They're quick, don't get me wrong. They do scamper through for a lot of cheeky singles, as we'd call
like a
them.
cheeky single, yeah.
But they always look in control of their running. And they've played a lot of cricket together over the years. So it might just be that they can read each other's mind almost.
Oh, yeah. Psychic cricket, like that.
Psychic, we love it. As Glenn comes in to the right-handed Perrin, and it's just glanced past the edge. It was a tease off the edge of Davina Perrin's bat. It hasn't touched it. It's gone through to Talia Wilson for a dot ball. Warwickshire 96 for 2.
Yeah, you mentioned, Talia Wilson's the Australian import for... So presumably, I don't know, do you know, is she here for the whole season for Durham? Do we know Talia Wilson?
I think
there's a whiff of Heather Graham later as well, isn't there, I think?
just for the One Day Cup. As Glenn comes into Perrin. They're tempted to sneak a single, but it's collected by the skipper, Holly Armitage, at cover. I'm wondering if there's anyone listening and
somebody will let us
who
know.
wants to.
I've got a kind of somewhere in my mind. I've read Heather Graham because she tends to pop up. She played for the Blaze. She certainly plays in the 100 and stuff. So she's going to be playing Welsh Fire this year.
It's Glenn in to Perrin, and it will be retrieved by the fielder in the cover. But it was another really quick run through. 97 for 2 is the score. I'm pretty certain you're right. I'm pretty sure Heather Graham is coming in
not sure what point.
for the T20.
Because also Warwickshire are waiting for Georgia Redmayne to arrive.
So if anyone knows about the whereabouts of Georgia Redmayne,
Yes.
we need a missing poster.
Yeah.
Glenn in to the left-handed Pavely, blocked off the front foot for a dot.
Do you think we need to make a trail of Tim Tams, Australian biscuits,
The
to see if we
tractor
can
to
get
Edgbaston.
Georgia Redmayne here?
She definitely was due to be here. I reread the press release last night, and it said that she'd be joining up with the team before the
She
season.
played Worcestershire back in the day when it was the last lot of counties when she was young. So
Glenn into Paley, and it's smashed across that long boundary on the leg side for 6 in front of the Hollies. It was Emma Marlowe on that boundary. She's just got to run after it and retrieve it. What a shot for Pavely. 100 up.
whoa, you bears indeed. So that's a sort of momentous moment. So they've done that quite neatly. 25 overs gone. I'm going to take a little rest. 103 twice plus 20. The Jenkins formula 206, 226. So if I'm right that Warwickshire are heading towards 226, but feels well below what they're needed. So I'm taking a rest, aren't I? Is it me? Yes.
It is.
I'm going off, and you're going to hear the voice of Mike Perkins.
Massive shout out to Lucy Hyam, who is watching along, who has messaged in to say that it is Heather Graham for the T20s for Durham. Thank you for that, Lucy. Massively appreciate it. As Mike comes back in alongside me. Welcome back.
Of course, because the Blaze got their cricket out the way on Bank Holiday Monday and got a very important win, top of the table. I'm sure Lucy and her teammates will be watching on and just having a look at what's going on today and checking out what's going on with the competition and who they'll be facing later in the season.
They've put themselves in a really good position early on to qualify for that finals day in Southampton in September, because it's only top 3 this year, Mike. We've gone from having the 2 semi-finals going into that finals day to having a final and an eliminator. So the team who finished top of the table will go straight through to that final. The teams in second and third will play in an eliminator, taking us back to the regional days.
It catches me out quite often, these changes, I have to say. I quite like the semi-final, particularly with 9 teams. I quite like the semi-final and final, if I'm honest.
I
think it keeps everyone interested,
yeah.
doesn't it, in the latter stages? But there we go. That's the way they've gone this time round. More importantly, Davina Perrin on to 47 already, looking for her second half century, and that was a shot of intent, I think, before this little stoppage for drinks from Caris Pavley to go over that longer side in as emphatic fashion as she did. That sort of seems to lay down a marker. You'll have been seeing the partnerships during the break as well. This one now by far the biggest with 48.
And it's a long boundary on that side, but I mean, Caris Pavley is one who consistently hits into the stands, so I don't think the boundary rope is a concern for her, per se.
No, she'll clear it with ease, and it will be an innings that she'll want to continue on. I mean, if she can go up towards 3 figures again today, it's early days for that, but if she can take things on from this 23 not out at drinks and get a 3rd century in a row, I mean, that really would be quite an achievement, because, I mean, outside of Eve Jones in the Central Sparks days, there weren't that many people going to 3 figures from the teams based at Edgbaston, from the team based at Edgbaston, so it's significant, I think, that Pavley's been doing it this season.
It was unusual. Abby Freeborn, I think, did it a couple of times off the top of my head. But as a whole, Eve Jones carried a lot of that batting, and obviously she went to Lancashire at the end of the Central Sparks era and is doing very well opening the batting for them. They won this competition last year.
Yeah, they did indeed. Right, I think it's a good time to just get a little check on the scores elsewhere, because we're at the halfway point of this match, 103 for 2. If you've just joined us at the match centre at edgbaston.com, you're with Mike Perkins and Rosa Simpkin, the cricket writer, broadcaster, podcaster. And elsewhere in the competition, Lancashire are in the 21st over. They've just gone into the 22nd. They're 78 for 3, taking on Essex at Chelmsford today. 108 for 3, that's the Somerset score. They're up against Hampshire. They've played 24 overs of that match. And as we say here, the players are returning after drinks. Or rather, the people who've carried the drinks on are leaving is probably more accurate.
We don't want anyone to leave the pitch during the game.
But most importantly, it's 103 for 2. And we're going to see Catherine Fraser continuing from this pavilion end. As you say, there'll be the odd little clatter in the background as the hotel is constructed in the distance. Lots of scaffolding going up around the foundations there.
We haven't lost any balls yet in the building site. I think it went in 6 times during the opening game of the season. And there was this poor man by himself in there having to retrieve the balls. And it's a tough ask, I think, finding a cricket ball in a ball. It's like a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, Danny Wyatt-Hodge had a fair bit to do with that, and Emily Arlett had a go as well. We didn't see Wyatt into the Wyatt stand. There's also a Wyatt suite somewhere around here, I think, as well. But yeah, we didn't quite get that joy, but there we go. Anyway, Fraser's back to get us underway again after what was a fairly lengthy drinks break as we approach midday on this your Wednesday of Women's One Day Cup cricket. And it'll be Fraser to deliver. Right arm over the wicket to Perrin, who's forward and defends back to the bowler. There is no run after the resumption. A field backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. We also have long on, straight mid-wicket as Fraser delivers again. Gets another one played back to it. That'll be no run. Bess Heath at the short straight mid-wicket. Then you've got a more conventional mid-wicket but out on the boundary. A backward square leg out towards the boundary and a fielder on the 45 as for the 3rd time in a row Perrin is forced to defend and remains scoreless after the resumption. 103 for 2 is the total on the far side as Fraser comes in again, bowls a ball that turns in towards the pads of Perrin. She's able to prod it into the relatively vacant area of the ring on the leg side and picks up another single. 104 for 2 as the flag with the Warwickshire Barons staff on just flutters into life thanks to a westerly breeze blowing across right to left as we look from this pavilion end. Those in the high-vis jackets in the building site busily go about their work, and so does Pavely down the track. On her toes, she went to the mid-wicket region. Doesn't pick up another run, 104 for 2. Fraser just looks over her shoulder, which was the sign for mid-on to become long-on the shorter side of the ground. Into the pitch goes Pavely. There was a little bit of hesitation from Perrin. She stretches for a ground. Had it been a direct hit, there would have been real trouble. But the fact that the wicketkeeper, Talia Wilson, who's very quietly gone about her business, actually. You've barely noticed her there behind the stumps. She did a perfectly competent job, but the split second that it took to go into the keeper's gloves and then onto the bails meant that the batters got through. 105 for 2, another swift over from Fraser, and as you saw at the bottom of your screen there, that's the 50 partnership between these two.
I mean, the art of wicket keeping is if there's not much to say about you, you're probably having a very good shift behind the stumps. It looks like it's going to be Trudy Johnson to come on at the Birmingham end. If I can read her number in the blinding sun.
He's having a conversation with Holly Armitage at quite some length, actually, before beginning this spell. But it is indeed Trudy Johnson who makes her way back to the end of her mark.
A bit more right arm pace. It's a very right arm heavy bowling attack, this Durham side, as Johnson comes into the left-handed Pavely. And it's worked by Pavely straight to Armitage.
Really noticeable there, just clearing that front leg like she did for the 6 there, Pavely. She's starting to get into that power position to hit a few boundaries, which have been relatively hard to come by for Warwickshire in this innings.
As Johnson comes in again to Pavely. And it's worked to Holly Armitage in the mid-wicket region once again for another dot.
I'll make it 8 4s and a 6 so far in the innings.
It's a quiet innings, but it looks like a pretty used wicket, so whether that's coming at play.
It was strange. It kind of looked like that on Saturday. It had that middle patch that was quite sort of grassy and dark in colour, but it played very nicely.
Johnson into Pavely again as it's worked through the offside, collected by the sweeper on the boundary, back in to Wilson. We've also seen it get stuck on those 2 mats we have on the wickets to the right-hand side of us at the pavilion end and really slow up. So if those mats weren't there, maybe we would have seen more boundary, but that's a lot of what-if situation.
Possibly. I just don't think it's kind of been, as we say, sort of early on, it seemed as if timing was a little on the difficult side, as you say. I think the second time we've used this one, so it just is the way it goes, isn't it? It just sort of can get like that, really.
Johnson in to the right-handed Perrin, straight to Holly Armitage.
I think overall it's a pretty good cricket wicket. There's a little bit in it for everyone, and that's what you want to see, isn't it?
It is what you want to see. You never like to see wickets that overly favour batting or bowling. Makes for much more competitive games. As it's Johnson coming in again to Perrin, 48 not out. And it's worked. Oh, and it's made its way through the fielder at mid-wicket. She did quite well to get behind that and stop some of the momentum, because there was a risk it worked its way to the boundary, but...
Yeah, Villiers is so lively, isn't she? She did well to get to it, but just couldn't quite prevent the single.
And it was good backing up as well from Grace Thompson.
So yeah, here on Saturday it was 336, played to 302 in the end, so decent effort from both sides with the bat.
The single brings the left-handed Pavely back on strike, currently 25 not out from 35, going along nicely, including that monster 6 we saw early on into her knock. As Armitage sends out one of her fielders on the leg side. It's Johnson into Pavely. And it's a leave from Pavely. It's gone quite wide off that off stump, retrieved by Wilson. Johnson will have to bowl that one again. She makes her way back to the top of her run-up.
Yeah, very tidy everything Wilson's done so far today. It's kind of one of those things, once you do start looking at it, it's sort of the more you do notice it, but if you're not concentrating on it, you don't notice it.
It's Johnson into Pavley. It's hit straight back past the bowler for a much-needed boundary. Warwickshire up to 112 for 2 at the conclusion of the 27th over.
Yeah, just keeping Pavley in touch with that strike rate. She'll want to be finishing this innings around about 1 a ball. So 29 of 36. Herring has really been made to work for her 49 of 89. And she's got that life on 1 and making the most of it at the moment.
Durham probably regretting that drop more and more as this game goes on.
It was a real horror moment, wasn't it? I think it'll be eating away at poor Catherine Fraser here, who's taken the ball to resume the bowling. That's what she's got to focus on now. Can she prevent Perrin getting to a second half century of this season? We'll see what that comes off, because it goes round the corner to the fielder short on the 45, but not before Pavley gets through. It's a leg by. There is a little bit of applause at the pavilion end. I don't think they've quite spotted the leg by signal there. 113 for 2. The total. Perrin still must wait on 49 of 90 now. Fraser bowls down the track. Goes Pavley. That's a really, really nice shot. And that is the shot of someone who has got back-to-back hundreds in her previous 2 innings, because she's come down the track to Fraser there and just hit it to the onside of straight of the stumps. And it's rolled away, and it just seemed to gather pace away from the fielders. 4 more to the total, 117 for 2. What a shot.
It was a textbook drive straight down the ground from Pavley. Lovely use of the feet.
Here comes Catherine Fraser again. Bowls to Pavley. Now that one kept a little bit lower than Pavley was expecting. Sort of skidded on, and she had to jab it into her pad. No run. The score remains 117 for 2. But a brief moment of alarm for Pavley. As I say, thank you for joining us either by the match centre at edgbaston.com or via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Well worth clicking over to that match centre. You get all the highlights of the boundaries and the wickets as this one is played away by Pavley, the left-hander. It was powerfully hit, and that's a great bit of fielding by Abby Glenn to keep it inside the ropes and keep the scoring to 2, because that was more of a sort of shovel into the leg side from Pavley. It wasn't quite as elegant as the first stroke, but it was powerfully hit, and it brings another 2 to the total, 119 for 2.
It was a lovely diving stop from Abby Glenn.
Bowled and into the pads it goes. Pavley takes it round the corner. And it goes away to the fielder at square leg. And about 1,500 of you with us. Thank you if you've hit the thumbs up button as well. That helps people find this stream as back goes Pavley watchfully. I think her eyes are so good at this stage, given her form, that she can just take a little bit of a risk onto that back foot, and in the hope that it'll give her the opportunity to score a bit more, because her eyes seem to be very good at the moment. Just after midday, you have Mike Perkins, Rosa Simpkin, as I say, at the match centre at edgbaston.com or via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. This game's still sort of in the balance, it feels.
It really is. It's going to be Trudy Johnson to continue at the Birmingham end. No wickets for her yet today. 3 so far this season in the One Day Cup at a 33.3 average. Lots of frees.
Yeah, she's lined them all up well there, hasn't she?
She really has. And it's going to be Johnson into the right-handed Perrin. And she nodged it, and it's through for her 50. A lovely knock from Davina Perrin. She reached her 50 off 91 balls. She's had to work for it, but she's got her reward.
She has indeed. Said she's gone along well this season without perhaps being exceptional. And she adds to the total. Came into this with 1 half century. She adds her second high score, 81. Average of 47.4. the start of the day for Davina Perrin, and she'll be upping that because she's past that mark.
It's official, Mike. Commentator's curse is not real as Johnson comes in to Pavely. The left-hander guides it straight back down the ground, collected by the fielder in the inner ring on the offside.
It's not real and it can't hurt you. That's all you have to remember about
He's
the
adamant.
commentator's curse. But Johnson looking to add. I think she won't mind ruining one of her threes by getting her 4th wicket with this ball.
As she comes into the left-handed Pavely, and it's lovely. It's split through those 2 fielders on the offside for another 4. Pavely moving on to 39, not out. The score 124 for 2.
She's getting going, isn't she? There's a smattering of spectators at the far end, but there's clearly a decent number below us as well in the pavilion, because you heard them applaud there as that one's driven away through extra cover all along the floor. They appreciate good cricket here at Edgbaston, and they saw it there from Caris Pavely.
Johnson in again to the left-handed Pavely around the wicket. And it's worked in the same gap. It's a mirror image of the previous shot through the offside. Another 4 to Pavely's total. 43 not out from 44.
Yeah, you may have thought your stream had rewound that, because it was exactly the same. Really good strokes, these from Caris Pavely, just finding the gap all along the floor as well, which is nice to see. As I say, that strike rate is creeping up to where she wants it now, 43 or 44. Perrin's done a lot of hard work for the team at the top of the innings, and these two are going along very well. I mean, Perrin's highest score last season, that 113 in the One Day Cup, that was an innings where she had to grind really hard at the start of it, and Warwickshire were losing wickets that day, and she really kicked on.
Johnson back in to Pavely. They run through for a single. She's got coming in around the wicket. Johnson's adjusted her plan after those 2 consecutive boundaries. This partnership is getting dangerous. They're currently 74 from 86.
Yeah, very dangerous indeed. They're starting to take Warwickshire into the ascendancy, aren't they?
They really are, as Davina Perrin is brought on to strike. Johnson coming in. And it's just glanced around the corner. They'll scamper through for a quick single, taking on the arm of Maddie Villiers in the inner ring.
Yeah, Villiers just stretching there, trying to pick it up desperately and couldn't quite get there. Windsor was there to back her up as well. They have a little conversation. I think Emily Windsor might like a bat on this one later on. Prolific scorer. Likes a tough situation as well, does Emily Windsor, and she's proved that this season. Best of 46 so far.
They're a very dynamic fielding side, this Durham team. I mean, Maddie Villiers and Emily Windsor I'd label as 2 of the strongest fielders in the women's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Holly Armitage is the one who marshals them. She's just pointing the directions at the moment. And here is Abby Glenn to pick up the bowling from the pavilion end. Rushes in now, bowls full, and Perrin's hit the extra cover gap, and this should be 4 and is. Nothing Emily Windsor could do about that one. She was racing round the rope almost like it was a rail powering her on, but she couldn't get to that. 130 for 2, 4 more for Perrin, and she is progressing very nicely indeed, having gone past that half century.
Change of bowler, probably not going to plan so far for Durham. Great way for Warwickshire to start the over.
Just a bit on the full side as Glenn returns to a better length, but it's leg side, and this one's just been clipped away behind square, and this is Perrin trying to start to accelerate. This one has been hauled in by Marlowe, but Pavely is sprinting through for 3. They're frighteningly fit now, these cricketers in the professional era, and Pavely was through for that one. 137 for 2. Going along very well are these two.
As Holly Armitage has a word with Abby Glenn, maybe rethinking their plan slightly. She has sent a fielder out and to a fine leg.
It will be becoming something of a concern for the skipper, though, that the the boundaries are all of a sudden starting to flow for Warwickshire. They've made use of the short side of the ground. It's Pavley, the left-hander, facing up now. After a 4 and a 3, they add a single to it with a little nudge into the leg side. That can't be stopped by Trudy Johnson, who comes in from mid-on. 138 for 2 the score.
I'm always a massive fan of Pavley's bat stickers. They're this very bright, dramatic, hot pink. And the theme of pink, we've got the pink Durham shirts, the pink sheet.
I've noticed them before, yeah.
Nice and bold.
They are snazzy, aren't they? Here comes Glenn. As clouds sweep from north to south across the ground as this one is whizzed round the corner. Oh, there's going to be a run out. No, Perrin gets back to her ground. It was a wise call in the end from Pavley. She puts her hand up in apology, but she's, well, saved herself rather than a partner, I think. Perrin had whisked that round the corner and it went straight to the fielder on the 45 at the back of the ring. And Pavley deemed it too much of a risk. And Pavley herself's got very pink stickers that you're seeing at the non-striker's end there, as this one is hoiked really into the leg side. Villiers picks up for 139 for 2. Rather died in the pitch as Glenn dug it in. And the ball's examined here by Armitage as she takes it back to Abby Glenn. Plenty more instructions for the bowler.
She's a very involved captain, Holly Armitage.
Making a change to the field here after that discussion. She's pitting long off back to the boundary. A fielder from third comes inside the ring. Still stays on that line of third though. Armitage moves across to extra cover. Left-handed Pavley faces up. And Armitage looking for the run out here, but Perrin's too quick. She threw for the single. 140 for 2 is the score. We've had 30 overs, which means we'll welcome back Claire Jenkins, the former county player and women's cricket commentator. She replaces Rosa Simpkin, cricket writer, broadcaster and podcaster. And the flag at the Birmingham end flutters in the breeze. That breeze now has moved from a westerly one to a more north to south one. And Claire Jenkins is back with us after a chat in the middle between the two batters. And all of a sudden, it's in Warwickshire's favour, this, isn't it?
Yeah. Perrin with a 50. And looking more, I was just chatting with one of the reporters, and he was just saying it seems a much more restrained innings from Davina Perrin. It's maybe it's I missed out on the T20 World Cup squad, but I'm going to prove that I can be consistent, which I'm sure will please Charlotte Edwards no end. Katie the Legend Levick to continue from Birmingham end to Caris Pavley, left-hander, steps across, thinks about getting a single there, but there's a fielder close in. And there's no run on offer. 140 for 2.
Yeah, 17 for 1 from her opening 5 overs from Levick. They were from the pavilion end.
Yep. Right. Oh, it's up in the air. It's up and over the field. I think it's going to drop in a space. It does, and it plugs as well. So they're going to have to run these. That got the fielders interested in there. Holly Armitage, the captain, and Grace Thompson.
It's not
in that Pavley corridor. She clapped that one up, nearly got courted.
It's not a life in the sense that she couldn't have put it more between the 3 fielders if she tried, but it was a risky moment from Pavley, that.
It was, and she just pushes that to the point fielder who comes off the boundary. Emily Windsor, of course. Another single. So, we're liking that kind of hit a big one and then hit a single to kind of.
It was much like Austin's. It was a poor shot, if we're honest, and it could have ended in a very similar way.
It could have been messy.
But she used her feet again the next ball. She's clearly decided she's not going to let Levick settle in this spell.
Levick surveying her field. She got people in the right places, left and right hand combination, of course. So the fielders are having to adjust every time that strike rotates as Perrin comes forward and just defends that. And I think the reporter's got this right. It's a much more conservative innings.
We were talking about that high score of 113 that she scored at Portland Road just before the 100 started that really set her on her way for that competition.
Yeah. Again, she can't get that away and changes her mind, but just dabs it down. The fielder comes in, there is no run.
And Warwickshire were losing wickets all over the place there, and she really had to grind that one out and sort of caught up later on in the innings. So it feels a sort of similar affair today.
Rocks back, puts that through point past the umpire. Fielder comes off the rope. They're going to come back for 2. Yeah, it's a bit of a wild throw in from the boundary, so they get 2 easily. Another 2 to the score. That's 31 overs gone. Warwickshire 145 for 2. Perrin on 61. Pavely on the edge of potential 50. 49 off 50 balls. So she's more or less a runner ball there, isn't she? So,
because it's strange, isn't it? Some innings it looks a lot more fluent at the top, even though there can be more risk with the new ball. But it often sort of seems to go off the bat quicker, whereas this innings it felt quite tough early on to score and then has become a little more fluent in the middle overs as the field spread a bit perhaps. But these two have gone about it well. Came together after the dismissal of Meg Austin, caught by Thompson off Levick for 19. The other wicket to fall was Amu Suran Kumar for 7. The score was 55 when these two came together, so a partnership of 90 now as Glenn bustles in, worked around the corner. That will mean the partnership with the single goes to 91. In fact, there's a misfield, so they'll get through for a second. So 147 for 2, the partnership up to 92.
slightly wild throwing from the boundaries here, which isn't helping Durham because Warwickshire are burgling a couple of extra runs there. Nice. As Pavely gets to a 50.
Yes, she does. Well applauded as well. 51 now for Pavely with that little work round the corner. She settles on her bat. I'm sure she'll feel her work's half done at the moment. That didn't really bounce, and she still managed to take it off the back foot down the ground. It was wide of her off stump, and she managed to play it back past the bowler on the onside in the end. It was a shot where she had to be watchful. 148 for 2.
Finally poised here, because if these two properly kick on, Warwickshire will be mightily relieved from what felt like sort of a bad moment as I left the commentary last time.
As it's Dav rather than Pav who waits for this one and drives it to extra cover. Dot ball recorded by the scorers. It's a firm stroke off the front foot, but not one that brought reward from the batter's perspective. Feels as if Glenn is having to bowl tough overs at the moment. Conceded 30 runs from her 33 deliveries so far. This one's short of length, and it's cut away by Davina Perrin, dissecting backward point and third, right in the gap, away to the short side of the ground, and the 150 comes up for Warwickshire. Perrin's on to 65. Pavely herself has a half century at 52. Now 52 balls. It's going well for Warwickshire, and as batting has been for much of the season here at Edgbaston, it's looking a good pitch again to make runs on. Here comes Glenn. Right arm over the wicket. Takes a bit of pad. No, it doesn't. It must have been the keeper's pads there, because the arms were immediately stretched wide by the umpire, who had decided that that was a wide ball.
I came in with Ant Harris this morning. We came up in the lift together. He said, "Don't make any comments about the umpire." And I said, "Poor, it's more than my domestic's worth."
154 for 2 as Glenn comes around the wicket, short of length, and that will be the 100 partnership between these two. 155 for 2, and Dav and Pav have done the job. It was Pavely with the latest single to go to 53 off 53. Davina Perrin has contributed the bulk of the other 47 with a couple of extras thrown in there. Really good partnership.
Good that they both got past their 50 now, so they've got a real licence here. Ooh, this is Grace Thompson didn't get the memo about she needed to be in the circle. They were about to get done for having too many fielders out there, I think. She hadn't been alerted to that. She was the 5th, and they should only have 4, so she ran in.
Yeah, Glenn had to abort that run, which quick bowlers never really like to sprint most of their way of the run, be stopped as that one on the half volley is driven up to mid-off. I think a few maybe a bit more grumpy than Abby Glenn is there. Single taken, 156 for 2.
Remember Catherine Brunt when she was Brunt rather than Siva Brunt, having to abort a run up. She's like, really? Have I really got to go back round and have another go? It just felt very Catherine Brunt-esque.
Sort of fairly late in her career, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And when I think it was. Well, I think it was painful for most of Catherine Brunt's career to bowl as quick as she did, but I think particularly so in those latter stages.
I think it was Amy Jones was a bit slow getting her gloves on or something, so she's like, really? Have I really got to go back to the top of my mark and start again? I mean, they're holding me together with duct tape, as it is. As Holly Armitage has a quick word with Katie the Legend Levick, who tosses a ball from hand to hand. You do really get the impression that Katie Levick has all sorts of deliveries in that toolbox of hers as it's served towards Davina Perrin, who slices it through point. The fielder comes off the rope. They get back for 2 runs. Smart running from Warwickshire there. Another 2 to the total. 158 for 2.
Yeah, there is that theory about leg spin, isn't there? That there's the sort of... They start naming just the ones that don't turn and the ones that turn a little bit more. Sort of the flipper, the top spinner, the googly, all that kind of thing. They have sort of just basically given names to every ball they bowl. But
that stab down on top of its head and then get through for a single there, an easy one as the fielders nearly collide. Yeah, it's an interesting action, Katie Levick's, because she kind of delivers the ball from the back of her head. And you get that feeling that she gets that chance because it's a sort of flick through, and she gets a chance to change her grip on the ball or change the angle or change the.
Well, my but it does feel that Katie Levick does have some genuine variation if she wants.
Yeah, that's right. Pavley comes forward. Could have got stumped there, but I don't know if she got anything on that. It's heading towards the fence, and it's 4 runs. So what did that come off? It's a bye, says Juliet Jarvis.
Well, as good as Wilson had been behind the stumps, that was a genuine opportunity to
stump, wasn't it?
Yeah,
really,
and Pavley's innings. She came down the track, as she's been trying to Levick. Got it wrong once before, slicing the ball up in the air. This time missed it completely and should have really ended her innings there.
Pavley steps back and just knocks that down, and there is no run. Yeah, I think she needs to just take a little breath there, because that was a sort of moment of madness. She took a few steps down and missed the ball. Fortunately, so did the wicket keeper, who's standing right up to Levick's bowling. No surprise there. There's a bit of a pull out of that one. I think Dav Perry might have just distracted her as she was backing up slightly as Levick resets herself. Pavley comes forward. Textbook defence covering the spin of the ball from Katie Levick.
And we said on the last one, you couldn't say it was alive because it landed in the middle of the field, as that one was alive.
Yeah. Again, she uses her feet but can't get the ball past the fielder. Another dot. So the guile and wiles of Levick sees another over out. 33 overs gone. Warwickshire 163 for 2. Perrin on 69. Pavley on 53. The 2 batters out. Surin Kumar was clean bowled by Maddie Villiers, and Meg Austin was caught Thompson off the bowling of the said Katie the Levick legend Levick.
Yeah, but should have had another one that over. 53 was Pavley's score there, and it's definitely a missed opportunity for Durham. So they could have had both of these batters. Perrin, they could have had a 1. She's added 68 since then. So
I was being asked what she was on when she got dropped.
Yeah.
I said I didn't make a note, but yeah, there's certainly a life. There's possibly the sun in the eyes put the point fielder off at that stage.
Here comes Villiers, heel to toe as
Ooh.
She approaches and she's flogged into the leg side. What a catch that is!
Goodness me!
Brilliant from Abby Glenn, out on the mid-wicket boundary. It was fiercely hit by Perrin. You can't blame her for getting on with it. She's furious, actually, as she walks off. You could tell from that punch of the gloves with Caris Pavley, because she hit that really well into the leg side, and it was a full-length effort in the distance, tumbling away. And what a catch that was by Abby Glenn. come into the side today, and well, I mean, that was worth the admission fee alone, as they say.
That was some catch, because she had to cover some ground, but she also had to dive sideways and just scoop it off the grass. That was a great, because I thought there was no way she's going to get to that, but brilliant catch. I wonder whether it's, I mean, it's still frustrating, whether it's better, whether it's easier in some way in the batter's mind to be out to a brilliant catch, because you think, if you can catch that, okay.
Well,
Feels slightly better, but even
Perrin out, but when it came off her bat, it was a question of whether it was going to be 4 or 6, and she's ended up being dismissed. And I think we could tell from that punch of the gloves with Pavely that Perrin was really frustrated about that in the end. I don't think it did make it any easier, because she was really furious. 163 for 3 then. That makes the score. And Warwickshire on top here, with batters coming in who have licence to play. It's Chloe Brewer, who's struggled again a bit this season. Just coming in those sort of situations where she needs to get going quickly.
Yeah, I mean, she joined Warwickshire a couple of seasons ago as a batter from Surrey, I want to say. Surrey Stars, I'm looking, yeah, something like that. Anyway, but she joined a couple of seasons ago to strengthen the batting lineup, but she is her all-rounder, she bowls as well. Started the season with the bat and the ball brilliantly, but I kind of get the feeling she probably prefers to open, but I may be wrong there, as that's played straight to Holly Armitage and there is no run. What are you going to say?
It's all right. I got confused there because of the wicket. I thought it was the end of the over.
No, I can take this one. I'm here.
It's all right. I'll
Right?
carry on. Yeah. I'll carry on. Here comes Villiers, who's, as I say, heel to toe in her approach, and this one's driven back to her by Brewer. Dot ball. Yeah, no, it just threw me there a bit.
Part way through the over, 34 overs in.
Yeah, halfway now. There's Villiers bowls and work leg side. It's going to be a tight single, but it gets Brewer going, and that's exactly what she'll want, because, as we say, she's possibly not had the start she would have liked to the season. High score of 8 so far from her 3 innings prior to this. But ready to go about her work, and I suppose to begin with, it'll just be a case of doing what she did there, getting the single and
getting Pavely on strike, really, isn't it, at this stage.
Allowing Pavely to carry on a merry way. Pavely works it leg side for a quick single this time. 165 for 3.
I think the other thing is that Brewer needs to think about is assume there's going to be a quick single, even if you think it's madness, from Gareth Pavely. And there's no bad thing, because it's putting the pressure on the field. So Holly Armitage has got to come up with another plan then.
Here's Villiers again then. Bowls a off-spinning delivery into the pitch and played away into the offside. It was actually quite floated in the end, that one. Doesn't bring a run though. Marlowe there with the fielding. 165 for 3. We've had 34 overs of this innings, and we're getting to the business end, really, aren't we?
Are we in happy hour yet, do you think?
16
overs to go? Not yet.
Probably
a bit
not
later.
just yet. Probably around about, well, I suppose they've got 7 wickets. They could go at this stage if they wanted to, couldn't they?
Because we know, as I was trying to explain to Tina and Raf, that Warwickshire do all bowl because they can all bowl, because they can all bat because they do all bat. They're very democratic, as we've mentioned before. There's no real tail here, because even the captain, who comes in often at 11 and got 50 last season, I think, coming in at 10 or 11, and they do all bat. As Levick continues, Pavely uses her feet and nearly takes Brewer out, backing up, and they get through for a single, sort of lofted up through Chloe Brewer's head for a single.
Yeah, because there have been more runs at the top of the order this season, which has helped. But I mean, even on Saturday, they were in trouble for a while, and then Pavely just fished them out of it with that 120. What was it in the end? 127.
Yeah. Brewer just takes her mark, surveys the field. Quite close in on the offside, or the posh side, for Barbara Daniels. She likes that on the offside. Thinks that's a bit posh. She plays it to the posh side, but down first. A nice bit of fielding there. It's going to be a run out. Ooh! There's a direct hit, and it's out. Ant Harris raises his arm, and that's a run out. So I guess that I mentioned about you need to get the memo for that quick single. Assume that there will be a quick single. Well, that's the end of Caris Pavley's wonderful innings there. Another innings to add to the CV for her batting this season. So she departs on 55, I think, of about 59 balls, 74 minutes, 5 fours and a 6. But yeah, another impressive innings, and certainly rescuing Warwickshire from a very dodgy position when she came in to bat. And I'm only sorry as a Warwickshire spectator that we didn't get Dav and Pav batting a bit longer, because given the licence that they both had, having got past their 50 milestone. So yeah, good innings there from Pavley, who is run out.
It's how they've gone about it, being on the edge, but it's disappointing, isn't it, to see Pavley go in that fashion. She was batting so nicely that to lose a wicket that way really is disappointing. And you've got 2 batters now starting from scratch. It's going to stall the innings to some extent, you would think. Here, it's going to have some sort of an impact. How could it not?
Yeah, I mean, it was a direct hit, which is always going to give you that split second of extra chance to affect a run out. So direct hit, because some of the throwing in from the boundary has been, let's say, informal or a bit ropey, honestly. But that was a direct hit, so and that was the result as Nat Wraith comes to the crease. We shall see her keep wicket later, no doubt.
Who herself was run out the other day, wasn't she?
Yeah,
when,
she was.
When she was at the wicket with Pavley.
Yes, no stranger to a run out. But yeah, Nat Wraith rocks back, plays that beautifully between the point and the cover point fielders, and is going to get 4 runs for that. So Wraith gets off the mark with a boundary. That's a nice way to start.
It actually felt to me when Wraith got out, or was out the other day, that almost kicked Pavley on and kind of kicked her into gear to make the most of that opportunity and make sure she kind of made up for it for her teammates.
And that's certainly what the body language looked like as Wraith comes forward and plays a beautiful textbook defence, just smothering the ball there off Katie the Legend Levick, bowling from the Birmingham end, resplendent in the sunshine behind the far stand. Oh, was rocked back, snicked that. I think she's going to get 4 for this. She is. 4 runs to Nat Wraith off the bowling of Levick. And that's the end of the over. So, Mike, you're going to have a little cuppa?
I'm going to leave you with Rosa Simpkin for the next over to pick up the ball by ball.
Excellent. So Rosa Simpkin gets herself settled next to me. Thanks to Mike Perkins, who will join us later, no doubt, as you join us at Edgbaston, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And I am Claire Jenkins. You're now about to hear the voice of Rosa Simpkin. Young journalist, you're at Cardiff Uni. What are you actually doing? Journalism or sports journalism?
Yeah, I'm doing journalism and communications.
Okay.
The technical term.
Yeah, but not sport specific. You're doing the generics and then going to specialise.
Yeah, it's quite a theory-based degree actually, but I'm obviously doing a lot of the practical journalism.
Doing that. You don't need the practical stuff. Crikey, you've been doing it for years.
Busy life. What can I say? I'm disappointed we've lost the partnership of Caris Pavley and Davina
Dav
Perrin.
and Pav.
It sounds like an 80s tribute band, Dav and Pav.
yeah. Salt and pepper. Dav and Pav. Yeah, I'm with you. 80s, that's my era for music, which tells you how old I am. And we're going to have Abby Glenn, a bit of pace from the Big Blue Building, as Ralph Nicholson called it, the pavilion end. And that's beautifully struck, but straight to Holly Armitage, and there is no run from Brewer.
The Big Blue Building is top 10 explanation.
Do you like that? Yeah. Well,
Raph.
it's very clear. Yeah. Dr. Ralph Nicholson, Dr. Cricket. She got a book out this summer. Don't ask her about it, because she loves to talk about it. Yes, she said, just because Tina got lost, would you believe it, for an ex-Warwickshire player, as that's in again, and it's sent to the cover boundary, but Emily Windsor, of course, is going to field that back to just get 1 run. Yeah, she's Tina Goff got lost. And Raf said, why didn't you just say the Big Blue Building? Because I said media centre, and Tina found some media centre the far end that had gone the wrong way. Bless her.
I didn't even know there was a media centre. That's quite an achievement from Tina.
I said that I'll meet you at the shop, and then she took this photograph. There's another shop at the other end. The massive shop, Tina, the one that everyone else goes to, not the one that you're stood outside of. Anyway, that's my problems from Saturday with the wonderful Tina Goff and Raf Nicholson as Glenn comes in again. It's jammed down, running away from us. Oh, it's thumped Brewer on the pads as a sort of half-hearted appeal, but I don't think it was just in hope and anticipation.
Yeah, 2 new batters. Warwickshire looked very set with that partnership of Pavley.
They both got 50 odd, didn't they? So,
and now it's looking a little bit precarious for them in the closing stages.
I feel precarious is a good observation. However, I am buoyed by the fact that I've seen them all bat. Always,
it's very true.
Most innings
they bat deep.
They do, as that's worked backward of square. I don't think it was necessarily consciously worked backward there, but Wraith gets another single there, another one to the total, 176 for 4.
Brewer having spent some time on loan with Gloucestershire. Were you on commentary in that game where she scored 60 odd?
No, so she'd done that the game before the Vitality T20 County Cup. I've got to get the name of that right. Basically the FA Cup. She'd got a big score the day before, in the previous game anyway. But she didn't play for Gloucestershire in their cup match, as that's a dot. Because I thought, am I going to see Chloe Brewer again? That's the end of the over. 36 overs gone. Warwickshire 176 for 4. Brewer on 2. Wraith on 9. Just recently having lost Pavley for 55. Run out by Marlowe. And also having lost Davina Perrin for 69. Caught Glenn off Villiers.
It's not particularly surprising, I guess, that Chloe Brewer wasn't playing for Gloucestershire in that County Cup game, because players do get cup tied. You can only play for one team in the tournament, and we've spoken a lot about that World Cup looning. English players, Scottish players, Irish players,
there's going to be
Netherlands players. You want all of your Tier 1 players ready to represent you, as opposed to going on loan to other counties. And it'll be interesting to see how it affects things later on, and whether it affects how competitive things are, given Tier 2 and Tier 3 won't have any of their loanees.
We talked a bit, didn't we, about how it shakes out once England, Scotland, Ireland, Netherlands take their players off to international duties, and what opportunities that affords the players who've been sat on the bench while those players have been playing so far. We're not going to see any internationals, for example, playing the Women's Vitality Blast, because it's a short, sharp competition. Is this me? Yes. That's swiped backward of square, well, sort of fine leggish, and it's going towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 more runs to Nat Wraith off the bowling of Katie Levick. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that all shakes out, really. Opportunities for those that then come in. Vitality Blast, we won't see any of the internationals in that, because it's a short, sharp competition, and it's in the middle of the World Cup and blah, blah, isn't it? So we won't see any internationals. But that will be an opportunity for players such as Perrin and Pavley to really make their mark as Thompson carries on. And that's just placed beautifully into a little pocket, which Holly Armitage is making a bit of a meal of there. But they get a single, another one to the total, 182 for 4.
I mean, my podcast co-host Chloe Hill, who also plays for Northants.
She's played for every team.
She has. She's a busy girl.
It's easier to say who she hasn't played for, let's face it.
It is. Very good wicketkeeper batter. I'll give her that praise.
Yeah, she was central sparks briefly.
She was based here. She messaged me whilst I was off air saying that she wants to be more like Karis Pavley and bat more like Karis Pavley.
I think we should all embrace our inner Karis Pavley. That would be my advice from today. As Thompson comes in again, tall figure. That's worked into the leg side by Brewer and chases that, and then gets an easy single, another one to the total. And it's starting to rotate here a little bit.
She's quite a threatening figure, isn't she, Thompson?
She's not
someone you want coming in at you at that pace with that ball. The height it comes in at you at as well. I certainly would not want to be facing it.
No, it's a very tall, slim figure. Grace Thompson, under 19 honours already under her belt as she comes in from the far end. Bangs it in. Nat Wraith just dismisses that just briefly into the offside, and they get through for a single, 184 for 4. Just starting that momentum again are Warwickshire. 1 or 2 spectators shouting encouragement. We have got some spectators, they may not necessarily be showing up on the cameras. Got quite a few in the sun opposite us in the Wyatt stand. Thompson comes in again. Brewer to face. Tries to work that, but can only send it straight to Holly Armitage, and there is no run.
There's also clearly quite a few below us, as I do keep hearing reactions. Unless it's above us and the Warwickshire staff in the press box are making some noise for that.
I think it's all soundproofed, so I don't think you'd hear the Warwickshire staff making much noise. Yeah, yes, people below us, we can't see them. They must be in the cold. I'd be sat where the people are opposite because they're in the sunshine, they're in the warmth as Thompson comes into Brewer. Ooh, straight to the point fielder who has to make a big dive, so they do get a single there, and that's the end of another over. 37 overs having clicked. Warwickshire 184 for 4, Brewer on 4, and Wraith on 15.
Trudy Johnson has been very busy in the field this game. She's definitely a player who Holly Armitage trusts in those busier fielding positions. She's a youngster too.
Yeah, and you mentioned about Holly Armitage as a captain. I'm always impressed by Holly Armitage, as I am with lots of the skippers, as we will be Georgia Davis later as well. But you mentioned when I was off air about that she's sort of engaged all the time and she's chatting with people, and there's a sense of a plan all the time, and she's got something on her mind. She's chatting with Maddie Villiers below us, and then also with the bowler.
She's exactly the kind of captain you want as a bowler. She's completely in control. She knows what the bowlers want in the field. She's letting them take quite a lot of control of their own field as well. She trusts her attack. It is going to be Abby Glenn to continue at the pavilion end, coming into the right-handed Brewer. And it's worked straight past Armitage into a gap, but it will be collected by the sweeper on that offside.
We directed Holly Armitage's relatives who were a bit lost this morning. Directed them to somewhere.
Yeah, they made their way into the corridor with the commentary boxes, and we came out and we were like, hello,
I
think you're meant to be here.
We're obviously looking forward to a good day's cricket.
A lot of people getting lost at Edgbaston as Glenn comes into Rafe. She's tried to work that around her legs, around the corner. She hasn't got back to it. It's been given a wide.
I think it was a loose. I think it came. I don't think Glenn meant that. It felt like she let go of it wrong. It went sort of floating and then just dipping in front of Nat Wraith, as you say, who tried to sweep across it, but it's a bit of an odd ball there. Odd balls there.
As Glenn coming in to Brewer. And it's straight to, Trudy Johnson attempting to dive over it at mid-wicket. She won't get to it. It will be collected by Bess Heath on the leg side boundary. You mentioned she'd been busy earlier, didn't you? Yeah, maybe commentator's curse is real and I'm making her busier.
Don't set Mike off. He's gone now.
He's gone. He's not here.
He's gone to reset the cliche klaxon, which we haven't heard for a while, so that's all right.
As it's Glenn in to Brewer. And it's worked round the corner by Brewer. It will be retrieved by Bess Heath near square leg. Straight back in to Wilson.
Oh yeah, I wonder what. I mean, I wish I hadn't said this out loud, but I am about to say it out loud. But I wonder what Bess Heath thought about Talia Wilson coming in from Australia and taking the gloves, because one would normally expect Bess Heath to be keeping a wicket, but she's having a trot out today.
As Glenn comes in to Rafe, another keeper. And they scamper through for a single, 191 for 4.
Edgbaston no stranger to wicket keepers. Was it 2 seasons ago where at the 100 auction or whatever it was, and they kept pressing the Warwick wicket keeper button, and we had about half a dozen wicket keepers.
I think they had 6 wicket keeper batters, which was madness. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it was Mia Rogers doing a lot of wicket keeping last season for Durham, who is playing for the England Development 11 today, as Glenn comes into Brewer. And it's worked nicely by Brewer through the offside, but it will be collected by Emily Windsor on the boundary.
It's an interesting collection of folks in the England development team, so that'll be a great opportunity for them to get England colours on and play against the White Ferns. White Ferns close to my heart because I was fortunate enough to work with them one summer when they were over touring, so I'm clutching my heart as we speak because I do have a soft spot for the White Ferns.
It's going to be Glenn coming into Rafe. right-hander to right-hander. Braith works its point and they scamper through for a very quick single. Brewer was adamant she was having that one. It was a very threatening
Proper, like,
throw from the fielder at
Emma
point.
Marlowe's like, come on, give me it. Go on. Try me. Threatening the shy at the stumps there. Like a bit of good fielding.
I mean, we talk about England colours. There was an England under-19s game the other day.
Oh, yeah?
And they were wearing a bizarre shirt. They were almost wearing like an umpire shirt. It was red, all of them long-sleeved, and it just had the ECB crest on it. And I wasn't sure about that as a fashion choice, to be honest, from the ECB.
They're probably just... All the kits were probably out from the library, as it were, the kit library. They're like, ooh, what's it? Oh, there's some of this in the back of them. Oh, look, there's some red shirts here. Look, let's have these out.
I am a massive fan of the pink on these Durham kits.
Yeah, it's good. That's banged in by Thompson. Wraith just swipes that into the leg side with soft hands. I don't know if she meant to have soft hands, but it was beautifully played there because it got through for an easy single. As Warwickshire head towards that potential 200 milestone, 194 for 4. Brewer on 9, Wraith on 18. Into the 39th over here. Sunshine at Edgbaston. I think it's quite chilly out there. It was certainly very cold when we arrived this morning as Thompson comes in, high knee lift in that run, and that's sent around the corner by Brewer, and Marlowe comes off the rope and they get a single. 195 for 4.
It's really nice to see Brewer back out on the field. She missed most of last season, really,
nasty.
with injury.
She started really good and then got injured,
And it was a real shame. She spent a lot of time on commentary, actually.
Yeah, she did.
last
The
season.
Vitality Blast, she was good on commentary as well, as you'd expect. As Thompson comes in again. A bit wide on the offside there, and that's given a wide by Julia Jarvis. Should just give a shout out to the scorers as well. So the scorers are Ruffles and Brereton. Match referee Helen Pack, who I played club cricket with. Helen Pack. Well, and indoor.
She
a
gets
very
around,
successful indoor.
Helen Pack.
Oh,
I see her at a lot of
she's
games.
Ubiquitous. She's everywhere. She's in charge of everything, Helen Pack now. She should be listening to us. Yeah, match referee. He must be obeyed today as Thompson comes in again. Wraith just dabbing that, just to annoy the fielders, and they get through for an easy single. 197 for 4. Ooh, we're going to be on for the 200, Rosa.
We are, and it's needed. I mean, Warwickshire have slowed up here after the departures of Perrin and Pavely, but they have got some wickets in hand. So are we getting into that period where you start thinking about putting some welly behind it?
I was asking about whether we're into happy hour yet as Thompson comes in again. Brewer just slices that straight to the fielder and then sends Wraith back there. Brewer with a 2 on her back, just resting on her bat briefly.
I mean, we talk about umpires and match referees. I was at Glamorgan recently for a Tier 2 game, and the umpires and match referee were very unimpressed by the yoghurt selection.
Oh, okay. Yoghurt Gators.
Yoghurt
Thompson comes in again. Plays that to cover point.
Glamorgan only had gooseberry.
Gooseberry? I don't like gooseberries.
And in a yoghurt, it's quite bitter, isn't it?
Well, gooseberry and rhubarb. We used to grow them in the garden when I was younger, and my parents said, "Oh, this is lovely." And I'm like, no, not as a child. Gooseberries and rhubarb are not a child. One grows into eating olives and things like that, but no, gooseberries and rhubarb. Bleh, no, I don't mind rhubarb flavoured things. Weirdly, as Wraith does a almost signature scoopy rampy thing down through fine leg and gets a 4 for that. So 4 for Nat Wraith. She tried to do that a lot on Saturday. Scoopy rampy.
Is scoopy rampy thing attacked?
Down the leg side. Yes, you got to pay. You got to pay attention. You're going to learn something, Rosa. Scoopy rampy 4 for Nat Wraith. As at the end of the over. Of course it was. 39 overs gone, and Warwickshire, they went through that 202 for 4. And Brewer on 11, Wraith on 23, getting a confidence now to play those kind of premeditated shots that she so likes when she gets to this part of her innings.
It's going to be Scotland's Catherine Fraser to continue at the pavilion end. She'll be hoping to be a part of that World Cup squad.
Yeah,
we
Wildcat.
About.
Who doesn't want to be a Wildcat? That's their nickname.
great nickname.
Yeah, it's a great nickname.
The England cricketers don't really have one, the women, as Fraser comes in to Brewer. Worked through for a single. It will be Thompson to collect from long off.
We could ask for suggestions because the football are the Lionesses, the Red Roses with the rugby, but the England women's cricket don't have a...
The netballers also... Aren't the netballers also the Roses?
I think they might be, yeah. Whether one's Roses and one's Red Roses, I'm not sure.
Fraser in to Rafe. She splits those two fielders. It runs away for 4, a much-needed boundary. Warwickshire 207 for 4.
And that partnership's starting to build, 41. So this is good for Warwickshire fans. Durham will need a plan. We mentioned Holly Armitage looks like a woman with a plan. She's going to have to come up with a plan here.
Fraser in to Rafe again. It's just gone down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, let's just have a quick look at the extras. I think we've got 18 and 19 extras bowled by Durham.
Fraser in again. It's well stopped by the ever busy Trudy Johnson at mid-wicket.
she's they're getting the money worth out of her, aren't they, at short mid-wicket there at the moment, but she's been all round the field, as you mentioned.
Fraser coming in again. Rafe comes down the track, but she can't get back to it. I believe that will have gone for byes. Waiting for confirmation from umpire. It hasn't.
He's saying it must have been bat and pad together, perhaps.
There was a muted appeal from the fielders in the inner circle,
not quite sure what for.
Maybe a bit of need more than reality as Fraser comes in to Brewer. Oh, and that's incredibly stopped at point. Diving to her right, grounded. They do scamper through for a single, 210 for 4.
Good grab there from Marlowe. Just stuck her arm out and managed to pour that down. Stopped it.
Fraser in to Rafe. Oh, and it's gone up. It was Fraser trying to get to her left to catch it, but she can't get to the ball. Another single to end the over. Warwickshire 211 for 4. Claire, I think, is going to have a bit of a break, and Mike Perkins is going to come in alongside me.
Have a good one then, Rosa.
Lovely partnership building from these two now. 45 from 34. A wicket you'd like to think needed for Durham at these closing stages of the first innings. Welcome back, Mike.
Yeah, it's that stage where Warwickshire now have to cash those wickets in, don't they, for runs, and see how close they can get up towards that 300 mark. 90 off the last 10, that'd be going some, but if they can get up somewhere close to it, you feel it will be a formidable total. And Durham, they have had one or two little collapses this season, haven't they? As we said, they've gone past 300 once this season, and they've also made 290 in a tied game. As Ray flicks this up into the air, there's absolutely nobody there in the ring on the leg side, though, so it's only a 1 run to the total. 212 for 4 it moves on to.
I mean, we've spoken about how busy Johnson has been in the state. It's a bit of a sunny one. I wonder how warm it is out on the field. Heat can build up when it's lovely and sunny like it is today.
I think if you're directly in it, and obviously if you're moving around as all the players are out there, they probably feel quite warm. But I think if you're sat like some of the spectators are away at the Birmingham end, and that breeze is blowing across, it could be quite chilly. Good to see a few more making their way in through this innings as well, as Brewer will drive uppishly into the offside, but smoothly enough to take it away for 1, and they'll return for a second as Marlowe throws it in from the long side of the ground. 212 for 4. Nice drive that from Brewer, full of length ball from Trudy Johnson. And Brewer settles again, and Johnson approaches again and delivers, and it's just dug out into the leg side. The ball rolls and away for a single. 215 for 4.
Maybe a slight moment of panic there from Chloe Brewer. She had no idea where that ball had gone off the under edge of her bat. Scampering through for a single. Nat Rafe was adamant there was one there and was coming through, no matter whether Chloe had seen or not.
It was the right decision in the end. The single was definitely on offer. Waiting now is Wraith. Flicks leg side, but only finds Emily Windsor back on the backward square leg boundary. Throws it in and willingly makes her way round towards mid-wicket as the fielder who was stationed there comes inside the ring for Brewer. 216 for 4 the score with the single. So yeah, Durham's best score of the season, the 311 for 3 against Essex. So they can get up there. This one is defended by Brewer. No run up to mid-off as a result. Guess that was built around Talia Wilson's century, wasn't it, from memory?
I mean, they're a team this season who have struggled to all fire on the same day. It seems that they're relying on 1 or 2 players each game to rebuild totals, whereas they have a formidable batting lineup if they can all fire.
That's kind of the thing about Warwickshire, is the next batter just comes in and picks up where the other one left off as Brewer defends that one back to the bowler Johnson. There is no run. Wasn't really back or forward there, Brewer. Just about forward in the end. 216 for 4. We've had 41 overs. So, yeah, they're going to have to go some to get up towards that 300 mark. But we know when wickets are in hand, it is possible to go some, I suppose.
It really is, and they do have batters coming in who can hit big if they need them to. I mean, Durham have got through their overs very efficiently this game. I've been at a lot of one-day cup games this season where the over rate has been a real concern, and they've had quite a spin-heavy attack this game.
That's interesting, actually. I think most of the games I've been at, it's been pretty brisk, but Durham have been even more brisk today. I think they've been, particularly so. They've got through.
It's going to be Villiers to come on at the pavilion end, coming into the right-handed Wraith. And it's a lovely kind of scoop paddle from Wraith away to the boundary. Oh, it's not going to get away for 4. It's ever so close. The fielder does close it down. They get 3 for 2.
It almost felt, I'm sure she couldn't have, but it almost felt as if she put her hand under the blade of the bat there.
Karis Pavley's inspiring a movement amongst the Warwickshire players.
It was almost as if Ray caught that one physically. It was almost like she was holding the bat underneath the palm of the hand.
Villiers in again to Wraith. And I think that's got caught in her feet there, Nat Wraith. It will be a dot ball. I don't think it touched her bat. 218 for 4 is the total.
But just knew what to expect there from Villiers. It was a perfect reverse sweep in the end.
Villiers in again. Wraith coming down the ground this time, but it will be collected by Thompson at long on.
We sort of popped up like meerkats there to check there was a long on in place, but there was.
We've got a very good view in this commentary box, I will say, but we have got the bottom of the pitch cut off as Villiers comes in to Brewer. And there's an appeal for an LBW, but the umpire is unmoved. They scamper through for a single. It has been given as byes. No bat involved.
Yeah, leg byes to the total.
Villiers in again, this time to the right-handed Wraith. Wraith, it swept beautifully, but it will be cut off by Glenn on the leg side boundary.
Powerful swing, almost felt as if it deserved more there.
It was almost a hockey shot, that one. Villiers in for the last of the over to Brewer, and it's worked nicely. Oh, it's a stunning stop by the fielder in the ring on the offside. One-handed, diving to her right, which works it to Holly Armitage to conclude the 42nd over. Warwickshire 222 for 4.
Oh, he's such a busy fielder, Emily Windsor. I think she might be quite sore after this 50 overs. She's been throwing herself around everywhere. Did well again. But good to have more than 2,000 of you with us watching the pictures from YouTube. Also available at the Match Centre at edgbaston.com. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button if you're watching on YouTube, and you can get all your highlights of this game, all the wickets and the boundaries on the interactive scorecard there at edgbaston.com, as well as watching the embedded version of this video.
Nat Wraith is one who really falls under the radar, I think, and we have a lot of discussions about wicketkeeper batters in the women's game and who will replace Amy Jones, and she's one that probably isn't raised enough. Very consistent for Warwickshire behind the stumps and with bat in hand.
Played away nicely here by Brewer. Just got it across her stumps and scooped it round the corner, and Johnson's first delivery, the over goes for 4. 222 for 4 is the total. Yeah, I think Wraith, she was a regular contributor at Western Storm with the bat as well, wasn't she? She was a big part of their top order. I think it was a bit of a coup to bring her here.
It was an impressive grab, especially given they lost Amy Jones to the Blaze as that kind of occasional wicket-keeper.
Johnson bowls, flayed out into the offside by Brewer, who was leaning forward to do so. Marlowe there with the fielding on the cover boundary. 227 for 4. So they've had a good start to the over here. Warwickshire, can they build on it?
There's still a lot of energy in this Durham field, which is always good to see.
Here comes Johnson again. Bowling to Wraith, who's looking for the sweep, but this time, well, it's gone down the leg side, so it will be a wide. I was going to say this time she's not able to play the stroke, but gets a free ball and an extra run anyway. 228 for 4.
You do get the impression with Durham that they're a very well-knit group, and they really do rally around each other. You can see it from how they behave on the field.
Johnson gets the ball from her captain at the back of her run. Makes her way round, and tapping away at the crease is the aforementioned Wraith, and she lifts it over the leg side, and this one will be 4-2. Another inventive stroke from Nat Wraith. 2-3-2 for 4. The score moves on to with that boundary, and the 4 goes on to the total as the sun just flashes off the back stickers of Nat Wraith. She's a real proper wicket-keeper batter, isn't she? She likes the sweeps and the scoops. Really makes use of getting down low.
Real 360-degree play from both of these batters as the partnership has moved on to 66 from 49.
Yeah, very useful contribution. Warwickshire were pretty much starting again when they came together. They lost after a 100 partnership. Perrin and Pavley. Johnson bowls, Wraith drives firmly down the ground. Another 1 to the total. It's where Warwickshire are really trying to accelerate their score. 2-3-3 for 4. They're seemingly scoring off every ball at the moment and adding boundaries. So,
and there's not much more Ali Maiden can ask of them, is there? I mean,
no.
Very productive partnership. Clearly know each other very well and are able to communicate really well running between those wickets.
It's good to see Brewer, who's had a high score of just 8 before this innings, getting some time at the crease. There's a direct hit which brought a little bit of alarm from the fielders, trying to persuade the umpire that Wraith wasn't back in her ground at the non-striker's end, but she was. No run there. Precious dot ball at this stage.
Momentary pressure. Brewer did well to send Wraith back so quickly then because of why she would have been in trouble. She did only just get her bat down.
Brewer on strike. Drives. Sort of slips off the face of the bat as diving over there is Thompson. Good bit of fielding. Keeps it to 1 run. But the batters do exchange ends to finish the over. 2-3-4 for 4 now. We have had 43 overs.
Grace Thompson is phenomenally good at getting down to those balls. I mean, she's an absolute unit in height, and she has consistently got down in the field, took that good catch early on as well. Being kept busy even when she's not bowling.
Yes, indeed.
It's going to be Katie Levick to come on at the pavilion end, replacing Maddie Villiers.
So 2 overs left for Levick. Figures of 34 for 1 so far from her 8 overs. Bowled a 5 and a 3 in terms of how they've broken down those 2 spells.
Reasonably economical, and she is a bowler that can just slot in whenever Holly Armitage needs her, which is a powerful asset for any team to have. is going to be Brewer on strike, currently 23 not out from 30. Rafe at the non-strikers end on 40 from 27. Right-hander to right-hander. Levick coming in with her spin. And it's worked upwards. Oh, and it will fall into no man's land in between the wicketkeeper and 2 fielders in the ring on that offside. It was chipped up by Brewer, and she's lucky there.
Agonisingly, I don't think she could have done that if she tried, really. But gets the ball back, or sees the ball land back on the turf.
Levick coming in again, this time to Rafe. As Rafe sweeps it, and she splits those 2 fielders kind of at backward square, and it runs away for 4. Warwickshire 239 for 4 from 43.2 overs.
Well, massively frustrating for Katie Levick. Had the better of the batter on the previous delivery, and then delivers a ball that's swept away for 4 more vital runs.
Ball coming back in to Levick, who readies at the top of her run-up. Rafe still on strike, 44 not out. Levick coming in. And it's worked nicely again through the point region, but it will be cut off by Emily Windsor on the boundary rope. Another single to the total, Warwickshire 240 for 4.
Going along very nicely, the home side here. How many can they get to is the question at this point.
Levick coming in to Brewer. And it's a reverse sweep from Brewer as they scamper through for a quick single. It was straight to, I think, Catherine Fraser at that short third man region. Well cut off, cheeky single. 241 for 4.
Yeah, just finding a way to get a run every ball, it seems, at the moment.
Levick coming in to Rafe. And it's worked straight down the ground, but it will be retrieved by Thompson at long on.
Firmly enough struck that one. In the direction of the fielder in the distance.
Levick coming in for the last ball of the 44th over to Brewer. And it's an attempted sweep from Brewer. She can't get bat on it. There is an appeal for LBW, but it was a very muted and short-lived appeal.
Yeah, it was a hopeful one, wasn't it, really?
It was.
Rather than an expectant one.
And that's the end of the 44th over. Warwickshire 242 for 4. Brewer currently 25 from 33 and Rafe 46 from 30. A partnership of 76. Really going along nicely. Welcome if you're joining us on the Match Centre at edgbaston.com or on YouTube.
Yeah, got a century way back in the opening edition of the Rachel Hay, or half century rather, way back in the opening edition of the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy, did Nat race, so she's been around the block with the bat and knows how to contribute useful runs. 46 of them so far for Warwickshire today. She waits again. This one's short of a length. Race heaves it into the leg side, trying to get into that power position. Just picks up one. 47 now Race scored. 243 for 4. We're into the 44th over of the innings.
I mean, for me, one of the weaker parts of this Warwickshire side last year was their ability to find the gaps when batting and make those singles, and it's really improved.
45th, in fact, over the innings. As Brewer does get hold of this one into the leg side, and he'll go for 4. More a conventional pull stroke, that one from Brewer. And nicely hit. She's on to 29 herself. 247 for 4. Warwickshire approaching the 250 mark.
And Warwickshire showed a lot of promise last year. They made the final of the T20 Blast, but they struggled in this competition, finishing 7th of 8.
Just the 2 wins so far this season, but their cricket's been good on the whole, Warwickshire, as Brewer turns this one to backward square leg for a single to back up the boundary. 248 for 4.
And I think it was almost inevitable to struggle a bit in this tournament last year. It's a very young team, not much experience coming into it. The Blast is much more fast-paced, much more potential for drama. But they've spent time over the winter working hard on the technical side of things, and it's really paid off for them so far.
Yeah, they could do it, but maybe not for the periods required. As Wraith goes high into the building site where the Raglan stand used to be, and that's 6 runs. That's the Warwickshire 250. It's Wraith's 50 as well, and that is a beautifully hit stroke by Nat Wraith. She tried to get in that power position earlier in the over. This one was right in the slot for her, and Abby Glenn disappears for 6 runs. Pressure on the bowler, 254 for 4.
It was absolutely hammered away from Wraith and into the building site. Are we on the hunt for the ball, or have we found it? We might be on the hunt for it.
I think the umpires decided to come and get a new one there.
Based on experience from the opening game of the season here, and we did attempt to retrieve the ball a few times, it's just so difficult with the amount of kit in that building site. But it was a lovely shot from that Wraith to bring up her 50.
Well, the box with the balls in has been placed just beyond the edge of the boundary. Haven't seen too many disappear during this innings into the building site, but that was beautifully hit by Nat Wraith. Just got in the perfect position and bang, it disappeared. Really, really good shot. And this is the sort of over Warwickshire need. Brewers found the boundary at mid-wicket. Now Wraith finds the 6. They put themselves in a really sort of good position here to kick on now. And that 300 mark, we said 90 off the last 10 overs would be a stretch, Rosa Simkin, but it's looking within reach all of a sudden.
It is looking doable. I'm just thinking we could use almost a tally of how many balls are found in that building site at the end of the season. Maybe get a bit of a sweepstake going up in the commentary box.
Some might be in the structural foundations of the hotel if we're not careful. Foundations very much laid in place and starting to be built upwards in the corner of the structure there, as that one goes through past the outside edge of Wraith, who was cutting, didn't make contact, so unable to back up her boundary with a single in the way that Brewer did, but the fact she got 6 for it will mean she's in a good position. 88 the partnership stands at here between Brewer and Pavley, as in comes Glenn, who bowls, and it's dug out by Wraith on the drive, picks up another one. 255 for 4 then. And much as Dav and Pav did earlier with their century stand, these two have come together and have pushed the scoring on. There was a real worry that Warwickshire were going to have to restart at that point, and maybe we're going to struggle to get going again and climb to a formidable total. But I don't know what the Jenkins formula's saying about this one, but I think
the Jenkins formula I think was 226, something like that. So they're well past that, which shows how the middle and lower order of Warwickshire are getting on with it. As Levick comes in, oh, it's up in the air. It's dropping. Is there a fielder underneath? There is. It's a catch. So unfortunately, Nat Wraith, having got a 50, has now got courted by Maddie Villiers down here at long off. Nice innings there. I mean, I missed most of that because I was off for that bit. But yeah, 54 off 34 balls there for Nat Wraith. 7 4s and a 6, and it looked like it might be heading over the boundary again with that shot, because it was a beautiful shot, but unfortunately dropped straight into Maddie Villiers' lap there. So Warwickshire have lost another wicket. They move to 255 for 5 here at Edgbaston.
It just climbed a bit more than it needed to, and then sort of lost its momentum. But it was a well-judged catch by Maddie Villiers. She was always underneath it and took it comfortably inside the boundary in the end. But Wraith, who'd gone for 6 to get to that half-century, decided that this was the moment to go. And we now have Mill Taylor, which is not Millie Taylor, M-I-L Taylor, Mary Taylor, comes to the wicket, and she can hit quite a clean ball.
She can, we found out. Yeah, she can. She's no mean batter, is Mary. Just confusing. We had this discussion on Saturday that their parents, what were they thinking? Mary L.L. Taylor and Millie S.L. Taylor.
It's M-L-L, is it? I thought
M-L-L,
it was Mill from here.
It's M-L-L, which confuses. People coming in asking us on Saturday, is this Millie or Mary? So this is Mary to face the wile and guile of Levick, and she manages to get an edge of a bat on that, get through for a single. Single off the mark goes Mary Taylor.
That really gripped and turned, didn't it, from Levick? It was really hard spun.
She's got all sorts of dark magic in that toolbox of Katie the legend Levick. What's she going to serve this time? Back of her head. Oh, there's a big sweep. Imploring to the umpire, but not interested as Brewer faces up to this one. She's on 30 off the 36 balls she's faced. I think we're probably into happy hour now, aren't we?
Oh, we've
Last
been
4.5 overs.
I think we've been in it
a while.
Since that we've gone to that 10 overs to go mark.
Yeah. Brewer tries to play that through cover point, but only meets Holly Armitage at cover point on the 25-yard circle, and it's stopped, and there is no run.
Because it was as if they went, 89 off the last 10. No problem, we'll have a go at that.
Brewer just rocks back and then can only defend that down and sends Mary Taylor back with a dismissive wave of her bat.
At present, these are very tidy figures for Katie Levick.
Yeah, you'd expect that. The legend is the last ball of Levick's spell, as that's met with bat and ball, and there is no run. So she finishes 10 overs, 2 wickets for... Oh, it's gone now.
43.
43. Then suddenly change to the next bowler for 43. So neat figures from Katie the legend Levick here at Edgbaston, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. We listen to the voices of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer, and Mike Perkins. You also hear the voice of Rosa Simpkin of Rosa Talks Ball.
Yeah, Levick getting her 7th and 8th wickets of the competition. Meg Austin early in proceedings caught by Thompson, and Villiers taking the catch to dismiss Nat Wraith at the end of that final over. The other wickets to 4. Suran Kumar out to Villiers for 7 bowled, and we had Perrin out, caught by Glenn off the bowling of Villiers. That was a fantastic catch to dismiss Perrin for 69 as Taylor hits this one hard, as she's prone to do. Goes wide of long off. They think about going for 2 and then they abort it just in the nick of time. I think they both decided to go there but then returned to their respective ends, and I think it was a wise decision in the end. 257 for 5 the score moves on to, with what was 1 in the end. The other wickets we haven't told you about, Pavley was run out by a direct hit from Emma Marlowe for 55. A little bit of a disappointing way for Pavley to go in the end, given her form. There's an appeal for caught behind, but no, she's dropped the ball, so it was... Well, I don't know quite what it was about, really.
The ball ended up in front of the batter anyway. It was a sort of almost hands-on-heads moment from Talia Wilson there.
Anyway, beat the outside edge of Brewer and was a dot ball as a result. So, a good delivery from Trudy Johnson. And yeah, the other 2 wickets on the card are the ones we told you about from Levick. Getting Austin and Wraith. Here comes Johnson. And delivers outside the off stump. Again, decent length ball at this stage. Just back of it, if anything. But it's pushed to the captain, Armitage. He'll be looking to chase these later.
Get a sense that Warwickshire are really trying to kick on here, as the batters meet in the middle and they exchange a few words. Brewer and Taylor.
Might have been. We've got 5 wickets left here, not
Yeah,
many
let's do
overs. We
this.
need a boundary
We can
here.
hold back.
Let's take a risk.
Yeah.
Here comes Johnson. Back of a length outside off stump again. Taylor heaves it down the ground but only finds long off. And there is 1 to the total. 259 for 5. The sunlight's still illuminating the tops of the trees as we look out through leafy Edgbaston here. Very fine early season form is this ground at the moment.
Ready for the Women's World Cup, of course. A few weeks' time. Friday night, England versus Sri Lanka. First game of the World Cup. Can't get more exciting than that.
It did feel when we arrived today that it was just gearing into T20 mode, as this one is delivered outside the off-stump chop just past the wicket-keeper Wilson, who failed to gather. Also, was that stumping of Pavley earlier in the piece that she might have been disappointed not to cling on to? 260 for 5. The score moves to there. I think that was a bye. Missed the signal.
Was it? Yeah. I mean, it looked like
signal.
it looked like the sort of ball that you should leave that because it's going wide of the mark. But yeah.
But that one didn't cost too much. I think the one that did cost a lot, because it only cost 2 runs, the Pavley one. Oh, that's a good shot by Mary Taylor over the top, and 4 runs. It was a full toss. It was there to be hit, but it was absolutely whacked in the end by Mary Taylor. 4 more to the total. 264 for 5 at the end of the 47th over. But as we were saying there, Claire, I think the one that did cost Durham some serious runs was Davina Perrin, who I think actually was dropped from her very first scoring shot and went on to get 69, and it's just something you can ill afford to do, really, a player of Perrin's quality.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate because it looked like a really easy chance, but I suspect that the sun was right in the fielder's eye at that point, because we did have shadows then. They've disappeared for a moment as dappled light falls on Edgbaston.
It was a horror moment, wasn't it?
It was a horror light. Swallow me up. Yeah, not good. As Villiers, final over, she's already got 2 wickets, 2 for 33 so far. Final over from Maddie Villiers. More guileful spin as Brewer comes forward, plays that through the vacant mid-wicket, and that's fielded by Grace Thompson below us. Just the one, another one to the total, 265 for 5. Yes, impressive back half, as it were, from the Warwickshire batting lineup, or the People's Republic of Warwickshire batting lineup, as Tina Goff calls it. Again, that's a replay into the mid-wicket gap. They get through for a single. Think about a second, but think better of it. Yes, as I said, it was very democratic because they all get to bat, because they do bat, because they all get to bat. So yeah, there's no fear for these batters because the people behind them are used to batting and kind of will expect to bat, I suspect, as Villiers comes in again. That's sloshed straight to Holly Armitage, and that's a catch. It's an easy catch then. So Brewer goes tamely, unfortunately, for 33 runs. Caught Armitage off the bowling of Maddie Villiers. So Maddie Villiers gets a 3rd wicket here in the 48th over.
Batted nicely there, did Brewer.
Yeah.
It's her best score of the season so far, 33. Was doing the right thing at this stage, trying to get a move on. It looks like Warwickshire has just been dragged back from that 300 mark, and they're going to end up somewhere around 270, 280, aren't they, here? They'd want 280, I think, at least, from this. And given they were 103 for 2 at the 25 over mark, it's quite impressive, the way they've gone along there. I mean, if they were to get 280, that would be adding 177 in the last 25 overs. I mean, that's some going still.
Yep. Oh yeah. It gladdens my heart as a Warwickshire fan to see the Warwickshire women bat, because we're now joined by Alexa Stonehouse, who was brilliant on Saturday in that win against Somerset. Got 58 off 35 balls, 7 fours and a 6. So that's the calibre we have coming in now for Warwickshire. Stonehouse probably going to be out for his ball as he wraps the pads, and he's a run at the other end, having built her up. They do get a single there, so Stonehouse does get riskily off the mark there.
Leg by, I think.
Oh, leg by, is it? Yeah, well, nearly off the mark. She's off strike, that's for sure, as the 22 on her back, as 22, the bowler, comes in. It's lofted up. It's going to drop in a gap between the two fielders, I think. They're going to cut it off, slightly messily, but they do cut it off, and the batters get back for 2 runs. So 2 more to Mary Taylor's total. Stonehouse at the non-striker's end. Villiers, just 1 ball left of her 10 over spell. What's she going to serve up here? Mary Taylor knocks that again into the mid-wicket vacant pocket. Thompson again into field, and that's a 1. So that's the end of Maddie Villiers' spell. 3 for 38. So a good bowling spell for Holly Armitage's side here at Edgbaston, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. But that is Maddie Villiers bowled out, which I think Warwickshire will be glad to see the back of that.
Yeah, 6 off that last Villiers over, but you'll take that at this stage. It's slowed the home side scoring towards the end of the innings. But, I mean, what? 2 more 6s, that gives you 282. Get 2 more 10s, they'd get 290.
Yeah.
It's going to be a formidable total, this one. Somebody from Durham's going to have to come in and play a decent innings, or they're going to have to do what Warwickshire did and have 2 really considerable partnerships. The penultimate over begins then with Mary Taylor crashing a ball from Trudy Johnson down the ground to long off, and a single is the result of that. 27146.
I mean, certainly looking at the Durham scores so far, batting seems to have been a bit of a challenge this season because they've been bowled out quite a lot.
There've been some collapses, haven't there?
So Lancashire, they were all out for 154. They were all out in the Hampshire game for 118. They were all out for 148 against the Blaze. It's a sorry card there, as I was looking at the previous results.
Here comes Johnson. Bowls to Stonehouse, who hits this one onside of straights. Got to be quick. He's just quick enough with a direct hit coming in from mid-on to make her ground. Bess Heath out there. How do you feel about the fact that Bess Heath, who is a wicket keeper, and we were talking about her being second choice to Lauren Winfield Hill when it was Northern Diamonds, and then when it split, it seemed to give her opportunity with the gloves. But they've gone for an overseas player, Talia Wilson, who keeps. It's a strange one for Bess Heath, hasn't it? I mean, she has contributed with the bat this year in that tie against Scarborough's got 70. As in comes Trudy Johnson to bowl. Cracked into the leg side towards Heath, who's moved round to mid-wicket, and she very bravely blocks the ball and keeps it to 273 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, even taking a step back from it, if you're a wicket keeper and you also have eyes on England, because she was the backup wicket keeper for a while, but seems to have been sort of put back to Durham.
4 ODIs and 4 T20Is.
Yeah, but if you're a wicket keeper, you want to wicket keep, don't you? So you don't want to be in a side where somebody else is keeping, but you know.
Here comes Johnson to bowl, and this one is played away, bounced up off the pitch next to the one we're playing on there, because it was firmly hit into the turf. Marlowe was out there on the cover boundary, who just seems to sort of pop into proceedings every now and again and do something very tidily like that. 274 for 6, but the scoring at the moment in this over being kept to 1s. Durham have been good at that in the closing stages.
Yeah, Holly Armitage just passing on some. There's a plan there. Ooh, serious words there. The bowler. Right, get me another wicket. I want these lot out. I want some early lunch, Holly Armitage says.
And we've mentioned in amongst those sort of collapses, if you like, for Durham, where they haven't got the totals they want. They have had a 311. They have had about 290, so they can do it, but it just relies on seemingly one player getting going, as that ball is signalled a wide outside the off stump. 275 for 6. Obviously Wilson, I think it was, against Essex, who really guided them to that big score.
Yeah, and they're minus Phoebe Turner, who got that 100 not out as well. So
yeah, big miss that one. It's been missing since that 100, I think, because it's Q-ended. That was like a trick shot, really, from Mary Taylor. It doesn't really go anywhere. 277 for 6.
I think she's getting caught because Johnson's hanging it outside of off, and Taylor's not quite sure, do I leave it and get a wide or risk wasting a chance to score some runs?
Here comes Johnson again. Yorker length ball dug out well by Stonehouse, but still just a single. And that was the theme of the over, really. 277 for 6 at the end of it. So they managed to add 7 more to the total in that over. We're going to end up, what, somewhere around 285, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about this last over, isn't it? And will we see a chicken run on the last ball, which I always like. The batters just keep going until we finally get run out. Yeah, we might see that. But, Yes, it's now what can they get to? I mean, Stonehouse certainly will have a go at this, so I think this could be really quite exciting last over. So keep your eyes peeled to this, because I think there's a big shift round of the field. There's clearly a plan.
We can see all the fielders looking at each other going,
like,
am I out? Are you out? Because we can't all be out.
They're only allowed 4 out, of course. So deep, long on, deep mid-wicket.
This is interesting for Holly Armitage, because the short side, the offside to the right-handers, she's kept their fielders right up in the ring, and the leg side, they're all back. So they're 4 back on the leg side.
They're expecting the heave-ho into this big side of our right. As a full toss goes, on that short boundary. Holly Armitage is going to regret that. Underneath Maddie Villiers, after you built up this leg side, she gets served by Glenn with a lovely, juicy outside of off. Thanks very much.
You can't blame the captain for that.
No, I'm not blaming the
Glenn,
captain.
isn't it? She's bowled a full toss outside off stump with the field up on the offside. It's an absolute. It's Holly Armitage's nightmare, that delivery, I think.
Glenn comes around the wicket. Big thump from Stonehouse into a gap, drops in front of Maddie Villiers in front of us. They get a single. They think about some mad second, but think better of it. These two can give the ball a good thump.
I don't know if she was trying the double bluff with that first delivery, but that was more like it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Down into the pitch and straight. So that you've got to go to the long side of the ground where all the fielders are back on the rope.
Armitage really wants her to serve it so that Mary Taylor can play this into the leg side. Where's this going? Round the wicket. Scoop through fine leg, but there is a fielder there who's going to get that. They're going to have to... I thought they might come back for a mad second, but they didn't. Just the one.
I think that's what she was aiming for first ball, wasn't it? Sort of full leg stump, and she just ended up going wide outside off stump. I bet she didn't look in her captain's direction.
Yeah, not looking. It's like after you drop a catch.
Get back to your mark and wait for the ball.
Warwickshire 283 for 6. What can they get to? 3 more balls left. Holly Armitage in deep discussions with Abby Glenn. Please don't serve this outside of off, because I've left some gaps there. I want them to play it into the leg side, preferably.
One's going back. Extra cover.
Out. Grace Thompson's going out too. Yeah,
and this is interesting. They're bringing in long leg into the ring. Sort of short, fine leg.
Stop that.
Which is exactly where the scoop went last time. But if they really catch the scoop, then it's going to go over their head, I guess.
Yeah, Glenn going over the wicket this time to Stonehouse. Takes a big swing, and there's possible a chance of a stump in there. Stonehouse is looking to the sky. Where did my brain go for that second? As the bales get collected, and Julia Jarvis will do a bit of furniture reassembly, or supervised it at least.
Yeah, she ended up being the old wonky tripod there, did Stonehouse. Just as if you sort of kick a leg away from a tripod, because she swung herself off her feet.
2 deliveries. Where's Stonehouse going to send this? And where is Glenn going to bowl it? Right arm over. Running away from us. Stonehouse takes a big swipe into long on. Villiers comes to collect. They're going to do 2 because it's worth a go. And there's a shy at the stumps, or sort of slow shy, if there's a possibility to have a slow shy. And Julia Jarvis is pointing at the bales and saying they need to go back on there.
It was Villiers who had that horrible moment at Chelmsford. Remember when Sunrise didn't have the ring?
I was there.
And it was here. I think it was a similar area to long on, and she's such
Western
a good fielder.
Storm
and she just got
Sunrisers.
way too much on it, and it went over the keeper's head for 4, and they lost the game.
Had to be there, but it was And this is thumped over. Holly Armitage 4 runs. 4 runs all day for Stonehouse. That was a really good shot there. Takes herself to 14, and that's the end of the innings. So Warwickshire finish 289 for 6, and so Durham will need to get that 290 to get this done. Stonehouse on 14, Mary Taylor on 15. Lovely partnership of 23 at the end there. Johnson finishes with no wickets for 60 runs. Mike.
Well, make sure you rejoin us for the second innings of this game, where Durham will be chasing 290 for victory after the 289 for 6 posted by Warwickshire. We'll bring you that, every single ball of it, here on the Match Centre at edgbaston.com at the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Let's just very quickly whiz you through that scorecard. Suren Kumar was the first out for 7, bowled by Villiers. Austin then went, caught by Thompson off the bowling of Levitt from a miscued shot down the ground for 19. That left Warwickshire at 55 for 2 with a little bit of work to do. Perrin was already there, had a life from a very first scoring shot and went on to add more than 100 runs with Caris Pavley. Perrin eventually out for 69, caught by Glenn off the bowling of Villiers. Then we saw Pavley run out by Marlowe for 55, a couple of runs after there was a miss-stumping off Pavley. That left Warwickshire seemingly needing to restart a little bit at 4 wickets down, having made 166 runs at that stage. But another century stand between Wraith and Brewer, or thereabouts a century, just under in fact, was able to take the Warwickshire score on, and it came in good time. Wraith was eventually out for 54 of 35 balls, including 7 fours and 1 6, some innings that from Nat Wraith to add impetus. Brewer herself supported with 33 off 44, and those were the wickets to fall, all 6 of them in the Warwickshire innings. Taylor finishing not out 15. Stonehouse not out on 14 of 9 balls, including 2 fours and that one off the last ball. The bowling figures, the pick of the Maddie Villiers. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 38 for 3. Johnson went for 60 runs with no wicket or maiden in her 10 overs. Katie Levick also got through 10, 43 for 2. 5 overs for Thompson, they went for 35 without a wicket or a maiden. Same for Catherine Fraser, no wickets or maidens, 29 off her 5 overs. And Glenn bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 74 runs for no wickets. So that's where we find ourselves at the break. Myself, Mike Perkins, Claire Taylor and Rosa Simkin will be back for the second innings of this game. Claire, you're quite liking the Manhattan that's appeared on people's screens, because it shows how Warwickshire progressed things in the second half of that innings.
Yeah, a back end of an innings that a lot of counties would be very jealous of. And yeah, very impressive. And they use all 50 overs, which is the other thing that one should always do. And didn't lose all of their wickets even.
So good effort from Warwickshire, 289 for 6. We'll see if Durham can chase the total of 290 after the break.
Welcome, welcome, welcome back to Edgbaston for this Metro Bank 50 over clash between Warwickshire and Durham. So the news from here is that Warwickshire looked like they weren't going to get to a very big total, and then sort of saved the day later in the innings and finally got through to 289 for 6. So Durham will need 290 in this chase. And you're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer, and Rosa Simpkin, and also you'll hear the voice of Mike Perkins later. So what do you make of the first half then, Rosa? Because you were watching from afar there.
It was very up and down, the first innings, from a Warwickshire and a Durham perspective. Warwickshire started really well with that partnership between Perrin and Pavley. And then there was a little bit of middle over jeopardy from Durham, a few wickets, but they managed to build another partnership between Brewer and Rafe and get to a really solid total.
Yeah, so Mary Taylor to start from the Birmingham end. Julia Jarvis just waving to the scorers, make sure that we're ready. She's at the bowler's end, and Ant Harris is at square leg. Match referee today is Helen Pack, and scorers are Ruffles and Brereton. We're about to get underway. Right arm over, medium pace to Emma Marlowe. Ooh, that's a little nibble at that. Really probably should have left it as a wide. Managed to get a bat on it, straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
So eager to get underway there, Emma Marlowe.
She was a bit keen there. She'd have been better off leaving it, really. She's leaving herself vulnerable to the possible slip catch by Alexa Stonehouse, who's got back to us. In the slip, I'd have a slightly further right Stonehouse, but that's my personal preference. Taylor comes in again. Marlowe swipes that straight forward, and Warwickshire move in unison to cover the ball, and there is no run.
Mary Taylor has been a very effective winter signing. I'm in football brain. Winter signing from a Warwickshire perspective. She's taken 5 wickets at 27.4 so far, joining her twin sister, Millie Taylor, which absolutely fascinates me.
The transfer window you're going to talk about football, are you? Mary Taylor in again. Marlowe gets a bat on that. It's tumbling, attempted stop by Davina Perrin. All very spectacular, and they stretch Nat Wraith as well behind the stumps. There's still no run on the board.
I mean, as the cricket season gets earlier and earlier each year, it eats into more and more of the football season, so it's a confusing divide for anyone who covers both.
As if you didn't have enough hats, though, Rosa, covering all these different sports and all 3 tiers. Oh my goodness, we'll get into that a bit later, perhaps. Mary Taylor now in sunshine at Edgbaston, ponytail flying. Marlowe comes, has a little go at that and probably only just accidentally missed it. It's going to get Alexa Stonehouse very excitable in the slips there.
It almost teased the edge
of
Marlowe's bat there. There's a bit of confusion between Rafe and Slip about Rafe giving the ball back.
I want Stonehouse at a slightly different depth and angle there. Nat Wraith needs to be marshalling that, but that's my personal preference. Austin at slip, beg your pardon. But anyway, the slip needs to be better positioned, in my opinion, but that's just me.
There's a lot of blonde players in this
There is,
team,
yes. I was just thinking, she's got 16 about. That doesn't sound right. Yes, Meg Austin at slip, beg your pardon. Oh, I got the wicketkeeper wrong on Saturday, so I mean, don't listen to me. Mary Taylor got 2 for 59 in that win against Somerset on Saturday, talking of that game, so a couple of wickets to her name there. Marlowe comes forward, plays it between point and cover. Davina Perrin does the tidying up. They get back for 2 there. Nat Wraith does a tumbling stop. 2 onto the board.
I'm fascinated
3 altogether
about the Taylor twins because it's the fact that Mary's this kind of booming pace bowler coming in at you, and Millie Taylor's a left arm leg spinner, which is so peculiar. I want to know, what was it like growing up in that household with 2 very talented cricketing twins?
Oh yeah, does beg lots of questions. Twin bears now. As Taylor comes in again, Marlowe can only defend that it's got big on her, as they say. That's the end of the over. So first over, that was exciting for all that. So 1 over gone, and Durham are 3 without loss. Marlow on 2, and then there was an extra. That makes the 3. And we will have 10 hours of power play here. So this is my hobby horse. The women's fielding restrictions apply to a 25-yard circle, 30-yard circle for the men, 25-yard circle for the women. The numbers inside and outside that 25-yard circle are different in the women's game, so the women are only allowed 2 out. So at the moment, for example, Alexa Stonehouse is going to start with a deep square and a deep backward square. It's not really fine leg, it's more backward square. So those are the 2 fielders outside the 25-yard circle for Warwickshire's Stonehouse. A left arm over to the right-handed Talia Wilson, Australian import. Respectfully defended straight back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Stonehouse.
Stonehouses.
A very good addition for Warwickshire on loan from Surrey.
Happy days. I'm very happy. Yeah, great import. And she's just chatting with Amu Surinkumar, another brilliant import, and Nat Wraith, all of the kind of recent incomers.
It's
Great contribution.
Stonehouse into Wilson. She sweeps it away. It will be collected by Bethan Ellis on the leg side boundary. No, it won't. On the offside boundary. No, it is on I'm doubting myself, honestly.
You were right the first time.
Honestly, need to stop doubting ourselves in this commentary box. But no, Stonehouse, it speaks testament to that Surrey team that she struggles to break through, because she's a phenomenal talent. Also that left arm pace, which is a rarity.
Point of difference, in
the women's game, as she comes in again around the wicket to the right-handed Marlow. Oh, and she's nearly played it onto her own stumps. It's hit the under edge of Marlow's bat, deflected behind her, and I'm not quite sure how she survived that one.
I think only because her foot was after having contacted with the bat, she managed to get her heel accidentally in to stop the ball. I mean, it was all in one swift movement. So yes, Stonehouse causing Talia Wilson some angst here.
As Stonehouse comes in again to Marlow, and it's chipped up, and it's straight to Karis Pavley at mid-wicket. A lovely take. She got behind it, and it's an early wicket for Warwickshire. Marlow has to go for 2. Warwickshire are 4 for 1.
Well, that's great. Well, that's a great start. I mean, and Talia Wilson really looked a bit not quite sure what to do with Stonehouse's pace and direction there, and then spoons one straight to the short fielder. So Warwickshire are well pleased with themselves in the second over to get that first wicket of Durham, who have struggled looking down the list of their games this season. They have been bowled out quite a lot, although they did get, as Mike pointed out, they got to 290 against Yorkshire in that. I'm kind of fascinated by that Diamonds Derby.
The Northern Derby.
Yeah, so Yorkshire, who recently got automatic promotion to Tier 1, and Durham, who kind of won the North East bid, as it were, playing against each other. They were in a tie at Scarborough. So they got 290 there. They got 256 against Surrey and 311, but then were bowled out for 154, 118 and 148, so batting has clearly been an issue this season.
And quite vitally for them in that 290, it was Phoebe Turner who scored 100 of those runs, and she's out, not here today, we assume injured. Missed the 2 games since scoring that century, and she is a miss for them. She was their top wicket taker last year. I spoke to her pre-season, and she spoke about how she appears to have accidentally transformed into a bowler. She was very firmly in the regional era a batter.
Yeah, because I've done some commentary up at Durham. They're very, very hospitable up there. Love going up there. And yeah, she's been really impressive with the ball. I didn't realise that she'd transferred from a batter. But yeah, so maybe the complete all-rounder.
Genuine all-rounder.
But missing her today, unfortunately, are Durham.
It's Stonehouse coming into Armitage, the new batter. And it's all, there's an appeal, but I think that's probably got some bat from Holly Armitage. It looks like it could have done. Not the steady start she would have been after. No.
We bumped into the Armitage family, who had found their way to lunch, fortunately, but I'm told that I should mention Holly Armitage's dad, John Armitage. It's a wonder he's not here pacing the boundary or something. So Hello to John Armitage, if you're listening. I gather their relatives are listening, so that's some of our viewing figures.
As Armitage defends it straight back to the left-handed Stonehouse to conclude the over. 2 overs gone. Durham 4 for 1.
Yes, so managed to get that first batter out. Oh, it wasn't Wilson. The scorecard.
It was Marlowe.
It was Marlowe. What am I talking about? So Marlowe was out, caught Pavely off the bowling of Stonehouse. So that's the first wicket to fall for Durham.
Can't keep Karis Pavely out the game.
Can't. No. She's either she's either batting, bowling, fielding, catching catches. Give her a chance to do a run out as well. So Mary Taylor to continue from the Birmingham end. The sun shining off the various skyscrapers in the distance behind the Wyatt stand as we look out over Edgbaston turf. That's played down respectfully by Wilson.
Bit of gymnastics on display there from Davina Perrin. She didn't quite get herself behind it. It was borderline a forwards roll, that.
Oh, yeah.
She likes to be involved in the field.
Yeah, I mean,
Perrin.
actually, interesting you say that, because I was talking with Raf and Tina in the game on Saturday on the commentary about. Strikes me that a lot of the, I mean, not that any players don't want to be involved, but it strikes me that a lot of the Warwickshire players are those kind of players who thrive, really feed on being involved in every single play of the ball as Taylor comes in again. Work to leg side, but straight to Karis Pavely, we mentioned. Not out of the game ever, Karis Pavely. And we should all embrace our inner Karis Pavely, said Rosa before lunch, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, my podcast co-host, Corey Hill, was very adamant that she's going to play a bit more like Karis Pavely next game.
Yeah.
So
We're all going to do that next time we play. I'm going to watch.
yeah, there's a reason I'm up here and not down there. Let's put it that way. I'll stick with the
There are
commentary.
lots of reasons I'm not down there. So, Mary Taylor in for Wilson. Comes forward and defends it again. Nice line here from Mary Taylor, who's getting them, having to defend this, not able to get under the ball.
It's a ridiculously young pace bowling attack today.
It's a ridiculously long side.
Because we've got
Warwickshire.
Mary Taylor, who's 21. We've got Alexa Stonehouse, who's also 21. Chloe Brewer, 23. Bethan Ellis, 26. And Amisaran Kumar, 19.
So are you saying that Bethan Ellis, bless her, is the oldest player on the pitch?
Yeah,
is it?
that's some lucky business for her, isn't it?
26 years, that's played. Oh, and there's a gap there. They're going to get 4 runs for that. Wilson gets 4 runs off the Mary Taylor ball there into the gap. No risk. Across the carpet, 4 runs. Score moves to 8 for 1.
Hannah Baker charged after that one on the boundary rope, but she didn't have much of a chance.
She must be getting a bit fed up there, Hannah Baker. She's patrolling that rope again as she was on Saturday.
It tends to be her go-to. She tends to be on the boundary, doesn't she, Hannah
does.
Baker?
She likes a good run round. Mary Taylor comes in again to Wilson. Rocks back, defends that straight to Davina Perrin, who tests out Nat Wraith's gloves. And there's another dot.
We saw some lovely glove work from Talia Wilson in that first innings behind the stumps. Very solid. And Nat Wraith so far has echoed that, and it's great to see such a high standard of wicket keeping now in the women's game.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Rihanna Southby, Chatley's got called up to the England one-day international squad as well from Surrey. There's a lot of good keepers. Any Thrale Cald calls? I don't want to mention that because of the white Michael mentioner. That's banged in straight to point, and that's fielded. There's again no run. Was it a maiden? Was it?
Testing me here. I don't
know.
think
'cause
so.
we haven't
No,
got
there was a boundary.
There was a boundary, yes, right.
We had that 4
Beg your pardon.
past Hannah Baker.
That's right. That's right. So 3 overs gone. Warwickshire 8 for 1. Armitage yet off to get off the mark, although she's going to face next, I think. And Talia Wilson on 5.
Alexa Stonehouse coming back on just the wicket from her first over.
I know. She's another one who really wants to be involved in anything, and certainly was on Saturday, batting, bowling, fielding.
The left-handed Stonehouse into the right-handed Armitage, and it's just played straight back into the turf from Armitage's a dot ball. Armitage? That's a new one.
She I think she played somewhere, and they called it armitrage.
Armitage?
Which I'm trying to get out of my head. I wish I hadn't said it now. Armitage.
Be keeping an eye on you now.
Yeah, Holly Armitage.
Stonehouse in again to Armitage. I nearly said it then. It's defended off the front foot from Armitage straight back to Alexa Stonehouse, another dot ball. She likes building dots and pressure, Alexa Stonehouse. I saw a lot of her, not really for Surrey last year, but of Trent Rockets in the hundreds.
Oh, yeah.
And she was trusted in the really pivotal overs there as she comes in again to Armitage, yet to get off the mark. Oh, and it's played by Armitage. I can't quite tell if there was bat involved there. There's no appeal, so I'm going to assume so. A third dot in a row.
Messi in front of the stumps. Yes, you mentioned about Stonehouse. She's going to play for, is it MI London, the old Oval Invincibles?
Yeah, it's hard to keep track,
turquoise
isn't it?
team, if they are still turquoise, because they're even changing the colours, aren't they, as well?
They are, as Stonehouse comes in to Armitage. And she's bowled her clean through, building pressure throughout the over. 3 dots balls to start, and she's got her reward. 8 for 2 for Durham. Stonehouse, 2 wickets.
Bears fans loving this. 2 wickets so early on in the Durham innings. And Holly Armitage, who surely is made of northern granite, she has to depart, unfortunately. Clean bowl by Alexa Stonehouse. So, yes, impressive captain, but not one of her best days to bat, I'm afraid.
We spoke about their batting collapses, their early issues higher up the order, and we're seeing it again here.
Holly Armitage, against that loss against Surrey away, she got 106. And also the win against Essex, 81 off 65 balls, but just not a good day in the office for the Durham captain, unfortunately. She will come back, no doubt. So she was quite high in the batting rankings last season and for 50 and 20 over.
She scored 624 runs in 50 over
that'll
cricket.
do, yeah. Thanks very much.
Last year.
Just a bad day.
It will be Maddie Villiers to come to the crease. Durham have struggled this season. They're bottom of the table, 9th of 9. They played 6, won 1, lost 4, and tied that game against Yorkshire. They did come back in that game against Yorkshire. Yorkshire probably should have got the job done there. So that would have given them some positives. But it's surprising. I mean, we spoke to Charlotte Edwards, as you do, on the Two Tiers Deep podcast.
Oh, you drop a name dropping, yeah.
As Stonehouse comes into the new batter Villiers. Blocked straight back to her. Yeah, we spoke to Lottie Edwards before the season on the Two Tiers Deep podcast, and she had Durham down as a team to potentially go to both finals this year and do really well.
I mean, we're only a few games in, aren't we? So they play this, then they break for the Vitality Blast, then there'll be the World Cup. Well, actually, the World Cup goes over the Vitality Blast, but we won't talk about that. Then 100, and then they come back again, back of August.
Stonehouse into Villiers for the last ball of the over. And it's a misfield from Chloe Brewer at point. It will make its way to the boundary. She just couldn't quite get behind it. A much needed 4 for Durham. They finished the second over. No, the 4th over. I'm lost, Claire. 12 for 2.
It's going fast. I mean, I imagine Stonehouse was not best pleased with that going through. But nevertheless, some good bowling there from Alexa Stonehouse, formerly of Surrey, on season-long loan, which makes it a lot easier. We were discussing over lunch about the 3 tiers, because there are 3 tiers now with the women's, and there are players popping up all over the place, some to get match practice, and some others are less explicable, as Taylor comes in again, and that's stroked beautifully past the point fielder. They're going to get come back for 2. Good throw, yeah. 2 runs there, so another 2 to the total, and Warwickshire have got the 2 wickets. Durham have got the 12 runs.
I mean, to explain the 3 tiers for anyone who doesn't know, Tier 1 is made up of 9 fully professional counties. Went up to 9 this year with Yorkshire coming up. Tier 2 is made up of the remaining 9 first-class counties, but they're not professional.
Taylor comes in again to Wilson, and it's dotted down for a dot.
And Tier 3 is made up of those national counties, the minor counties, your Staffordshires and your Berkshires.
Cornwall, as I saw
Cornwall,
last
did.
Sunday.
I saw Devon against Glamorgan in the County Cup.
Was that closer than it should have been?
Yeah, Glamorgan made it look a bit difficult.
Talking of Glamorgan, they're going to be automatically promoted to Tier 1, at the end of this season, so that we will have 10 teams in the Tier 1 next season, as Mary Taylor comes in from the Birmingham end to Wilson. Has a little nibble, or tries to have a nibble at that, and it goes down the leg side for a wide, signalled by Julia Jarvis.
It's a bit mad when you think about it. You know, in 2021, we had 8 regional teams in the old format, each with 6 pro players, and now 5 years later, we've got nearly 10 fully professional outlets in women's county cricket, and it's phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. I mean, and also because we're just, it is great progress. There is still much more to do, however. So yeah, we need to keep the pressure on all of that. As Taylor comes in again to Wilson, plays that defensively straight down to Davina Perrin at short cover, and there is no run.
We should say, if you can hear building work in the background, which I can currently hear through my mic, which means you definitely can, we've got a hotel development going up at Edgbaston very quickly. When I was here a few weeks ago, there was nothing there, and there's now some quite solid foundations. We have lost a ball in there today. Sorry to the builders.
Just the one. So far. So far, we shall see. Durham might launch a few in a minute. Wilson eyes up that short boundary, no doubt. Can only defend that. Must be a good line and length there, because Talia Wilson is not able to get her bat underneath this and can only defend it straight to Davina Perrin each time.
They're a very dynamic fielding side, Warwickshire. They've got a lot of players who like to be very heavily involved.
Yeah, running, flexible. Yeah, they're
both a blessing and a curse for Captain Georgia Davis, I'd imagine.
Yes, keeping them all occupied. As Taylor comes in again. Oh, slashed outside of off. Great stop there. Is that Chloe Brewer there, isn't it? At point. Nice stop.
She's been
there.
very busy at point, has Chloe Brewer.
It's always a good. I mean, that's why I like fielding there, because you really are in the game the whole time, or you can convince yourself you are even when you're not.
I enjoy running fine leg to fine leg, which is what I tend to do on a club day.
A bit of the Alex Hartleys.
Bit of the Alex Hartleys.
Yeah, touch the Alex Hartleys. Short fine Alex Hartley. Mary Taylor comes in again to Maddie Villiers this time, who again defends that beautifully to Davina Perrin, and there is no run. So that's the end of another over. 5 overs gone, and Durham are 14 for 2. Villiers on 4, Wilson on 6, and I'm going to have a little break. And you will, next voice you'll hear from this one on its side is Mike Perkins.
As Mike Perkins comes in alongside me, a steady start for Durham, a very promising start for Warwickshire with the loss of 2 early wickets, both off the bowling of Stonehouse, who will continue at the pavilion end. Stonehouse coming in here to Villiers, and it's blocked, and it will be retrieved by Davina Perrin coming into a cover region. Welcome back, Mike.
Hello everyone. This has been a quick start from Warwickshire to the second innings, hasn't it? That Stonehouse delivery, the in-swinging Yorker from the left armour was excellent. Superb. Really good bit of bowling.
And it really was. I mean, the shapes that Alexa Stonehouse is getting off this surface is incredibly exciting, as she comes in again to the right-handed Wilson. And it's just turned around the corner from Wilson. It will be collected by the fielder on the offside for a single.
Looked like there was a little bit sad between Villiers and Stonehouse, and maybe Perrin getting involved as well on the delivery just before that one you've seen there.
Getting a little bit spicy in the
I don't know
field.
what it was. I mean, it could have been absolutely nothing, but it just
it's our job to build drama in the commentary box, let's put it that way. As the left-handed Stonehouse comes in to Villiers, and it's hit straight back to her. Villiers trying to get more to that, but I don't think it came off her bat how she wanted it to.
Yeah, we saw that sort of difficulty in the early stages for Warwickshire. It ended up being 32 off the first power play for the loss of 1 wicket, and it was just a bit hard to get away early on. And when you add wickets into that equation, it could get really tough indeed for Durham.
Stonehouse coming in to Villiers, and she works it straight to Chloe Brewer at point once again, keeping very busy in the field here in the early stages.
And it was slowish all the way to that 25 over mark. I suppose it's the lag of only getting the 32 off the first 10. It took them a little while to sort of catch it up, because it was 103 for 2 at the 25 over mark, but Warwickshire really battered on nicely in the second half of that innings to post a total of 289.
They did indeed. The left-handed Stonehouse in again to Villiers, and it's worked this time straight to Karis Paisley at mid-wicket. Georgia Davis, like Holly Armitage, is a very involved captain. We've got probably 2 of the most vocal captains on the circuit right now on the pitch in front of us.
Well, I think she'll have quite enjoyed the way her team battered, actually, because I don't think she will have even had to have put her pads on there. She'll have just been able to put her feet up and just think about what's to come and this second half of the game.
A Stonehouse ball comes in to Villiers once again. It's worked to Paisley at mid-wicket, end of the over. Durham are 17 for 2 from 6 overs. Maddie Villiers, the recent batter coming in, is 4 from 7. Talia Wilson, the Aussie overseas, is 9 from 15. 2 wickets for Alexa Stonehouse.
Yep, so that gets you bang up to date on the match centre at edgbaston.com. You've got an interactive scorecard there with this stream, which is also being brought to you by the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube stream. Mike Perkins and Rosa Simkin are your commentary team at the moment. Claire Jenkins about as well. And it's Talia Wilson to face up this next delivery. It's going to be delivered by Taylor. 3 overs, 11 for none so far. Wilson stands tall and punches firm to Perrin, who returned with a good deal of gusto there.
I'm very intrigued about how this wicket is behaving, because in the latter stages of the first innings with Katie Levick, we saw her, the adjustments she made to her deliveries, and it was really digging in and turning late on, and I'm wondering if it is slowing up and offering more for the bowlers as this game progresses.
That first ball to, I think it's Stonehouse maybe, that took the outside edge of the bat, really went, didn't it? In comes Taylor, bowls back of the length again. Perrin's round again. She looks really fired up for this, Davina Perrin. She's charging around all over the place.
I'm going to be honest, Davina Perrin always looks fired up for it. That's one of the things I love about her. She's always up for it. No matter the game situation, she's going to be bringing you energy in the field.
There's something fierce about it at the moment. I don't know what it is. 17 for 2, the score. There was no run there to Perrin. Sunshine retakes over across Edgbaston as Taylor is bowling. Edged and down at first slip. A wideish first slip. Meg Austin there. It went quick, but it should have stuck. It was around about the right knee. And Wilson gets a life on 9 in the 7th over of the innings, halfway through it. It was a genuine outside edge, that one. Doesn't produce a run, but 17 for 2 is the score.
It's coming to Austin very quickly there, and she's blowing on an already taped up hand in the aftermath of that one.
Very fast, but it should have been taken. As Wilson goes for the same shot, tighter to her body this time. Almost felt like it took the inside half there and down into her foot. 17 for 2.
I'm enjoying this. It's quite an attacking field from George Davis. So we've got that slip, we've got Gully in. A lot of players in attacking positions in the ring. Definitely trying to build on that early pressure, those early wickets falling.
Here comes Taylor again. Up to the wickets now. Delivers and driven firmly back at her by Wilson.
She does a bit of a skip at the top of her run-up, does Mary Taylor. Maybe just getting her into the rhythm of things.
Yeah, a few bowlers have them, don't they? Just trying to get themselves going through. Found herself a dot ball there.
I'm enjoying Davina Perrin almost warming up to bowl. I would love to see Davina Perrin turn her arm over. I think it's probably unlikely given the bowling attack Warwickshire have.
She bowls all sorts of different things, doesn't she? A bit of leg spin, bit of seam if she wants. Oh, that's full and straight. There's an appeal and there's no interest from the umpire whatsoever. So a dot ball to finish the over. 17 for 2. We've had 7 of them so far. The big moment in that over. A life for Wilson on 9. Dropped by Austin off the bowling of Taylor. How costly will it prove to be? We will find out in the remainder of this innings. At the moment, Durham just have to make sure they don't lose another one, because that could cause them real problems, and then they'll try and build through the middle overs in the same way that Warwickshire did, but already feeling a little behind in the game at the moment.
Warwickshire will be hoping that drop won't be as costly as Davina Perrin's drop was for Durham when she was dropped on 1. She went on to make a half century.
But I think it was a very first scoring shot when I looked back at it. So yeah, sort of all of those 69 runs in the end could have been prevented.
It is going to be Stonehouse to continue at the pavilion end. Not at all surprising. The left-hander coming in to Maddie Villiers. And it's worked to Chloe Brewer at a point. That's a sentence I've said an awful lot of times today.
The only way the ball's leaving that hand of Stonehouse is when she bowls it. She's going to make sure she is on for as long as her captain will allow it. And even a bit longer if she can help it, because she's bowling really well here.
She's been very important, her left-handed pace, given Katie George isn't bowling this season, as Stonehouse comes in to Villiers. And it's just worked into the ground. It will be retrieved by Davina Perrin coming in from cover.
I feel a yard more of pace since she's joined Warwickshire at the start of the season here from Stonehouse as well. Just sort of seems to be getting it through a bit quicker and just able to rush batters a little bit.
And Katie George has been playing as a batter as Stonehouse comes in again to Villiers. There's a muted, it's not even an appeal, it has definitely hit pad. Another dot ball. She scored 98 at Trent Bridge. She's come out today maybe with a slight niggle, but she's been very productive for Warwickshire with bat in hand and also in the field.
It's what all the coaches talk about though, isn't it? With the left arm, and they've got to be able to bring that ball back, and Stonehouse does it brilliantly.
Stonehouse coming in again to Villiers. And Villiers works it. Split. Oh, she's split through the fielders in the offside. And it's gone away for 4. A much needed boundary from a Durham perspective. It takes them to 21 for 2.
Did well to give herself room there, did Villiers. And just slid the ball into the gap.
It was such a gentle shot with such soft hands. It took me a moment to even realise it was going to run away to the boundary then.
But it raced away once it got past the infield. Shorter side of the ground, but it got there quick.
The left-handed Stonehouse into the right-handed Villiers. And it's worked straight back to Stonehouse for a dot ball. And from Warwickshire's perspective, they probably won't mind that. I mean, Stonehouse is still building this early pressure. 2 for 10 from 3.5 so far for her. The occasional boundary on top of so many dot balls is by no means a catastrophe.
No, not at all. I think they're well placed.
Left-handed Stonehouse in around the wicket to Villiers. And it's worked. It's gone straight past Chloe Brewer at point, and it will run away for another boundary. Durham 25 for 2 at the end of the 4th.
I guess the frustration for Warwickshire is it could have been 3, and that really would have put us on course for Warwickshire being in a position that, you know, that would be very, very dominant. It would be a long way back, a long rebuild for Durham from there. But at the moment they've had to settle for 2. They've both gone to Stonehouse. I think she'll have another one despite the couple of boundaries in that over.
Most crucially, we've seen how effective building partnerships can be. I mean, we saw it with Dav and Pav, our tribute band, in the first innings, Davina Perrin and Karis Pavley, Brewer and Rafe too.
Here comes Taylor. Yeah, more than 100 put on between Pavley and Perrin, as this one is played down the onside of the wicket, just standing tall really was the batter Wilson, rather than coming forward to any great extent. No run on offer there. And then there was 89 as well between Brewer and Wraith, which was another important contribution after both the batters from the first partnership had got out, and both the partnerships coming at good pace too, as Wilson just deflects into the leg side, again sort of threatening to come forward but standing tall as much as anything to get the ball down there. 26 for 2.
I must just say, I'm a big fan of these yellow numbers on these Warwickshire kits. they're very easy to read, and they like... Warwickshire used to wear yellow in the T20 format, and they've kind of gone away from it with the blue, so it's nice to see the pop of it.
Yeah, it really stands out, doesn't it, the numbers on the back of the shirts. You can see 73, 16 and 10. That's Wraith, Austin and Suren Kumar in the fielding positions. Wicketkeeper slip and short third. No run there from another Villiers defensive stroke.
And from our perspective, there's a lot of numbers across the country which are quite difficult. I don't know if you've seen the numbers on the back of Worcestershire's new T20 kits.
Ooh, I haven't had a look at those, no. In comes Taylor. Delivers short of length. Oh, that's forced away nicely again by Villiers. That shot's becoming really productive for it. Rolls all the way out to the long side of the boundary, and Perrin is the one who's chased back. They'll get 3 comfortably because Villiers is an athlete herself and is always able to get between the wickets. 29 for 2. Another nice stroke from the bat of Villiers.
Perrin's done a really good job to catch up with that ball after diving over it. She's managed to pick herself up and go straight after it. Not giving in that easily.
Here comes Taylor. Birmingham end, right arm over the wicket. Flicked to the leg side by Wilson. Probably more turned, actually, than a flick in the end. But another single to the total as a result. All the way along the ground to backward square leg. 30 for 2. One more ball of this 5th Taylor over remaining. Villiers another who's struggled a little with the bat so far. 93 runs, I make it, this season. But she threatens to add to her tally today with a ball that she didn't quite force in the way she did with the other shots that have got her runs through the offside. More slid off the face. 30 for 2. And it leaves Villiers on 15 so far from her 16 balls. 11 for Wilson. She's faced 24. These two rebuilding with an over to go of the power play and another over of Stonehouse. I said she'd have another one despite the 2 boundaries, and it looks like it's going to be the case.
It is indeed, as the left-handed Stonehouse comes in to Wilson. And it'll be worked. She's almost worked that around the corner, but it's gone very straight to Nat Rafe behind the stumps.
Looking elsewhere in the competition today, 2 other games taking place. 282 is the chase that Somerset have set Hampshire. Hampshire 60 for 2 in the 9th over of that game.
Stonehouse coming in again. Baker retrieving it in the square leg region. They scamper through for a single, taking them up to 31 for 2.
And Essex yet to begin their reply at Chelmsford. They will be chasing 252 against Lancashire to win that game.
Stonehouse back at the top of her mark, coming in again to Villiers. And it will just be guided straight to Caris Pavley. Another dot ball. Building a lot of them here is Alexa Stonehouse in these early stages. 2 for 15 for her from 4.3 overs. 8 of those 15 runs coming from 2 boundaries in her last. But it's good to see Georgia Davis give her the opportunity with another over as she comes in again to Villiers. Into their Sunrisers curse. As Stonehouse comes in again to Villiers. It will be another dot ball as she works it to Davina Perrin.
Yeah, Sunrisers had a torrid time across most competitions in the regional period, but then ended up winning the 50 over competition in the last season, so they can definitely turn it on. They've become Essex effectively now.
It was a very fitting end to that era as Stonehouse comes in for the last ball of the 10th, and it will be worked straight to Caris Pavley.
And they were the best team in the competition that year as well, so it was I think it was important really for the game that they did have that success at the back end of the regional setup. But yeah, 2 wins and 4 losses for Essex so far. A win, 4 losses and a tie is Durham's record, so they sit 2 points below them at the bottom on 6 points. Surrey up in 3rd, who occupy the last of those qualification places for the Eliminator. Hampshire have 15. The Blaze, who played on Monday against Surrey, have 23. So those are the sides in what are effectively the qualification positions at the moment. Then you've got Somerset 13, Yorkshire 12, Warwickshire 11, and Lancashire 10 coming into this round of fixtures. So all to play for, Claire Jenkins.
It is, yeah. I mean, 9 teams in Tier 1 this season, and the team finishing first goes automatically to the final, and 2 and 3 fight it out in what is effectively an eliminator as opposed to a semi, which I have to say I'm not in favour of. I like 2 semis. I want to feel like, you know, you want to feel
particularly
like
with 9 teams, with increasing the teams.
Yeah.
I think it just keeps, you know what I mean, it just keeps that prospect there. Here's Hannah Baker into the attack, Birmingham end, and the Dudley-born 22-year-old is pushed into the onside by the batter Wilson, and that's where Caris Pavley's position. She's taken a good catch.
I mean, obviously it's harsh, and whoever doesn't get into finals, but if whoever ends up 4th.
As Baker bowls again, pushed off the back foot, this time out into the offside, but the result's the same. There's 2 short straight fielders on both the off and the leg. It's Brewer there on the offside. Baker at the back of the mark already, delivers, and this one goes out to deep cover for 1. Pops up a little unkindly on Bethan Ellis, but she returns it well for the cost of a single, 32 for 2.
Bethan Ellis will feel like she's fielded for 2 whole games, because she came on to field for Katie George on Saturday, and she's in the same position again. Start again.
Yeah, didn't get a go today with the bat. Can be useful, sort of contributing innovative runs late on, can Bethan Ellis. There's a hand on it by Brewer at short extra cover. That takes the pace off, which gave Ellis a bit more work to do this time. Another one of those real athletes who finds herself out on the boundary sometimes is Ellis.
She
2 that time, 34 for 2.
I'm pretty sure she got some runs for Glamorgan yesterday. I don't know. She got some Glamorgan runs anyway, Bethan Ellis. So she has batted.
Another good leg spinning delivery from Baker that is patted back via a forward defence from Villiers. These two having the first meaningful partnership, it feels, for Durham here. Just settling things down, and this one's pushed away off the back foot. Ellis, the fielder again. 35 for 2 with the single. So yeah, those wickets to fall. Marlowe out for 2, caught by Pavley, bowled by Stonehouse, and then Stonehouse with a really wicked in-swinging Yorker to dismiss Holly Armitage from her 6th ball without scoring. So Armitage bowled by Stonehouse, and then these two from 8 for 2 had to rebuild things, and they're doing so nicely. 35 for 2 now, the score.
Yeah, we're talking about 9 teams in the Metro, on the top tier. So 9 teams. Just given that they're playing home and away, so every team is playing 16 fixtures. So they will break for the Vitality Blast, come back in August and September to finish the competition. But to be fighting for 1 slot and then 2nd and 3rd, it doesn't seem right, all that competition. Stonehouse comes in, bangs it in. She's getting a great line here. Really impressive bowling from Alexa Stonehouse. Georgia Davis will be well pleased with her. She's going up to say how pleased she is now. Little chat with Alexa Stonehouse. Good bowling so far. Already 2 wickets off her into her 6th over.
Very similar positions, wasn't it, at the 10 over mark, the two sides. It's 32 for 1, the Warwickshire score, and 31 for 2. So a run less, but a wicket more for Durham.
Stonehouse, and again, left arm over. Good line. There's a shy at the stumps. There are several people backing up. They just get through for a single. Durham 36 for 2, Villiers on 19, Wilson on 13.
The trajectory was down towards the base of the stumps, but it was almost like a javelin throw, that one from Baker at cover. Sorry, mid-wicket even.
So Wilson is facing up. She got in that win over Essex at home, 152 off 163. That's the highest score in the Metro Bank this season. So Warwickshire will want her out as that's lofted into the leg side. Square leg picks that up, and they're going to get through for 2 more to the total. 38 for 2, Durham in reply. They need another 252 to win this game, as Warwickshire set them 290 to win this all together.
Yeah, it's a big ask. Big ask.
Big ask when you've lost a couple of key wickets at the beginning. Stonehouse into Wilson. Plays that again, but backward of square this time. Spinning round on it. Mary Taylor throws in from the boundary. Just the one.
Yeah, just swiveling on it at the moment, isn't she? To direct it around the corner. She's played that a couple of times in this over.
So in that win against Somerset on Saturday we talked about, Alexa Stonehouse got 3 for 70 and a catch. She was busy on Saturday. She took 2 in that game that I'm still not over, where Blaze beat Warwickshire away.
I don't think Leather will be there.
She got Beaumont and Prendergast, which are pretty key wickets if you're going to pick 2. Well, it's up in the air, but it's going to... There's a vacant short third. It goes to deep third, and they get through for a single. Felt like it was burgled. That's what we concluded, I think. 40 for 2 here, Durham in reply.
We haven't quite seen the Bryce dominance in that part of the world that you usually expect this season.
Bryces. Yeah, no, they're not been so
firing
good.
on all cylinders. In fact, I don't think Sarah played the last game.
No, Scotland will need them to fire. As that's into the thumping into the pads there. Stonehouse is getting a great line here, really cramping the batters, and that's the end of 12 overs. Durham are 40 for 2, Villiers on 20, Wilson on 16. Partnership building here, 32.
Yeah, these two, that they almost have to try and match as much as they can of that 108 partnership between Perrin and Pavley here, and almost try and chalk that bit of the chase off. But whether they'll be able to do it's another matter. Good to see 430 of you have hit the thumbs up button. That really helps people find the stream, so please do make sure you keep doing that, and you'll be enjoying Hannah Baker bowling here to Maddie Villiers, who pushes off the front foot this time through the offside and will pick up a couple of runs. It's well directed, that one, using the little bit of extra grass on the longer side of the boundary there to pick up her 2. Waits again, does Villiers, and goes down the onside, but won't pick up a run as a result. Slightly uppish for a second, slightly against the spin there as well. Playing straight enough really to not have to worry too much. Baker, short of length to Villiers, who goes back and cuts out to Ellis, who is busy out there. To the bowling of Hannah Baker.
She is indeed.
Another single to the total, 43 for 2. Here comes Baker again. This one goes on the leg side to the shorter side of the ground, down relatively fine in the end for 4 runs. Sped across the ground. And 47 for 2 is the Durham score as they pursue 290 for victory here. That'll be another 243 from this position. Claire Jenkins.
Yes, it's a big ask, but I haven't done any commentary yet at Durham. I've got some games later in the season, so I haven't seen them this season yet.
Wilson strikes into the offside and picks up a single as a result. 48 for 2 brings Villiers back onto strike. High score of 55 so far this season, the only time she's been past 50 in her... Well, this is her 7th attempt. And she pushes this one firmly away to take the score onto 49 for 2 as the wind kicks up ever so slightly, blowing in initially a southwesterly direction and now a southerly direction. Ruffles the players' clothing as it goes.
The wind chill in that, I think, looking at the temperatures, certainly on my internet-enabled devices. We get a change of bowling, I think, from the pavilion end.
Yeah, out the power play now, and it's Davis.
Yeah, so Captain Georgia Davis bringing herself onto bowls. We're going to get some spin from the pavilion end.
She was right there, the skipper, though, to give that first partnership, or that first spell from Stonehouse as much as she could.
Yeah. Well, you'll save a few for later, perhaps. So in the Metrobank win over Somerset, George Davis took 2 for 54. She comes in right arm over. It's respectfully defended down by Villiers.
Stonehouse spell eventually finishing 6 overs, no made in 20 for 2. Very impressive.
Just reaching for that one, straight to Davina Perrin, and there is no run.
Firmly struck again, but no reward for it.
Georgia Davis took the most wickets in the Metrobank in the whole of the country, as that goes past the outside edge of Maddie Villiers' bat, straight through to Nat Wraith, and there is no run. Yeah, she took the most wickets in Metrobank, 23 altogether. Second in the bowling rankings in terms of the Metro most valuable player rankings, the PCA. So Villiers rocks back. Oh, it's nearly a brilliant catch there. He's short mid-wicket. Diving, sprawling figure of 28 is
Paisley.
coming number 28. Paisley. We've said she's involved in everything. She nearly took an absolute stormer then.
Just didn't quite carry, did it?
Didn't quite carry as Davis comes in again. To the leg side again, but not near Pavley this time. Straight to square leg. Bethan Ellis thrown in from the boundary. One more to the total, and that's the 50 up for Durham. 51 for 2. Villiers on 25, Wilson on 22. Partnership of 43, so they're building a platform here, are Durham. Davison again. Rocks back, plays it into the offside. There's a bit of a shy at the stumps, but Villiers is fast enough to get through there and get another one. And that's the end of the over. 14 overs gone, and Durham are 52 for 2. Villiers on 26, Wilson on 22, and they need another 238 to win.
Yep, 50 up now for Durham. And that nearly made it to Pavley, didn't it? It was just wide of her and just short of her in the end, but she flung herself at it, gave it absolutely everything. Another impressive innings earlier today for the Bears.
Yeah, the bat.
Baker bowls, driven by Villiers. Not entirely convincingly, but it went quick enough up to mid-off. No single allowed. Baker again in the sunshine. Bowls a ball that Villiers chops away. Suran Kumar's there at backward point and returns swiftly to a wicketkeeper, Wraith, who's another who contributed with a bat for Warwickshire earlier in this game. In comes Baker, hit by Villiers hard to mid-on, and it goes through mid-on and away for 4 runs. That was a tired bit of fielding from Mary Taylor, who'd bowled an opening spell from that Birmingham end, just couldn't get across, and it sort of went through her in the end. 4 more to the total, 56 for 2 it becomes. Really nicely hit, that one, though.
Yep. That's the thing, if you hit it well, you might get a reward.
Yeah, certainly stays hit, and Villiers off the back foot this time, pushing into the offside. Brewer can't gather cleanly, and it dribbles out towards the on-rushing Bethan, who doesn't half cover some ground. She's come all the way from the boundary on the long side to the edge of the ring there to help her mate out. Wilson looks for the sweep, but that's going to be a wide ball. 58 for 2 the score moves on to with that. So yeah, reminders, Perrin 69, Pavley 55, 54 from Wraith, Brewer making 33. So those were the contributions, and they all came at reasonable pace as well through the Warwickshire innings. That driven to short extra cover, no run. But that's the sort of thing that Durham are looking to match in the second half of this game. Baker bowls, throws it up. Wilson will get 1. Out towards Bethan Ellis on the cover boundary. Just the single taken. 59 for 2 then. We've had 15 overs. I'll bring back in Rosa Simkin and leave you with Claire Jenkins.
Yes, it's finally poised here. I mean, Warwickshire will be pleased with themselves for getting those 2 early wickets, particularly Marlowe and Armitage for no loss. Marlowe only for 2. And at the moment we've got Villiers and Wilson starting to build a partnership, more or less. Yeah, well, Wilson's on 23 off the 37 she's faces. That's played out through point. And they get a single off that one. Welcome back, Rosa.
Thank you very much.
What do you make of all of this then?
It's been interesting. Durham are building a very lovely partnership here
They
of
are.
52 and maybe putting Warwickshire under a little bit of pressure.
As the captain comes in, right arm over, a bit of spin. Villiers has to rock back and just manages to get a bit of bat and pad onto that, and it just drops in front of her, and that Wraith does a bit of tidying up. 60 for 2. Warwickshire will be keen to get another wicket soon. Stop these 2. Oh, it's up in the air. That's going to be 4 runs to Maddie Villiers, who meant that one, and off the bowling of Davis. So yeah.
I mean, Davis is a player who's really thrived under being given the captaincy. I mean, last season she was the One Day Cup's top wicket taker with 23 wickets.
Davis comes in again to Villiers. What's she going to do this time? Rocks back, just twiddles it into the leg side. Carries Pavely goes around and does a rather spectacular turny thing. Throws the ball back, but badly to Nat Wraith. Hits a foot. They do get a single out of all of that. 65 for 2. Oh, Durham needing a big total here. 290 altogether. Rocks back. Oh, it's in front of the stumps. It's messy. I think that would be the answer to how was that. It was messy, but there was no run.
It's definitely going down that one. But
Okay.
some players do struggle when they get that captaincy to know what to do with themselves.
Yeah, as that's defended.
Whereas Davis, it's almost improved her as a bowler.
Yeah, well, she gave up her career in the police to take on professional cricketer role, and it's young captain with a young team, as we mentioned earlier. As you say, it may well have been the making of her cricketing career, because I think she goes under the radar a lot, and she's doing well here with the captaincy at Warwickshire.
It will be Hannah Baker to continue at the Birmingham end, some more leg spin. I do love some leg spin. She's struggled economically so far. She's gone for 20 from her 3 overs, no wickets.
We won't mind if she gets some wickets though, will we?
No, we won't at all. As it's Baker in to Villiers. And it will just be... Oh, they've managed to get through for a single here. It's nudged straight to Amusa and Kumar at point. But they have scampered through. The score 66 for 2.
Probably see Amusa and Kumar bowl some overs here as well later.
They've got so many options.
Lots of, yeah, that's the beauty of the for the captain, isn't it?
Baker into Wilson. It's quite a stylish little shot down the ground. She's flicked her foot up, almost golf-esque, but it has gone straight to Mary Taylor for a dot.
It's not quite the flamingo, is it? But there's a flick at the end.
So, I mean, she's got the pink shirt. As Baker comes in to Wilson, and it's driven straight and quite hard to Chloe Brewer at almost like a short cover.
Yeah. It's almost silly cover.
Yeah, it is. It's a bizarre
it's not quite
position.
Silly. It's fairly silly. What?
Baker in again, and it will be taken straight to Mary Taylor. Wilson feeling the build-up of pressure, trying to get her weight behind it, but she can't get it outside of the inner ring. Warwickshire finally break that 58-run partnership. Durham are 66 for 3.
That felt like the trap, didn't it? Because they got we mentioned that short fielder, Chloe Brewer, almost silly cover, and it kind of forced her into that play, really, trying to make the most of the other side of the wicket, and Mary Taylor takes a good catch there. So Mary Taylor catches Wilson. It was Wilson, wasn't it?
It was. Wilson has to go for
Wilson
24 from 43. Not the most dynamic innings, but she's done well to stay in after 2 very early wickets. They needed someone to stick at the crease.
Well, given that she got 152 for them against Essex, which is the highest score of the whole Metro Bank, she's probably due a bit of a rest.
She is. She's an Aussie player with an immense amount of potential. It will probably take quite a lot for her to get into that Aussie team. It's not an easy gig.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, when you've got people like Grace Harris who can't get in the team, Talia Wilson, Amanda Jade Wellington, Jess Jonathan not making the squads now, but being snaffled by Yorkshire.
Having a mad season for Yorkshire as well.
Great season for Yorkshire with the bat and the ball. But yes, Australia's loss is our gain. In terms of the domestic game here, certainly.
It is indeed. Baker with 2 more to go in the over. Emily Windsor has come out to the middle and has joined Maddie Villiers.
The finisher, Windsor.
The finisher who maybe would have wanted to come in a little bit later.
Yes, well, maybe. She can still finish it from here.
Baker into the right-handed Windsor, and it's driven straight to Cobra at that silly cover we were talking about. For a dot.
It's not very silly, but it's quite silly.
It is quite. I wouldn't want to field there, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Especially with the girls who can hit, the women who can hit really hard.
Indeed. Oh, she's kind of worked that away off the edge of her bat, Emily Windsor. It's glanced off the face of her bat. Amy Surin-Kumar has chased after it and she hasn't stopped it, I believe. It has gone for 4. It's quite hard to see. We've got
just below us
some netting and posts just below us, so we can't actually see that boundary rope.
It was a good try. That snuck over the rope.
It's a bit of a peculiar way to get off the mark, but Emily Windsor won't mind. That's the conclusion of the 17th over. Durham 70 for 3 with the loss of the wicket. The spectators starting to get involved now. We had quite a lot of shouting on Saturday, which is lovely. Hear some U-Bears would be great. Davis, 64 on the back, away from us. Villiers not quite sure what to do with that and instead just gets a bat on it, just watches it and then does a bit of gardening. Shall I shout a U-Bears out of the window we've got open with the effects mic?
see if it's working. Davis in again to Villiers. Rocks back, plays it past Davina Perrin. She's going to get 4 runs for that. She is. 4 runs to Maddie Villiers off the bowling of Georgia Davis. A nice shot there. Davina Perrin was trying to get a hand to it. Would have taken some stopping because it was properly thumped by Maddie Villiers, who might be heading towards her 50. We shall see as Georgia Davis just contemplates what she's going to serve next. Rocks back, plays it into the leg side this time. There's a big boundary there. There's a couple of fielders after it. Let's hope they manage to avoid clashing into each other and they get back for 2 runs. 2 more runs to the total. Villiers another couple of runs there, moves to 43. Is there a nervous 40s perhaps? I'm not quite sure. The nervous 90s we talk about now. Nervous 40s.
I don't know if it's up with the nervous 90s.
No. Into the air, but over the fielder, Caris Pavley. She'd have to have been about 10 foot tall to get that one. Surin-Kumar comes off the rope. They get a single, so Villiers edges a bit closer. She gets to 44. She's off strike now. Emily Windsor. Georgia Davis moving her field. She's bringing in Surin-Kumar to short mid-on. We've got a deep cover, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Where's this going? Can't get that away. That's a dot.
She tried to almost work it around the corner then, Emily Windsor, but it definitely wasn't on.
Davis in again. Rocking back. Can't get the ball away, Emily Windsor. Gosh, that's the end of another over. 18 overs gone, and Durham are 77 for 3. Villiers on 44, Windsor on 4, and Durham need another 213 to win this, having been set 290 to win the game. Warwickshire, meanwhile, to get a bonus point, will need to bowl Durham out before the 40th over. That's the usual scenario, which I assume is the same for today.
It is going to be Hannah Baker to continue at the Birmingham end for her 5th over. Her last over brought a wicket. She readies coming in to the right-handed Villiers, 44 not out. And it's worked around the corner, but Alexa Stonehouse will collect it and throw it back into Nat Rafe.
That was a good bit of footwork there. Villiers had to play that very late round the corner, didn't she?
She's very good at using her feet, Maddie Villiers.
Yeah. She's, again, another great acquisition for Durham.
Baker into Windsor. Worked straight to Surun Kumar at point. Villiers was after a single. Windsor quite rightly sent her back. The game that Durham were involved with against Yorkshire, that tie, as Baker comes in again to Windsor, and it'll be worked straight down the ground, but it will be stopped by Georgia Davis in the ring. There were a lot of run-outs. I think there were 4 run-outs for Yorkshire, chasing at the end.
Yeah, I think I was on comms, but I was kind of intrigued with the Diamonds derby, the Yorkshire versus Durham.
Baker in to Windsor. It's been given as a wide. It's gone down the leg side. Rafe did very well to get her hands to it. Quick from her behind the stumps. Baker will have to bowl that one again. And she does, coming in to Windsor. And it will be snaffled by Chloe Brewer coming into point. And Surun Kumar ducks out of the way to ensure she's in no danger. I don't think she would have been either way.
I think they could do an acrobat troupe if they really got on with it, because Caris Pavley used to do some gymnastics and stuff as well, didn't she?
She did. She was a very good gymnast at that.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of that in the Blast last season, a lot of forward rolls in the field. She likes to be involved as paths. As Baker comes in to Villiers. And it's worked straight back to her. That was hit with quite some ferocity from Maddie Villiers. They've managed to scamper through for a single. Baker did get herself behind it, but it's trickled behind her and has to be retrieved by Mary Taylor.
There's all sorts going on there, because it hit the stumps at our end, as it were, and they're going to have to put those back together again. And Harris supervising, just checking the bails are on.
I would not have the patience to be the wicketkeeper and have to constantly remake the
it's
bails.
kind of annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really hard to make them perfect.
It's a bit like snooker when they keep putting the balls back on the table.
Baker coming in for the last ball of the 19th to Windsor, and it'll be worked straight to Caris Pavley at mid-wicket. The score is 81 for 3 off 19 overs. Villiers 46 from 49. Windsor 5 from 8. Welcome if you're watching on the Match Centre at edgbaston.com or on Warwickshire Cricket's YouTube. I'm Rosa Simpkin, alongside me Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, remember to press that like button, because it will help other people find us. It also makes us happy.
It
So
does.
make us happy. Press the button, and then we'll smile even more. Georgia Davis to continue from the big blue building, as Dr. F. Nicholson calls it, the pavilion
She's
end.
never going to live that down.
No, well, there's lots of things she's not going to live down. After being in commentary with me, as that's played straight to point. There is no run. They poo-pooed my Jenkins formula, and it worked both times.
I mean,
They went through it. They went through it, but the second one I was only 4 out, as that's played to the cover point boundary, and they get through for a single. Ooh, Villiers on to 47. Durham on to 82 for 3. Windsor to face the next ball from Captain Georgia Davis. Short but deliberate run up, and that's worked round the corner, but there isn't a chance of a run there because Mary Taylor's straight on it. Although it goes through and Davina Perrin does the backing up and then falls over spectacularly behind, feigning injury, but I suspect it's more
just adding a bit of drama.
just a bit of drama queen there as Davis comes in again. Ball goes to Powerplay. She won't get a chance to do a roly there. That's just straight to Nat Wraith. Still no run. 82 for 3 are Durham. Need another 208 to win. I suppose they clocked that off as a target to get below 200, as that's hit straight back to the bowler and there is no run.
There's a nice splattering of spectators around Edgbaston today.
Yes.
You might not be able to see them on the stream because of where they're sat, but the members area was absolutely bustling when we went to go and get our lunch.
It was. Oh, a big wind up, but can't quite get hold of that one. Just the one there. Oh, there could be another one. There's a bit of an overthrow there now. They think against that. Villiers doesn't fancy a second run. So that's the end of the over. 20 overs gone, and Durham are 83 for 3, Villiers on 47, Windsor on 6.
It's going to be Pavely to bowl her first of the game from the Birmingham end. She marks out her run-up. Quite the run of form for Karis Pavely recently. 2 scores of over 120 consecutively, having never scored a century this time last week. Also 4 wickets from the last 2 games. She's been pivotal for Warwickshire, their top run scorer with 345 and their top wicket taker this year with 6 wickets at 21.66. Coming on earlier than she has been in previous games. Bit of slow left arm bowling. Coming in to Emily Windsor. And it's worked off the bottom of Windsor's bat. It bounces up and deflects behind her straight to that race for a dot to start Pavely's spell. Welcome back, Mike Perkins.
Hello. Well, she's been effective with the ball, hasn't she? Pavely's picked up 6 wickets in this competition.
She has indeed, as she comes in again to Windsor. It's worked in the gap between Brewer and Surun Kumar, collected by Ellis for a single. Durham 84 for 3.
So it's not just those big headline scores. She's been effective with the ball as well.
A genuine all-rounder, as we'd call her.
Absolutely.
As Maddie Villiers does a little bit of gardening of the wickets. Marking her guard, Pavely coming in. Oh, and it's missed everything there. Villiers trying to absolutely heave it through the leg side. It's gone straight under her bat, straight through to Nat Ray for a dot. Pavely in again to Villiers. And it's worked over Hannah Baker in that inner circle, and it's run away for 4. A much needed 4 from a Warwickshire, from a Durham perspective. They are 88 for 3. Davina Perrin couldn't quite get round to it.
She pulled up quite sharply there, actually, Perrin. I was a bit worried for a second about her. She's just stretching it out on the far side.
You can see.
I think she'll be all right, but it was just a strange sort of way. She's got a bit of a limp, you know.
She has, as Pavely comes into Villiers. It's worked straight down the ground for another boundary. Georgia Davis in the inner ring can't quite get to it. Davina Perrin has sat down here.
She's going to need treatment.
And the Warwickshire physio is making her way round.
As I say, she was chasing after it, probably never going to get there, but you just saw her pull up really sharply. I think she might have a bit of a hamstring problem here. Just the way she was stretching on the floor. I mean, hopefully just a bit of cramp. She's having a long chat with the physio anyway. Maddie Villiers has thumped the last tee for 4.
She has, and Pavely will be hoping to correct that as she comes in for the last of her opening over. And it's better from Pavely, worked straight to Chloe Brewer in the circle. That's the end of the over, 9 from it. Durham 92 for 3, a much more productive over for them. We can see Davina Perrin on the boundary rope, currently doing some stretches under the watchful eye of Warwickshire's physio.
Yeah, hopefully she'll be all right, because she's going along well, is Perrin. Another 69 today. Top score of the innings. She seems okay. She's running a little slower than Davina Perrin generally would, but she's back in the ring.
Potentially just a bit of cramp.
Yeah, seems ready to continue. Here comes Georgia Davis, the Warwickshire captain, bowls a ball that is slapped away out to Stonehouse on the cover boundary. 1 to the total, 93 for 3. Brings Maddie Villiers back onto strike. And Davis spins the ball a couple of times before approaching again and spinning it in the direction of Villiers, who's gone down the ground. She's looking to go here, is Villiers. Really putting her bat through the ball. Picks up another single there. Takes her on to 56, which I believe is her highest score of the season so far. There's Davis bowls, and that one's defended back into the pitch. No, it's a bit short of it. 79 is the top score of Villiers so far. Oh no, in fact that was her top score last season, was 79. So I think this season this is her best effort so far. That one driven down the offside and no run picked up as a result. There's Baker there with the fielding. Here comes Georgia Davis. Bowls full. Hit away on a slightly awkward angle by Emily Windsor, but picks up another single. She's got her innings going. 9 to Windsor now. 95 for 3 is the total. Reminder though, the chase is 290 here. So there's a lot of batting for Durham to do if they get to their target. Villiers goes high in the air. Surunkuma's going to try and get underneath it. Lands just short. And bounces a little awkwardly in front of her as well. Had to just pause for a second to make sure she got to it. 96 for 3 then. Steady over. Villiers clearly trying to go over the offside. And yes, this innings is now her highest score of the competition so far. 57 to her name. Pavely giving her cap to the umpire and ready to go once more.
Surunkumar, that was closer to her than I think she thought it was going to be. If she kept coming in, she had a chance underneath that one.
Yeah, it felt like she did everything she could there, but just couldn't get underneath it. It was one of those, it was a teaser, wasn't it, really?
It really was, and Warwickshire would have loved for that wicket to fall. Pavely to continue at the Birmingham end. 9 off her first over. She'll be hoping to be a little bit tighter here. Left arm slow bowling coming in to Villiers. And it's worked straight through the gap in the inner circle, but it will be cut off by Bethan Ellis on that offside boundary. They've scampered through for a 2 there. 98 for 3 from 22.1 overs.
Yeah, swift work.
I was surprised it was a 2. That's how swift it was. It was quicker than light. As Pavely comes in again to Villiers. And it's respectfully worked to Chloe Brewer. Almost a short cover in that silly cover.
Lovely day towards the tall buildings in the city of Birmingham at the far end.
Pavely coming in again to Villiers. And it's worked over the head of Amu Surunkumar. And it's a diving effort on the boundary rope, but I don't think she's quite got to it. It has gone away for 4. It was a stunning effort from, I believe, Hannah Baker on that leg side boundary, but she can't quite get behind it.
Yeah, swap positions with Perrin there, and just couldn't quite keep it within the ropes. I think Perrin might have gone off. Looking around.
I would agree with that, as Pavely readies at the top of her run-up. Yeah, it looks like Davina Perrin has gone off the pitch.
And that wouldn't be a huge surprise, I have to say, just given she pulled very, very sharply, chasing a ball out there where Hannah Baker's just tried to stop.
Pavely into Villiers, worked straight back to her. It's also not worth the risk particularly, is it? She's not going to bowl this innings. If she's pulled up, why would you risk her at this point in the season?
Yes, I think that's, I think it took a little bit of talking her into it, but yeah. It'll be a concern though for Warwickshire fans. Perrin's been crucial to what they do.
Pavely into Villiers, and it's found the under edge of Villiers' bat, and it's running away to the boundary rope. The fielder will not catch it. Another 4 to Durham's total. They are 106 for 3. It's been an expensive opening spell for Pavely. 19 runs off 1.5 overs. Yes, Sophie Beach has come on to the field of play to replace Perrin. She was the one chasing that little under edge. Pavely in again to Villiers. Better from Pavely to end the over with a dot ball. 23 overs in, Durham are 106 for 3, Villiers 67 from 63, Windsor 9 from 18, a 40 strong partnership. Welcome if you're listening or watching on Match Centre at edgbaston.com or on Warwickshire Cricket's YouTube. I'm Rosa Simpkin, alongside me Mike Perkins here at Edgbaston.
There's something of the Georgia Davis from this distance about Sophie Beach, I think, in just the way, in her movements.
See, this is what I was struggling with, because I looked at her and I thought that could be Georgia Davis. And I looked at the number on the back of her shirt and I was like, that is definitely Georgia Davis does not wear number 12.
No, they've got very similar sort of mannerisms in the field. Not unsurprising, really, that she'd pick up on the captain's mannerisms, and it's the captain with the ball in hand. 106 for 3. Villiers' innings starting to become a little ominous now, and Windsor has been there in support, as she's often very good at doing. Just quietly goes about her business at the crease, does Emily Windsor. On to 10 with that push off the back foot.
Beach scored a century in a Worcestershire win yesterday, so being kept very busy. Not yesterday, at the weekend, apologies.
107 for 3, the score is Davis bowls, and it'll be added to with this heave into the leg side. Oh, and it's a horrible moment for Chloe Brewer, who's a very good, lively fielder most of the time, and has just misjudged that one completely, and it's bounced past her and away for 4 runs. 111 for 3. Warwick should just have to keep a lid on this Villiers innings, because it's threatening to get away from them. There's a motor powers along outside the ground, and there's a big heave outside the off stump from Villiers, who I think's just decided she's going to go for her strokes from this point. She's got 71 already, and is looking to get her team right back in this match. Davis bowls, back goes Villiers, out to cover on this occasion. Stonehouse there to make the stop before the boundary. 112 for 3.
They're going to need her to get a lot of these runs, I think, Villiers, so you can completely understand why she's decided she needs to go.
Davis bowls, back goes Windsor, and finds another single, this time on an angle behind square on the leg side. 113 for 113 rather for 3. Davis again, firm sweep, and it bounces horribly in front of Bethan Ellis, and that'll go for 4 as well. Now that really was a horrible bounce for Bethan Ellis. Brewer had the same misfortune earlier in the over, but that one noticeably diverted from our position, and 117 for 3 is the score. 4 more for Villiers, and she's hitting it hard and getting rewards. 76 off 67 now for the Durham batter.
Bethan Ellis was incredibly unlucky there. She did quite a good job to get herself her full body behind it, and then it deflected into a completely different direction. She attempted to then stop it, diving over it at the boundary, but it did run away. Windsor's currently playing a lovely, supportive role to Maddie Villiers, who is striking at quite the rate on 76 from 67. Windsor only 11 from 20, but that's all they need from her right now.
Yeah, she's providing an end to bat with, isn't she? And she'll just marshal things, you would imagine.
It's going to be Surin Kumar to come on for her first spell of the game from the Birmingham end. Pavely brought off after 2 reasonably expensive overs, as Villiers really gets firing.
Interesting introduction, this.
The right arm pace of Surin Kumar into Windsor, and it's worked to Chloe Brewer. No, it's Bethan Ellis. They've got their hair in exactly the same style, which is mightily confusing. There's some very loud building work now going on in the background at the hotel.
Yeah, they're getting the digger in action here, aren't they?
A busy building site, which is what we want to see. Surin Kumar back at the top of her run-up as Davis adjusts her field. Villiers on strike, 76 not out for her as Surin Kumar comes in for her second. And it's gone straight through Villiers and Nat Rafe. They've managed to scamper through for a quick single. Sophie Beach sweeping to retrieve it. And it has gone for byes, so there was no bat on it.
It was quite funny there. Villiers was disappointed at having missed out on a full ball to smack away. Windsor was like, no, run.
She suddenly had Emily Windsor quite literally charging at her as Surun Kumar comes in to Windsor. And it's worked straight to Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, Surun Kumar's contributed with an important little spell already this season of 3 overs, 13 for 2 against Essex. That was where Pavley also bowled a spell of 3.4 overs, 10 for 2.
Surun Kumar coming in again to Windsor. And it's worked straight back down the ground by Windsor. Retrieved by Mary Taylor.
Taylor responsible for one of the 3 wicket spells this season for Warwickshire, 78 for 3 on her debut against Surrey, and there was also Stonehouse took 70 for 3 against Somerset, the win on Saturday.
Surun Kumar coming in again to Windsor, 2 dots before. And it will be worked straight to Chloe Brewer for a 3rd consecutive dot as she throws it back to the skipper, Georgia Davis.
Good to see a few people back with us as this Villiers innings progresses. She's keeping Durham in the hunt at the moment.
As Davis sends Hannah Baker out to the boundary, bringing in Sophie Beach, who's been busy since coming on for the injured Davina Perrin, as Surun Kumar comes in for the final ball of the 25th. Windsor working it straight to where Hannah Baker has just been pushed out for a single. Durham 120 for 3 at the conclusion of the 25th.
Emily Windsor works really hard for her runs, and I think a bit disappointed when she misses out on a full toss like that one, because it doesn't make things easy. Reached the halfway point of this innings then. 120 for 3 is, in terms of runs, beyond where Warwickshire were at this stage, but they had a very good second half. Warwickshire were 103 for 2. It's the clean hitting of Villiers really that has pushed Durham, the visitors, in front here, Claire Jenkins. And will Warwickshire be a little worried? They've got an extra wicket in terms of the count back, which Durham didn't have, but will it be concerning them, that scoreboard, or will they just think we've got 290?
I mean, it just feels like 76 off 68 balls. It feels like one of those innings that you can really build the rest of it round, and also gives a bit of confidence to the rest of the batting order, because they lost those 2 quick wickets, and then since then Villiers has been that proper anchor to the innings. Windsor, as you rightly said, is just kind of playing the kind of not accessory, but she's just enabling Villiers to do what she does well, and she's well established. So yes, it is a bit of a worry. I mean, if anyone's interested, the Jenkins formula would be twice 240 plus 20, 260, which would leave Durham short. So that'll be interesting to see if they get to that. But I think the difference is that Warwickshire's batting order is much stronger at the bottom. I think that would be my assessment, but we'll find out how good Durham's batting lineup is as we head into the second half.
We certainly will. I mean, they're a hard hitting lineup at Warwickshire. They do put bat to ball, don't they? And that's why they're able to get those big scores later on in the innings.
So while I was away, you've been substituting people, have you, while I was away?
Well, I think Perrin rather substituted herself by chasing very hard after a ball and pulling up injured.
Oh no.
So
let's hope it's cramp.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
I think she tried to run it off and was unable to do so. So I think the word perhaps came out from the coaching staff that we don't really want one of our better players risking themselves for the remainder of this innings. So Sophie Beach has come on to replace Davina Perrin.
And Rose has been telling you about her exploits at Worcester, hasn't she, in terms of what she's been doing recently. She's been batting well, fielding well, etc.
Yes,
Worcestershire.
yeah.
And she's in Sophie Beach, also another England under 19.
Let's just, whilst we're about to resume in
Yeah,
play,
what's
let you
happening?
know where the chasers are up to around the country. Lancashire have set 252 for Essex, who are 50 without loss. They're just in the 13th over of that game. And there is also Hampshire chasing against Somerset. They need 282, so a similar-ish chase to the one here. And Hampshire are 160 for 2 after 22.3 overs. So they're a bit ahead of where Durham find themselves, but well placed are Durham as well on 120 for 3 after 290 to beat Warwickshire. But you would imagine, given Hampshire are further on in the chase and chasing, well, 8 runs less, that probably makes Hampshire favourite there, who had a bit of a disaster at the weekend against Lancashire.
Does it give you the runs per over? I'll come back to that. And Ellis comes in from the
here
pavilion.
it's 6.8.
Yeah, it's pelted through covers, but Alexa Stonehouse is up to it. Stops that on just inside the rope. Ooh, tests Nat Wraith, however, and just get a 1. Did they say how many runs per over in those chases, or is it who's got the biggest?
Not on what I'm looking at, but I can work it out.
No.
quick.
I thought it's just sometimes those come up on those things, don't they? Fear not. It was just sometimes that gives you some idea of how hard those chases are as they swap the
Hampshire need
field.
about 4.84.
Oh, yeah, that's doable, isn't it? Caris Pavley swaps to the offside, the posh side for Barbara Daniels. Beth Ellis comes in, past Caris Pavley. Stonehouse won't catch that one. 4 more runs to Villiers, who moves to 80 off the 69 balls that she's faced, and Durham are 125 for 3, Windsor on 14. They still need another 165, so they'll be ticking those off. They've got below 200, they've got below 175, they're at 165 to win the game.
In fact, that rate down south is actually 4.48. So
I wasn't going to hold you to
4.5.
Yeah.
So
Doable.
they're well in control. Well, I think they're well in control.
Yes, Ellis comes in, floats that up, and that's hit to long on. Amusu and Kumar below us. Cuts that off. 1 run. Another one to the total.
The 6.8 that Durham need, that's the one that feels a bit more in the balance, I would say.
It's harder, isn't it? Bethan Ellis run up from about 20 yards. She's bringing Amusu and Kumar in at from long on to mid on. We've got a deep cover fielder, square leg and mid wicket. Big wind up from Villiers, but just places that through cover point and just get 1 more to the total. Villiers back on strike, she's on 81. Durham 127 for 3, having lost Marlowe, Wilson and Armitage to this point. Bethan Ellis, heels flying. That's 4 runs. That's properly pelted through the covers there by Maddie Villiers, who moves on to 85, edging closer to those 3 figures. Durham will want to see her get a big total here, help them in their chase.
I think that's why 6.8 might not be an issue for Durham, because Maddie Villiers hits it very hard.
She does. She's hit another one hard, but this time straight to Caris Pavley in that short cover, and there is no run. It's the end of an over, so 26 overs gone. Durham are 131 for 3, Villiers on 85, Windsor on 15, and Durham still need 159 to win.
And I think she's reached the point in her innings where she's decided she's going to try and hit it exclusively hard. And
let's do it.
It's
bit
good
between
to
the
watch.
teeth and all that. No, it's good. It's a bit like watching Caris Pavley hit those innings where she got, proper right. I'm in the mood now.
Yeah, it's just like a switch has flipped.
Yeah, it is. You can almost feel it from here, can't you?
And Emily Windsor is the perfect foil at the moment to just quietly go about her business the other end, and she's supremely good at chasing runs, is Emily Windsor. Hits this one quite hard off the back foot, but finds Bethan Ellis, who's in there close at extra cover. Soren Kumar with the bowling from the Birmingham end at the moment. That breeze blows southwesterly, giving us a glimpse of the Bear and Staff in the distance, the Warwickshire emblem on that flag at the far end. Here comes Soren Kumar again, shorter length, forced away by Windsor. Pavely there at backward point with the fielding and does well.
Georgia Davis got the field quite close. He got quite close cover, close mid-wicket, trying to snaffle those catches.
Earlier Pavely 59, Perrin 69, Wraith 54 from 35 balls. Durham are going to need an innings of that nature somewhere in the piece as Emily Windsor tries to work it away again, finds another dot ball, 131 for 3. 3 in a row there for Soren Kumar.
Cramping Windsor there.
Just the room disappearing. The odd bit of banging every now and again as the building site makes work on the hotel where the Raglan stand used to be. And that one's through the gap at extra cover. Now, Chloe Brewer's got a difficult chase and does a good bit of fielding to keep the scoring to, well, it's going to be 3 in the end because Emily Windsor's quickly through. She knows all about what it's like to chase a ball down on the boundary, and that gives her that insight of when the 3 was on, and it was there. She gets back comfortably, 134 for 3, and it brings Villiers on to strike. So with that shot, the over looking a lot better from a Durham point of view, and they seem to be trying to just stay up with the rate now as Villiers hits this one to extra cover, finds Bethan Ellis, no run, 134 for 3.
It's got a big pocket there, and it's proving my theory that the boundary's at the right length if you can run a 3, which they did. So that's the right length, that side. The other side is shorter, although not been made that much. I managed to defend it, both sides actually, mostly.
Would be a bit more grass to play with out towards on what's the offside for Villiers. She goes into the leg side, the shorter side, and hits the fielder out at mid-wicket, Hannah Baker, for 1 run, 135 for 3. So not the most productive over of the innings for Durham, but it was productive enough, that one. Just keeps moving them along nicely.
It's at the sort of tipping. It feels like the game's at that tipping point, you know. Who can Durham make the most of the fact that they're sort of ahead of where Warwickshire were, but bearing in mind Warwickshire had a very impressive second half of their batting innings, which I would imagine it would be harder for Durham to do than it is for the Warwickshire batting lineup, because Bethan Ellis comes in, floats it in straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
The issue will be if they can't get these 2 out, then it'll give them a very good chance, won't it? Because Villiers is going to keep going along at a rate, which he already is. 86 now off 75. And then you've got Emily Windsor, who will just pace her innings.
Oh, straight through Villiers, and it's going to go towards the boundary. Mary Taylor is after it, stops it. They get through for what was just the 1? 2. Got 2. 2 runs off that one. Didn't hit anything. Did it hit anything? What's the umpire signals?
I didn't see any signal.
So maybe
I think there might have been a little nick past the keeper.
Little inch.
I think it got a little inside edge, and that's why the keeper couldn't really do anything, because it was going,
Okay.
I mean, fortunate in the sense it was going back towards the stumps, but it diverted it past the keeper.
Villiers on 88. Can she add more to that? She sends that straight to Caris Pavely. Goes underneath her, but they don't take a run.
Pavely was sort of pretending she didn't know where the ball was there, almost to try and tempt them into a single.
Ooh. Can't have any of that. Umpires will be watching that. Bethan Ellis to continue. Oh, big pelt into the outfield. Oh, and we nearly had a catch there that's gone for 4 runs. Did it go for 6 or 4? As it was going 4. I thought we were going to get a duplication of the dive that we had in the first innings, because it was almost exactly the same place from where Chloe Brewer is as that catch that was taken in the outfield.
Probably
the other way round.
5 yards closer, Brewer, and that's probably what cost her in the end. It was a terrific effort, much like Abby Glenn's catch in the first innings to dismiss Perrin
I think, Warwickshire will be pleased that the ball's in the air and there's a catch chance, although it was a hard one. I'll have another go because it's coming to you again. Oh, it's missed it again. Oh, another 4 runs. Oh, that was almost a carbon copy again. And Chloe Brewer, unfortunately, got hands to it, but can only parry it, and they get another 4 runs. Villiers moves to 96.
Well, after the previous one, she thought she might be able to get to that one and then couldn't, and it bounced just in front of her horribly. She's having a torrid time out there. The first one was just out of her reach as she dived and it went past her in the air. The second one bouncing in front.
Beth Ellis can't believe it. She's got 2. She's got to play it twice in the air to the same fielder. In again. Oh, that's just along the ground this time. Now this time Chloe Brewer's got to run a long way because that's a long boundary to field that back in, and they just get the 1. Villiers moves to 97, getting closer, and Durham are 146 for 3 off 28 overs. Villiers on 97 and Windsor on 18.
I have to say, I mean those 2 shots, they were powerfully hit by Villiers. I think they were genuine good strokes rather than playing it in the air. I think the one that Ellis might look at though is that little inside edge. I think she'll feel she really beat the batter on that occasion and didn't get the reward for it. But Villiers is still there, 97. Just 80 balls now as well for this innings. If Warwickshire don't get her out, Durham are going to be on course for victory here. They've got the likes of Bess Heath coming in, who's a hard hitter.
Yeah.
Then Thompson, Fraser, Glenn, Johnson, Levitt, perhaps offering a little bit less than these 2. And Heath has another single ticks by for Villiers, 98 now. Moved into the 29th over of this chase.
Soren Kumar just changes her field. She sent fine leg back and brought in Mary Taylor to a shorter mid-on.
What Durham are doing well here as Soren Kumar bowls to Windsor, who flicks it away into the offside. A little flick of the wrist, taking it out to the cover boundary for 1. 148 for 3. Windsor has 19 now. Quietly going about her work at the other end. But this is the 6th and 7th bowlers for Warwickshire, and they're looking to tuck in to Soren Kumar and Ellis. Villiers forces it hard through extra cover, and this one's going to just accelerate away from the fielders across the turf. Georgia Davis chases it all the way, but the 100 is up for Maddie Villiers, and she takes off her helmet, and that is a magnificent 100, we have to say. She has come in with her team in a little bit of trouble, and she has played superbly, coming in at 8 for 2 after the dismissal of Holly Armitage, her captain, and Villiers has made 102 of 82 deliveries. A really, really good innings from Maddie Villiers, and it puts her side in an excellent position all of a sudden in this game. 86 now put on with Emily Windsor as well, as Villiers goes hard down the ground again. This one only just escapes the ring. Taylor's picked it up. Windsor's back for the 2. That's great running for her partner there. She knew she was going to the danger end, and she gets through for 2. It keeps Villiers on strike. 154 for 3. Brilliant innings from Maddie Villiers. It included 17 fours, and just about all of them felt fiercely struck. Get Claire Jenkins's thoughts on that century in a moment, because Soren Kumar's charging in again, and Villiers is going again, this time airily over the top of the offside. It bounces once in front of Hannah Baker, frustratingly for the Warwickshire fielders. They will know this innings is starting to make their lives very difficult indeed. 155 for 3.
It's not just the innings, it's the importance of when it's done as well, isn't it? That's the key moment of the fact that Villiers has made that contribution.
Emily Windsor plays it into the offside, only finds Pavely, no run on offer. Windsor just sort of rehearses a motion with her top hander where she would have liked to have played that. 155 for 3. There are 21 overs of this chase remaining. There are 135 runs still required, so it's still above a run of ball, but it's come down from 6.8 to 6.42, and it's starting to look like Durham are getting a bit of control, but a couple of wickets will change that.
It will. I mean, we were talking, Dr. Af Nicholson on Saturday and I were talking about stalwarts of the game, and I would put Villiers in that, in as much as she has played England, she might play England again, but in the category with the kind of Sophie Luffs, Georgia Elwys, Lizzie McLeod was somebody that Raf mentioned. People like Fran Wilson, of course, she's now gone to coaching. But those players who are going to be the structure upon which the regional
Katie
setting,
Levick, of course.
Katie Levick, yeah, all of those people who, and people like Georgia Elwys. I'm thinking about lots of those players, but definitely in the stalwart categories, Maddie Villiers, and especially on 105 off 84 balls.
This is a sign Georgia Davis needs a wicket. She's bringing it back. Hannah Baker, who's got one already. Stonehouse with the other two for Warwickshire. Yeah,
Baker, right arm spin. Villiers spends a lot of energy on that, but it only goes to Caris Pavley, who comes off the rope and throws that back with some fizz to the bowler. Can mind the bowler's hands. Baker decides to go over the wicket to Windsor. Right arm over, some spin. And Windsor just plays that down into the pocket. Baker has to do her own fielding.
Emily Windsor will do that every time if the field's set back on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, one could argue that Windsor is also in the kind of stalwart category in terms of the backbone really of the regional structures, or that it will be built on, certainly, as Baker comes in again. Oh, and it's clean bowled. So they finally get Maddie Villiers clean bowled by Hannah Baker. So it was a good move from the captain to bring back Hannah Baker. But Villiers, what an innings that is. 106 off 85 or 86ish, 85 balls. 17-4. She's been out there for 90 minutes, an hour and a half's batting, and certainly what Durham needed if they were going to chase this down. It was that huge innings. Yeah, she runs past one and gets bowled, so some good bowling there from Baker. But great innings from Villiers, and you can hear the applause of the spectators.
Terrifically entertaining innings, that one, but Georgia Davis has made the change and she's got a wicket, and a lot rests on this innings from Bess Heath now, coming to the wicket. Hard hitter herself, probably has to get herself in for a little while and then look to pick up where Villiers has left off. Magnificent innings from Villiers, but well bowled Hannah Baker. Just managing to get one past her as she advanced down the pitch.
Well bowled indeed. So Baker will continue with some words from Bethan Ellis and Georgia Davis to encourage her along. Bess Heath got 70 off 52 balls in that tie that we talked about at Scarborough. So what she got for Warwickshire today as she connects with that, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
I mean, something of that nature, even if, say, it was a 50 off 35 or 40, would go a long way to getting Durham to where they need to be.
Bess Heath goes back and just defends that down. And no run.
Because that had added, best part of 100 runs, maybe 80 runs to the total, and then all of a sudden you're very much in range, aren't you?
It's certainly not time to hang around now. Baker in again. Bess Heath rocks back, plays it straight to Stonehouse. Not strong, but gets an easy single out of that, and that's the end of the over. 30 overs gone. Heath on 1, Windsor on 20, and Durham are 158 for 4. They need another 132 to win this game. So Maddie Villiers put them back into a position where they could chase this down. It looked like it was unlikely when those first 2 wickets went, when Marlowe was caught Pavley off Stonehouse for 2, and Holly Armitage unfortunately didn't score, bowled by Stonehouse by a beautiful ball. Talia Wilson was caught by Mary Taylor off the bowling of Baker, and Villiers only just gone on 106. But yes, what do you reckon then, Rosa?
I reckon it's going to be interesting now. I mean, Villiers scoring the majority of those runs. Big question marks as to whether Heath and Windsor can power them to that total, but it's a much-needed wicket for Warwickshire.
I mean, the beauty is that Windsor, having faced 34 balls, is going to be seeing the ball, hopefully, as that's jammed down towards fine leg. Not fine leg, what am I thinking? Deep third. And they just get through for a single. Yes, I said it's one of those innings of Villiers' innings is one of those ones where you can build a whole innings around it. We shall find out how deep potentially Durham's batting card is for today as Suryan Kumar winds herself up from the Birmingham end. Windsor plays that through point. Pavley comes off the rope at some speed and ensures that it is only one. She's not throw the ball in. I imagine it's a bit like I was fortunate enough to play county cricket with Sue Redfern. When she throws a ball, you can hear the fizz as the air goes past the ball, and I imagine it's a bit like that.
She does really
throw
hammer
it
them in, does Karis Pavley.
Suryan Kumar in again. It's defended down by Bess Heath and just leaves that one, just trying to get her eye on what sort of timing she's going to need for this Suryan Kumar. So you mentioned about the bowling attack. It's quite a bowling attack if they all fire, isn't it? It's certainly a lot of things that Georgia Davis can use in terms of resource.
There are so many options, a ridiculous amount of options almost, the amount of all-rounders Warwickshire possess.
Heath plays that past Bethan Ellis at cover. Karis Pavley comes in again, throws another one really hard, knocks Suryan Kumar backwards as she takes the catch there. I mean, I'm all for, direct hit, good throw and direct, but maybe not quite so much fizz.
A little bit less on it.
Just a little bit less.
We need Suryan Kumar to keep her head.
needs her hands. She's going to bowl. Windsor to face. Good ball. It's played straight to mid-on. There's a bit of a shy, but seemed like it was a fairly easy single there. Rotating the strike here. Durham moved to 162 for 4. There's a bit of a change round in the field, so they're sending out the mid-wicket. Anna Baker out to the rope and bringing in, this is Sophie Beach down there, is it? At fine leg onto the 25-yard circle. She needs to take a few steps forward as Suryan Kumar comes in. That's played through past the cover fielder, Bethan Ellis. Karis Pavley doing the tidying up, fizzing one in. Two backing up. They're going to need some body arm right there to field this behind.
That's close with her direct hit there. She was scrambling in. The power of Pavley's throw did get to the stumps.
You've got to give it to her. We talked about the complete. She's more of a, in the style of an Australian complete all-rounder, Karis Pavley. Her fielding, her throwing, her catching, her bowling. I'm happy she's a Warwickshire player, put it like that. I wouldn't want to come up against her.
It's funny you say Australia because she attributes her improvement in her batting, because I'd say back in the Central Sparks era she was very much viewed as a bowling all-rounder, and I'd say now she's probably viewed as a batting all-rounder.
Yeah, well, I've seen those innings. That's a batting all-rounder, but complete all-rounder. But probably the next click up now.
And she spent a lot of time out in Australia, winters there, playing for the Brisbane Ghosts in grade cricket, club cricket, training in the nets with the Sydney Sixers. She's been busy down under.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's great. Lots of the players. Holly Armitage went out, didn't she? I want to say New Zealand and Australia, but she certainly went to the Antipodes.
She likes to keep busy, Holly Armitage, during the winter.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's great. Lots of them have gone, haven't they? In fact, I think Bess Heath went out as well, didn't she? Bryony Smith. A lot of them went out over the winter to the Australian or Austral summer or whatever they call it. Baker to continue, this time to Windsor.
There was a slight delay in play.
It was, and that's going to be 4 runs to Emily Windsor. There was a delay because?
As it looked like Heath received some treatment from the physio. The Warwickshire players did run on drinks for the Bears, but no one was interested, so they were sent straight back off.
It's just a paracetamol or something simple. It wasn't a long delay, just a brief interlude as Baker comes in again over the wicket to Windsor. Rocks back but can only send it to Stonehouse at point. There is no... Is it Stonehouse? 16 at point.
Meg Austin.
Meg Austin. I keep getting that mixed up, don't I? And similar sort of hair colouring, etc. as Baker comes in again. Can't get that one away. That's going to be another dot ball as the machinery fires up on the building site to our left. No, that hum isn't my brain. That's that's the machinery. Windsor plays that down. There is no run. If you're wondering, that isn't my head.
It is quite an intense.
It is quite loud.
Bit of building work.
It is. Baker. The wind blowing her trousers. That's how windy it is down there. Windsor rocks back again. Austin in. They get a single because she has to move quite a long way to get to that. Just the one.
They keep Rafe quite busy, these Warwickshire fielders. They're
they
quite
stretch her at
erratic
various
as to
points.
where the ball gets thrown into.
Keeping her on her toes there. Floated in straight to Austin at point, and there is no run. That's another over. Yes, another over. 32 overs gone. Durham 169 for 4. Windsor on 27. Heath on 5. And Durham require another 121 to win, having been set 290 by Warwickshire, who won the toss and elected to bat first.
They're firing through them quite quickly here, these overs. We've got a lot of spin, but there will be a change of bowler at the Birmingham end. Mary Taylor returns to the attack. She took a wicket in her first spell, which was right at the beginning of the game, probably being brought on a little bit earlier than usual here. Georgia Davis clearly keen for some wickets.
Yeah, and we talked about the different options that Georgia Davis has got, and the other armoury bit is do it fast, because then the opposition are not having much time to get the runs.
Taylor coming in to Windsor. It's worked straight to a very energetic Hannah Baker at mid-wicket. No run there. Yeah,
almost that rushing the batters in terms of the speed of the game, keeping the tempo up, so that before you look up, you think it's 25 overs and you look up and it's 30 overs, or you're kind of pushing them because they're going to run out of deliveries.
Mary Taylor coming in again with her right arm pace, the right-handed Windsor. And it's hit straight to Hannah Baker, almost a mirror image of the last shot at mid-wicket for a second dot ball.
We're thinking a magnet in the ball.
Yeah, mate. I mean, we've seen that a couple of times this game. We've seen some mirror images of shots.
Yeah. Stonehouse had a section where the ball was going to her, didn't she? Baker's turn this time.
It's your worst nightmare when you've just been bowling at one end, being kept this busy. As
my hands.
Taylor coming in to Windsor. Oh, and it's a diving effort from Chloe Brewer at point. She can't get a hand to it. It's retrieved by Karis Pavley sweeping. They get through for 2. Durham 171 for 4.
Chloe Brewer hasn't been very lucky here. I mean, some of it's about technique, but I think a lot of it is just, things that could have been catch chances just out of her reach or just bouncing in the wrong place. And you feel for her because she's also been they've all been busy. I don't know who's had a quiet game, really.
Taylor coming in to Windsor. Oh, there's an appeal, but there's not much of an appeal, and neither keeper or bowler went up. So the umpire is...
I think it was going well down leg from... I just had a chance to look at the replay.
The umpire was unsurprisingly rather unmoved by that one.
That they weren't even convinced, were they? But we're at the wrong angle to judge, of course. And the umpires today don't have DRS, so there is no...
We're at a bird's eye view, almost. Not quite, kind of half a bird's eye view.
Captain Bird's Eye. Other fish fingers are available.
As Taylor comes in to Windsor. And it's worked straight to Chloe Brewer at point. They're scampering through for a single, and they will get through. It was interesting at one point. Brewer did get the ball in quite quickly.
Yeah, she did. That may have been closer than Windsor might have liked or even anticipated. It was probably closer than it might have appeared.
The run rate definitely slowing here for Durham since the removal of Villiers. This partnership currently 15 from 20. Heath going along at 5 from 8 as Taylor comes in. And it's worked straight to Hannah Baker, coming in from mid-wicket to conclude the over. Durham 172 for 4.
I like the way Hannah Baker hands the ball back to Julia Jarvis, like, please make it not be another over like that one when I come back to field. I'm busy bowling the other end. Aunt Harris takes her hat. And just so the umpires today, Julia Jarvis and Aunt Harris. Scorers are Ruffles and Brereton, and she who must be obeyed, Helen Pack, match referee. Don't mess with her. She's in charge today. Yeah. Don't mess with pugs. Baker in over the wicket to Windsor. Oh, big wind up. It's going to be 6. It is. That's a 6 to Emily Windsor. She's decided that she was known as the finisher. Maybe she's going to do that for Durham today. She was known as a finisher because in the Southern Vipers and Hampshire days she ended up being the sort of last batter standing with whoever at the other end, and also she did it in the 100 as well to win the 100, I seem to remember, as Baker comes in again. That's just defended down. Am I right?
Yeah, you are. What a reputation to have, by the way,
Finisher.
for Emily Windsor.
Yeah.
It's a great reputation.
Yeah.
She's clearly
Sort of
decided.
gangster.
She's clearly decided to get going here after being the supporter.
She has.
Villiers' knock.
It's flicked over, and Windsor carves that straight to Meg Austin, who manages to get a couple of hands on that. Not necessarily gymnastically, but certainly effectively at point, and there is no run.
They've been very entertaining in the field, Warwickshire.
They have.
I'm
They've
going to
not
be
been
honest.
tumbling and doing gymnastic manoeuvres. That's worked into the pocket there by Windsor. Baker has to tidy up for itself. She'd be like, oh God, I'm getting the steps in today.
She doesn't have charge after the ball, does she?
She doesn't have to, but she's just decided that she's going to anyway. I mean, it's good from the bowler, except just leave the stumps empty. But Bethan Ellis had gone to cover, so fear not, Warwickshire spectators. Baker in again. Oh, nurdled round the corner. That was the shot that they didn't want to happen. There's a chase on. It's going to stop up in the field, so they're going to have to run these. They might run 5 here if they're really fast. How many did they get there then?
Couple?
Was at least 2, wasn't it? Bess Heath is just signalling, yeah, she's all right. She might need oxygen, but she's all right.
So I was fixated on the
was
boundary
the
rope in front of the Hollies.
Oh, yeah?
We've got our drinks runners. They've got 2 drinks and also a bag of some sort of food that they're currently handing out.
You want to know what's in the bag there? As it rocked back to Meg Austin again. Who does more gymnastics there? They've been very entertaining in the field. What do you reckon is in that bag?
It's a good question. I want to know what your ideal fielding snack would be.
Okay, let's do that in a minute. Let's do this one. 34 overs gone. Durham are 182 for 4, Heath for 8, Windsor 37. What's your ideal fielding snack? Well, you want something not sticky.
I mean, I was going to say Haribo Tang Plastics. Other brands are available.
Oh yeah, other brands. Oh yeah, yeah. What about what are those? I don't know, bloody. They're like sort of chewy things, more like a marshmallow.
More like a marshmallow?
Yeah, something chewier. I'm trying to think of the name of them.
Squashies?
Squashies, that's it. I was going to say scrunchies. I was thinking it's not scrunchies. Squashies.
Maybe they need to rebrand.
Percy Pigs. Oh, there's all sorts, isn't there? I'm not that. I mean, people rave about Percy Pigs, but you know, other porcine animals
are available in sweet form.
You want something chewy, not too sticky, not something that's not going to block your throat if the ball suddenly comes towards you. Preferably, you don't want anybody choking.
I've watched Emily Arnott get caught out a lot of times for Warwickshire eating a banana on the boundary rope and then having to field and not having her hands free.
But they're a long way down. We'd have to send a basket down. It's the other Taylor. Who have we got there? Who's there? Who's that there with her?
Could be a Bryony Gilgrass.
Could be. It's definitely a Taylor because it looks like the other Taylor. Because they are twins.
The twins.
Talking of the twins. Is
got
this you?
Mary Taylor.
Is this you or me?
It is me.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Mary Taylor at the Birmingham end.
Wow.
Lovely spell for her so far. 19 from 6 overs with a wicket. Coming in to Heath. And it's worked very nicely from Heath straight to Pavely on the boundary rope. She was lucky that it didn't deflect off that pink, that fluorescent pink mat. I might have to ask the ground staff afterwards about this mat.
I love that colour pink, I must say. I've got some shirts that colour. It's a lovely fuchsia.
You're wearing a shirt that colour?
Oh yeah, I'm in a darker version. Yes, you're right. It's my favourite. Yeah, it's good.
Taylor coming in for the second ball of the over to Windsor. And it's gone quite
it was
wide
almost
back.
wide, wasn't it? I think she went chasing it. That's why. Yeah, if you look at her setup, her back foot is right over, so she takes the wide line with her. I would call this cranberry.
Cranberry.
Yes, that's more fuchsia.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah,
Agree.
yeah. Okay.
A single and a dot
Other fashion advice is available.
to start the over for Taylor, coming in to Windsor, who's currently 37 not out. It's worked past Chloe Brewer at point. Karis Pavely will get behind it. They run through for 2, taking them to 185 for 4.
Lovely throw there from Karis Pavely, which was, I don't know if she's been listening to us, was less fizz, and it was straight to, because the wicket keepers, they want the ball at waist height. Michael tell us this, he's a wicket keeper. You want the ball at waist height so you can do something with it if you need to, and also so you're not herring about, falling about. No double teapots then from the wicket keeper. You don't want a double teapot.
As Taylor comes in to Windsor, and it's worked straight to Ellis at mid-wicket. She throws it in quickly, but they do scamper through quite safely for a single, 186 for 4.
So you said about what's your suite of choice. What about traditional cricket tea? What's your go-to? Because I asked Dr. Samara Afzal the first game, and she said, "Oh, well, they don't do teas like they used to." And I said, "Well, it's hard to walk past a good egg mayonnaise sandwich."
They don't do teas anymore.
Oh, that's
like
such a sad thing.
But a Victoria sponge, you can't.
Yeah,
There's always a Victoria sponge in a cricket tea. As Taylor comes through to Heath, and it's worked straight back to her. She gets a fingertip to her, and it will be collected by Georgia Davis, the skipper. Also, I feel like just basic sandwiches you can't go wrong with.
Yeah. Good, like tuna mayo, that kind of thing.
I'm not a tuna girl.
No, you're not fishy, or is you just not tuna?
Just not tuna.
Not
I'll
tuna.
eat any other fish. A bit bizarre. Also, not great for a student. Tuna's quite an affordable.
Yeah, cheese and
option.
pickle. Is that more student?
Probably. As Taylor comes into Heath for the final ball of the 35th, and it's worked straight over her head, straight down the ground. And it's a diving effort from Suren Kumar, but she can't stop it. It runs away for 4, a much-needed boundary for Durham, taking them to 190 for 4 after 35.
You mentioned that Windsor's going to have to kind of take the mantle from Villiers, really, and that's what she's done. It feels like Mike mentioned a switch flicked, and that feels like what's happened here as well, as I take a rest. And next voice you'll hear from this side is Mike Perkins.
Georgia Davis currently having words with Bethan Ellis, but it is going to be Hannah Baker to continue at the pavilion. It's not going to be Hannah Baker to continue at the pavilion end. It's going to be Bethan Ellis. No, it's going to be Georgia Davis. There's so much happening, Mike. Georgia Davis will be coming on at the pavilion end, the skipper.
Yeah, looks like the captain's going to have another go here. So the change worked, didn't it, bringing Hannah Baker back into the attack. Now Davis, who's got 4 overs left, 33 without reward in terms of a wicket or a maiden so far from her 6 overs. So she's going to come on and just try and winkle another one out. You feel if they can get another one, then they've got a real opportunity here. But if they can't, it looks like being Durham's game. Davis to bowl then. Pavilion end. Pulled around the corner by Windsor, who's started to become slightly more elaborate in her innings, but she won't do anything unnecessary until she absolutely has to. She'll time this chase. Whereas Bess Heath, we saw there going down the ground. I mean, playing one of those strokes that I think she's one of the few players that can play that. It was a real baseball shot at the end of the previous over, and she goes on the pull stroke behind square on the leg side here. She'll get 2 to the long side of the ground, and it takes the total on to 193 for 4 as the late afternoon sunshine is illuminating the buildings in the distance over Birmingham. Imagine that roundabout over at Belgrave Middleway will be starting to get busy at this time of day as the ball has been hit away by Heath for another single. 94 for 4. See the sort of retail part by it over there. There's some lighter cloud in the sky. Davis bowls, hit down the ground towards Hannah Baker, in quickly to pick up. Keeps the scoring to 1. 95 for 4, but it's been a terrific wicket again here today. It's allowed the batters to play their shots. And Georgia Davis spinning the ball and contemplating her next move here. Delivers a ball. It's pulled away again. Another difficult bit of fielding to do. Bouncing out towards Brewer at backward square leg. Got everything behind it.
Brewer's done well to still be in one piece today. She's had a lot of balls fired at her in all directions.
Yeah, she's had some testers as Davis bowls again. Another one to the total, worked into the leg side. Long way for Pavley to go. They could have probably got 2 there, but decide against it. But Durham all of a sudden moving into the ascendancy here. Just getting control of this chase away against Warwickshire, who've played some really good cricket this season, but just don't seem to be getting the rewards for it on a regular enough basis.
They were definitely unlucky with that rained-off game against Hampshire here a couple of weeks ago. Top 5 all scoring 50s. Would have really liked, I think, to have got out and tried to defend a 300-plus total.
Remember that score of 290 for 8 tied the game at Scarborough against Yorkshire for Durham. They're chasing 290 today.
Are we going to
289 would be the tie
another
today.
tie jeopardy? It is going to be Mary Taylor to continue at the Birmingham end. Georgia Davis hunting for that wicket of Windsor, and it will be Windsor to take strike.
She feels like the big factor at the moment, Emily Windsor.
She really does as Taylor comes in. And it's worked around the corner by Windsor. It will be picked up by Alexa Stonehouse on that offside boundary.
Approaching her highest score of the season, 44 now. 46 was her best coming into this game. As for the Durham total so far this season, 154, 311 for 3 in the game against Essex. But they were victorious, 256 for 8, 118, 290 for 8 in the tie, and 148 in their previous match.
As Taylor comes in to Heath, it's worked to a very busy Bethan Ellis in the inner ring. A much needed dot ball from a Warwickshire perspective. They'll be hoping to build some pressure, maybe keep Emily Windsor off strike as much as possible if they're not able to get her wicket.
So looking towards the mark that Warwickshire had at 40 overs, 211 for 4 was where Warwickshire found themselves.
As Taylor comes in again to Heath, it's found the gap between the inner circle fielders, but Karis Pavley will come in from the boundary to retrieve it, hammering it back into Nat Rafe in true Karis Pavley fashion. 1 more to the total. Durham 199 for 4, ever so close, that 200 mark.
Ran very hard the first one there, Bess Heath, but it was never going to be a 2.
Emily Windsor takes strike. Taylor coming in. And it's worked straight back at Taylor, but she can't get a hand to it, and it will run away for 4. A lovely straight drive from Emily Windsor. Durham break the 200 mark, 203 for 4.
Frustrating year out with surgery on, I think it was a hip injury for Emily Windsor last season. But she's come back and she's added considerable power to her game, hasn't she? That 6 we saw earlier in the innings, and that drive fiercely struck back past the bowler does move her to a higher score and bring up the 200 for Durham.
Both third man, deep third man and deep fine leg being brought in the ring. as Taylor comes in to Windsor. Right arm to right arm. And Windsor splits the gap between the two fielders in the inner ring for a single, taking her to 49 and bringing Bess Heath back on strike.
Worth a try with a slower ball, but it didn't quite work, did it?
No, it just looped up, and
it sort of just said hit me in the end.
She's probably quite lucky it didn't get more velocity on it from Emily Windsor there, as Taylor comes in for the last ball of the 37th over into the right-handed Heath. And it's just worked very respectfully just inside the inner ring for a single. Durham 205 for 4, Heath 19 from 19, Windsor 49 from 60, a 48 strong partnership, and Durham require 85 to win.
Yeah, 3 4s and 1 6 so far for Emily Windsor, so she's sort of kept it under wraps, hasn't she? The boundary hitting ability, but when she has hit them, wow, has she hit them? And Heath just prodding away to finish the over. And spectators making their way in through the day, which is nice. Got a nice little hum below us in the pavilion as well. And well, this game is in the balance, but it feels very much, with 13 overs left, as if it's moving in the direction now of the visitors of Durham. Threw outside the off stump by Georgia Davis. Attempt to cut it, but an unsuccessful one. Bounce wasn't quite there on that occasion. So 84 of 13 is 6.5. So they did creep up towards 7 when these two came together and had to restart the partnership, but that little dab behind square on the offside from Bess Heath brings another couple from a full delivery from Georgia Davis, and it's coming back in the right direction for Durham, who seem to be controlling this chase, but 1 wicket perhaps. Interesting from Davis here, is going to come around the wicket to Heath. It feels rather into that baseball arc, this one, and Heath tries to go down the leg side with a swung pull, misses it completely but gets the wide as consolation.
Davis rather unamused by the fact that has been given a wide.
To say the least. 208 for 4 is the result of it. Delivers full and on off stump, and that's what she has to do. She can't go into that arc that Heath is lining up and sort of clearing that front leg, looking to get into that power position to whack it away. Dot ball there for Davis. Toying with each other here, batter and bowler. Heath with a little dab sweep. Windsor was sprinting through, as soon as Heath hit that. So adds another single, 209 for 4. Emily Windsor, 49 of 60, back onto strike. Paced this really well so far, but needs to keep going for her team. Georgia Davis bowls. Emily Windsor sweeps. That'll be the 50. And will it be with a 4? It will. Brilliant shot behind square on the leg side for Emily Windsor. It adds her 4th 4. She's also hit a 6. And that's 50. And the wave of the bat, almost dismissively in the direction of her teammates, is as if to say, I've got more work to do here. 53 now for Emily Windsor off 61.
It's been an incredibly productive and much needed innings, this, from Emily Windsor.
Highest score of the season so far. Will it be a match-winning one? That's the aim now. One more ball left in the 38th. Inside half of the bat as Windsor tried to drive there. Didn't quite get in the position she wanted, but still picks up a single. 214 for 4 then is the score. There are 12 overs remaining. Another 76 required for victory. The target is 290 today. Stonehouse and Baker with a wicket so far. Who can chip in for Warwickshire here?
It looks like it's going to be Caris Pavley to return at the Birmingham end. Came on earlier on for a couple of overs, which were pretty productive from a Durham perspective, but Georgia Davis has faith and throws her back the ball. 19 from Pavely's first 2.
Came into this round of fixtures with 6 wickets, which was more than any other Warwickshire player. So can she turn the game in favour of her team? 12 overs remaining here.
Offers something rather unique with that slow left arm spin as she goes to mark her run out.
Yep, certainly within this attack they've got all bases covered, haven't they, Warwickshire? They've got the left arm of Pavely, they've got the off spin of Georgia Davis and the leg spin of Hannah Baker.
And it's certainly incredibly dangerous when they're all firing. It will be left-handed Pavely coming into the right-handed Windsor, who's 54 not out. Pavely coming in. And it's hammered straight back past her, but it will be retrieved by Georgia Davis in the inner ring for 1, taking Durham to 215 for 4.
Yeah, it was a real hammer strike on the drive there from Emily Windsor.
Shows what the intent is from the Durham's perspective at this stage, needing 75 to win from 11.5 overs as Pavely comes in again, and it's worked by Heath through the point region, will be retrieved by Chloe Brewer. They make it through for another single, 216 for 4.
Backed away and sent it there with an open face as the shadows start to stretch this stage of the afternoon. About to enter the evening, really, aren't we?
We really are at this point. Pavely coming in for the 3rd of the over into Windsor. And it's worked by Windsor out to Chloe Brewer, who has kind of lost it whilst retrieving it, but it will just be another single, 3 from the over so far. Durham 217 for 4.
Battered well earlier, did Brewer. Supported Nat Wraith with 33 from 44. Wraith hitting 54 from 35.
Pavely coming into Heath. And it's worked by Heath through the leg side, retrieved by Amusa and Kumar. Another single added to Durham's total, 218 for 4. A better over this so far for Pavely, just a 4 from it in 4 deliveries after going for 19 off the first 2. Very productive yet again with bat in hand, a half century in the first innings.
Can hear the discussion building below us in the pavilion.
The anticipation. It's going to go right down to the wire, this one.
Had another event on in the conferencing area as well today. Plenty going on round the ground.
Pavely bringing Alexa Stonehouse into the ring to square leg and sending Amusa and Kumar. Pavely in to Windsor. Worked straight to Bethan Ellis for a single. Durham at 219 for 4 with 1 to come of the 39th. Pavely at the top of her mark, coming into Heath, currently 24. Worked by Heath out to Chloe Brewer for another single. 6 singles in the over. Durham finished the 39th, 220 for 4, requiring 70 to win off 11 overs. Bess Heath is 25 not out from 26. Emily Windsor at the other end, the woman of the moment, 57 from 65, a 63 strong partnership.
So they're already 9 runs past where Warwickshire found themselves with 10 overs to go, and they've still got 6 deliveries to add something. Now Alexa Stonehouse is coming back on. Big moment this. Bowled 6 overs, 20 for 2 in her opening spell. Can she produce something that gets Warwickshire to the win here? It feels like they have to get wickets.
Real intent shown from Georgia Davis bringing Alexa Stonehouse back on at this point in the innings. Usually you'd expect her to bowl at the death, but if you're not going to get to a death, you need to get your wickets.
Yeah, Davis gave herself just 2 in that latest spell, so she's got 2 left. She's conceded 49 runs off her 8 overs, but all about Alexa Stonehouse, who bowled magnificently at the top of this innings. What can she produce here?
It looks a pretty tense dugout on both sides. both teams needing a win. Durham's currently last in the table in 9th, Warwickshire currently 7th.
Plenty still to play here as Stonehouse comes around the wicket, and it's an attempted ramp, and it's a successful ramp by Bess Heath because it's going to roll away for 4 runs. And it is all bat. Just lifted that one past the keeper Wraith, who's now stood up. And the Stonehouse spell begins with 4 more to the total. 224 for 4, just 66 now required to win.
It was Sophie Beach, our substitute fielder, running after that one, but she didn't have much of a chance. It had quite some pace on it going away to the boundary.
Yeah, it was a really fine deflection past the keeper. And now a clubbed stroke into the leg side, and it's been taken out at backward square leg. Really good catch, and the Warwickshire players will be very, very happy indeed because Stonehouse has come back on and she's got the wicket. There's high fives all round down there. Looks as if it's gone in the direction of backward square leg, just lifted up in the air, and the catch is taken. 2-2-4 for 5, and it's a very, very good catch in the deep because Bethan Ellis had to watch that one all the way, and she judged it well in the end. But as Heath given this one away on 29, you could see as soon as she hit it, the disappointment. She knew she got a bit of a top edge. Mary Taylor's hands were in the air, and it might actually have been Chloe Brewer out at backward square leg, who's had a torrid time. Has come very close on a number of occasions to taking a catch. Well, she's finally got one right down her throat, and she's made sure she's taken it. So it's Chloe Brewer with the catch, which has dismissed Bess Heath, who is out to the bowling of Stonehouse for 29.
A much needed wicket, breaking a 67 strong partnership between Heath and Windsor. You could feel that partnership taking the game away from Warwickshire. Heath trying to power through.
Here is Stonehouse, shorter length again. The new batter is Thompson. There's a tall figure and forces it out to the offside for the 1 run. 2-2-5 for 5.
And it's been given a no ball. Presumably Stonehouse has overstepped there.
Oh dear, and that means the whirly ice cream signal's coming, and this is going to be a free hit. And at this point, with 64 left to win, this is a great opportunity for Emily Windsor to take the required runs below 1 a ball. Stonehouse has had a mixed over here. She went for 4 off the first one, wicket off the second, and then no ball off the third, which was pushed away for 1. Here comes Stonehouse again. What can she produce? Short of length. Windsor looks to lift it and doesn't get anything on it, and you can see the disappointment.
What a response from Alexa Stonehouse. A real variety in what we've seen from her so far, perhaps catching Windsor off guard. We're now at just over a runner ball to win. So Durham still in control as far as Windsor's at the crease.
That's the factor now. Stonehouse bowls. Windsor just manoeuvres it down to long on for 1. Sort of had to readjust on the crease, but gets the ball to where she needs it to be for the single. 2-2-7 for 5, 63 to win. So the last 10 overs, Durham are going to need around about 1 a ball, and they're going to have 5 wickets in hand. Stonehouse bowls. Hit back over her head. That's a good shot from Thompson. It was off the back foot, more or less. Just stood up and punched it back over the bowler's head. Picks up 2. 61 now required for victory.
Stonehouse with a ridiculous spell, 3 for 29 from 6.5. She's been the star of Warwickshire's attack this innings.
Absolutely. He's decided to come around the wicket for the second spell, though. Had joy over the wicket in the first one, as this one is played away into the leg side. There's going to be one on offer. So it will be exactly one a ball for the last 10 overs with 5 Durham wickets remaining. 230 for 5 is the score. Rosa Simpkin makes way. Claire Jenkins returning to the commentary position. The clock on top of the scoreboard tells us it's 36 minutes past 4 now. Or 24 minutes to 5 if you want to look at it that way. Either way, we're going to have some entertainment here in the Women's One Day Cup between Warwickshire and Durham, who you would still put in charge of the chase, but it's the fact that they have had collapses this season, and we just don't know what will happen with the tail. There was an enormous amount of run-outs in the closing stages of that Yorkshire game the other day, so it could all unravel, you feel, very, very quickly. But at the moment, Emily Windsor looks the calmest person in Edgbaston. Here comes Caris Pavley.
That's Grace Thompson rocking back, playing it right under her eyes there, very late. I think Caris Pavley's sort of bowls at 6 of licorice all sorts or something. Batters never quite know what's coming next. That's flung in and she can't get the ball away, and Bethan Ellis is very busy there at short cover. There is no run for that one either.
Likes that back foot punch, doesn't she? Thompson.
Tall figure of Thompson at the crease. Right-handed bat. Has a distinctive dip before she faces the ball. Pavley in again. Manages to get that in the cover point gap. Gets through for 1. Just the one then. Another one to the total for Durham. One less for them to chase. 231 for 5. Pavley contemplates what she's going to serve next. This time to Windsor, who's on 58. Jams that underneath, but past the bowler. They're going to get a single there. They just trot through for an easy one. Rotating the strike here. Warwickshire will need to have a plan, because this looks like it's about to start slipping away from them here. Thompson to face this time. Pavley, left arm around. Spin, but when she releases it out of her wrist, it is really coming down at some pace. And that's hitting bat and pad there in front. There's another dot ball. Surun Kumar comes out of short mid-on, coming to a short third down in front of us.
In fact, it was Yorkshire, I beg your pardon, who were chasing in that tied
they
game and had the 4 run-outs
yeah.
towards the end of it. It's understandable, I suppose, when you're
chasing,
when you're trying to, when it's that close.
Yeah, Grace Thompson plays that beautifully behind square. That's going to be 4 runs. First boundary for Thompson there. Nicely worked backward of square. Great to see a tall fast bowler batting well. That's the end of the over. 41 overs gone. Durham are 236 for 5. Thompson on 9. Windsor on 59. Durham need another 54 to win. Is it too early to say that we were here for a tie last season?
Yeah.
That first game against Hampshire.
They do happen. They do happen.
Yeah, there's another one a couple of weeks back, wasn't there? Not
but at the moment, I would say, as long as Emily Windsor's there, Durham are in control here. It's quite curious the way Thompson bats for such a tall figure. She sort of favours the back foot, really, which is unusual for tall batters.
Do you know what? I think she's got quite a short bat. I know she's tall and she will foreshorten. It looks like she's got quite a short
I think she's just quite tall.
She's just could be. She's right tall.
I think a bat.
Yeah, it's always going to look
in a tall
small.
person
yeah,
always
yeah,
looks a bit on the small side.
Yeah, you're right.
I think, whereas Emily Windsor's looks
For those of
the
the
opposite
bygone eras, she's from a distance, not close up. From a distance, she's got the sort of
Stonehouse bowl short of length. It's taken a top edge and gone safe, basically behind the wicketkeeper in the end. Emily Windsor comes through for 2. She just threw her hands at that one. Bess Heath we saw getting a top edge out to Chloe Brewer in the deep.
Yes, previous eras would remember Lucy Pearson, who was a very tall England fast bowler. She, from a distance, she has that sort of appearance.
Was she a left armer, Lucy Pearson?
She was, I think. She was certainly a very tall fast bowler for England.
5 lengths maybe. 2-3-8 the score then
Yep.
with that too, and Emily Windsor's gone over the keeper's head again, this time more deliberately with just a little touch, and that's a great piece of fielding to keep the ball inside the ropes. They'll get back for 2. Thompson thought about the 3rd for a second. Excellent work. It's the substitute fielder out there.
Sophie Beach.
Did very well, did Sophie Beach, to get to that one. 240 for 5. 50 now needed to win. The ball's just ticking away now, 52 remaining. So they've got it the right side of the equation.
Windsor taking the lead here.
Here comes Stonehouse, left arm around the wicket. Emily Windsor just prods it into the offside and will get through for the single. She just knew before everyone else there the speed at which the ball was rolling away, and as a result was able to take her single.
Warwickshire hunting wickets. I desperately need some wickets. Stonehouse has 3 already. Can she add to that?
I'm writing out the numbers, 30 down to 1, which means we've got a close finish coming up. The last 30 balls, there's going to be a chase on, but that won't help. Caris Pavley has allowed the ball to slip past her out on the boundary. We've seen that happen a few times to Warwickshire today, and it means 4 more to the total. 245 for 5. Pull stroke there from Thompson, picks her up 4. She's 13 off 9, doing exactly what Emily Windsor needs from her. Just picking up boundaries every now and again. Caris Pavley can't believe what she's done. Here comes Stonehouse, who's bowled really well today, particularly in the first spell, but picked up a wicket as she came back. Dot ball there, out to cover. Can she get the precious one of Emily Windsor, though?
Stonehouse took 3 wickets on Saturday against Somerset. She's already repeated that.
At the moment, Durham have control of this chase, but it's still tight. Shorter length, clubbed away into the leg side. This is going to be a chase to cut off the boundary. Suren Kumar can't get there. 4 more to the total. Thompson just giving her side a little bit more of an advantage in this game. Just swinging the game towards Durham with every swing of the bat. And for once, Stonehouse can't find the answers. 249 for 5 as we enter the 43rd over of this innings, Claire Jenkins.
Yes, it's the weather is looking gloomy, and so is Warwickshire's prospect of winning this. It's slipping away from them. 8 overs still to go. 41 to win. About to click through that 250 milestone. Windsor will face this time.
They played so much good cricket this season, and again it looks like they might not get the reward for it. Just the couple of wins so far and a bonus point as well. It's taken them to 11 points.
Pavley to continue from the Birmingham end. She's going to need a bit of guile. She moves Alexa Stonehouse to more square at square leg. Level with the umpire.
Durham, who started the day bottom, would go up to 10 points from 6 here.
And we're past the bonus point for Warwickshire. This is Durham's to win, you've got to say, as Windsor plays that out to deep cover, who comes off the rope and get through for a single.
Yeah, the bonus
rotating the strike. It's gone.
Bonus points off the table now. 232 would have been the target that Warwickshire had to bowl Durham out for, and Durham would have had to have done the chase in 40 overs.
Yep.
Which was never really going to happen because it's round about 1 a ball off 50.
Pavley to Thompson. Defends it but pushes it, but gets a run after it. They think about 2. They're going to do for 2. Windsor, who wants to wind this up here. 2 smart runs there from Emily Windsor. You've got to say has got those kind of cricket smarts that Mel Jones talks about. We talked about stalwarts. She knows what she's doing. There's no reason that she's the finisher for previous teams that she's played for. As Pavley left arm around to Thompson. Oh, God, that went straight through her. How did that miss the stumps there? You've got a better view of the replay, Mike.
Not by much, I think is the answer.
Not by much indeed. Pavley will be buoyed by that. Getting closer to getting that wicket, Warwickshire. Trying to set a trap for Durham. Need some wickets here. That's blapped down the ground to long on by Thompson. Another run.
Hitting it hard, much like Villiers did.
Yeah.
Probably not with quite the same ferocity. Generally off the back foot is the way Thompson's going. Brings some scores from elsewhere, but this is by far the closest game, and that's why more than 2,000 of you are watching it on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page, or via the match centre at edgbaston.com.
And manoeuvring the fields, bringing in a short third. They've taken out square leg onto the rope. Mid-off has moved up to the ring. Long on the rope. Back towards that long on fielder who's going to have to come round. It's Mary Taylor doing the tidy up. They just get a single. There's obviously a plan for each batter here as Warwickshire manoeuvre.
It almost feels like Warwickshire are the ones chasing the game at the moment, though, rather than
right.
Durham, who are trying to reach the total. It feels like Durham are in control.
They need 36 to win this game, as Caris Pavley's just getting attention to the fine leg fielder. Slight adjustments made in the field. A right-handed Thompson, tall figure at the crease. And that's played through cover. That's a beautiful shot. And the gap there, it's going to be 4 runs to Thompson off the bowling of Pavley. Seemed like easy pickings there. There's a big gap left. Although it's a long boundary, it's a beautiful shot. Stroked through there, and that is the end of another over. So 43 overs gone. Durham are 258 for 5, Thompson on 24, Windsor on 66, and they only need 32 more to win off the 7 remaining overs.
Yep, 32 needed, 42 remaining. And in terms of those scores elsewhere then, Lancashire set 252 for Essex, who are 157 for 1 with 20 overs remaining. So they need 95 from 20 overs there with 9 wickets remaining. Looks as if Essex are well on course for victory. The other game taking place today that isn't here at Edgbaston is between Hampshire and Somerset. Somerset setting 282 for their hosts to chase. Hampshire now need 15 runs from the final 11 overs. They have 5 wickets in hand. They're 267 for 5. So both those games trickling in the favour of the chasers, and it looks as if here at Edgbaston the chasers are in control as well, because first ball from Georgia Davis, and Emily Windsor's gone down the track, met it on the full. That's a really good cricket shot. She knew she couldn't play to that side of the ground unless she got there on the full against Georgia Davis, because she'd be exposing herself to the turn if she didn't. But she spotted the ball she wanted, went after it and hits it for 4. 262 for 5. 28 needed to win. It's getting to that point where it feels as if the runs will just trickle away now, and Emily Windsor with a little work into the leg side trickles another one off the total. She's been very good at backing up boundaries with singles. 263 for 5. Thompson back onto strike, who's played very, very well since coming in. 24 of 15. Davis bowls. Thompson looks to drive and has to keep her back foot in the crease, and does well to do so. Wraith was there, waiting, looking at the umpire. Not the bail-off, but didn't get any reply in the affirmative there. First time, really, we've seen Thompson go forward and try and drive one. That probably has to be the tactic here from Warwickshire. Here comes the captain, Georgia Davis, again. Goes short, and it's going to be pulled away into the leg side, and as has so often happened in this innings, the ball just bounces away from the fielder. It's the poor unfortunate Chloe Brewer who, when a catch came, she took it, but so often the ball's just been a bounce away from her, and it's 4 more to the total.
It's been a cruel game for her.
267 for 5. It's definitely not a second innings that Brewer or any of the Warwickshire players really will have enjoyed. Work to mid-wicket, that's a dot ball, but it almost is an anticlimactic dot ball in the end, because after the boundaries, it's Warwickshire under pressure here. Another dot ball straight to extra cover, but it doesn't affect things too much, because with 36 balls remaining in the game, a full 6 overs, just 23 required now for Durham to win the game. They look on course for victory here, and they still have 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's dribbling away here, isn't it? I bring better news for Warwickshire fans of a bear who is elsewhere, shall we say. Phoebe Brett, who is a Warwickshire bear and has been on loan at Worcestershire, she is playing for the England development team today against the White Ferns in a warm-up game up at Chesterley Street, and she has taken 5 wickets against the White Ferns, which I'm sure they're delighted that she came to play today up at Chesterley Street. So better news of Phoebe Brett. So well done, Phoebe Brett. England under 19, of course, as well. So better news from elsewhere. But meanwhile, back at Edgbaston, struggling here, 21 to win.
Well, they could do with 5 wickets here.
Yeah, where is?
That's how far away they are from victory.
It's a long way to Chesterley Street, though. As Hannah Baker is going to return from the Birmingham end, as Windsor looks at the gaps, which must be getting, they must look huge to her, those gaps in the field. Oh, she swipes over that one on a dot ball. These will be gold dust here for Warwickshire as they try to get a wicket or at least limit Emily Windsor's opportunities to score. Baker in again, right arm over. Windsor takes another swipe. Oh, the late dive there from Bethan Ellis, but they do get a single.
This is an exceptional innings from Emily Windsor, isn't it?
It is.
Just timed it to perfection.
She's watching every opportunity. She's looking for an overthrow there as well, as like she's not missing anything here at all. And that Wraith comes back to behind the stumps. Baker, 2 wickets already for 48, but can she add to that? Thompson rocks back, but can only send it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Taking those dots, collecting them up. 268 for 5. They only need 22 to win here, Durham. So Warwickshire needs to put the lid on this. Oh, back towards the bowler, but they're going to get a single. Through Hannah Baker it goes, past her. And they get a single. Another one to the total, 1 less to get. 21 to win here for Durham.
When you consider how far behind one ball Emily Windsor was, and she's just caught it up, and she barely hit a boundary probably in the first 40 runs.
Yeah. Well, that's up in the air. That's going to be going into gap. That's 4. Was it 6? Did it make a 6? It did make a 6. Julia Jarvis signals 6 runs. And that makes it much easier when you're doing that. Yeah, I mean, she played second fiddle to Maddie Villiers, who played a superb innings of 106 before she was bowled by Hannah Baker.
Yeah,
and
that's
Hannah
what
Baker add to that. That's what's made the difference here.
Yeah, that's what it's been built on. I mean, I was going to say she barely hit a boundary, but when she did, it was hit so hard, and she just did it again.
Sliced into the offside. Surin Kumar picks up and they just get a single. These are running away now. They only need 14 to win. So whilst Warwickshire are getting through the overs quickly, 48, 5 overs gone, and Durham are 276 for 5. Thompson on 29 and Windsor on 79.
Well, that's me for today, and Rosa Simkin will take you through to the conclusion of this game.
Thanks, Mike. That was great. We're getting to the pointy bit now. So Durham only need 14 runs from the 5 overs that they've got. So plenty of deliveries here. Warwickshire are searching for some quick wickets because that's what they need. Quick wickets or dot balls. I don't mind which. But, that'll be the key, won't it?
It will, and it is going to be Alexa Stonehouse, the wicket taker of the moment. 3 already for her today to continue at the pavilion end, coming into Emily Windsor. And it's caught the edge of Emily Windsor's bat. That's unlucky for Stonehouse. It's going to run away for 4. 4 less to get. Durham require just 10 to win.
Ooh. Where's this gone? I mean, you mentioned earlier, a sort of topsy-turvy game. Warwickshire started slowly with the bat. Then we had the big innings in the middle. And the sort of big back end, as it were, got to what we thought was a decent total from an unlikely position early on. And now, Durham throwing it back at us.
They really have. Stonehouse comes in again to Windsor. That's caught Windsor out there. It's gone high. It's bounced up towards her helmet. She's managed to guide it away for 4 byes. Wowzers. Just to add some drama to the closing stages of this game.
Oh, my goodness me. I mean, it's the last thing Warwickshire needed. But the pace of Stonehouse, you've almost got to have a backstop or a slip or somebody closer. If that sort of thing happens, you're going to get the ball whizzing away from us to the
she's done
boundary.
well to get out of the way there, Windsor. It's coming right at her helmet.
6 to win.
Stonehouse coming in to Emily Windsor. And it's fired straight down the ground, but it will be collected by Amu Surunkumar at long on.
5 to win.
Stonehouse makes the way back to the top of her run-up. It's an unfortunate result for Warwickshire this. They would have been hoping to overcome this Durham side who have struggled so far this season, as Stonehouse comes in again to this time to Thompson. And it's heaved by Thompson, but it will only reach Pavely on the leg side.
4 to win. 3 for a tie. Ever hopeful. Clutching at straws.
A hat trick to add to some jeopardy.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I don't know if we've had a hat trick in the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup.
That's a great question.
As the left-handed Stonehouse comes into Emily Windsor.
Ooh.
Oh,
my
and
God.
that will be it. Oh, it might not be it. As it's an incredible diving stop from Sophie Beach. They scamper through for 2. And it's a wide, so that will be 3 more to the total, meaning Durham require just 1 to win. Not
Scores
the over.
are tied.
Stonehouse would have wanted to close things off.
1 for the over as well. I don't know quite what happened there. I think it was just a rush of blood in an enthusiastic delivery, shall we say. They're bringing the fielders in here.
Windsor on strike. Currently 84 not out, 1 to win here as the left-handed Stonehouse comes in. And she will get that one. Oh, they're scampering through and it's close, but it is the conclusion of the game. It's a much-needed win for Durham, who were sitting at the bottom of the table. Just their 2nd win of the season. Emily Windsor and Thompson embrace. What a game.
What a game. So, Durham win by 5 wickets. Oh, amazing. I mean, you wouldn't have predicted that at any point, really, doing much of that apart from the last 5 to 10 overs. So, oh, God, I'm exhausted watching it, let alone playing. So what do you make of all that then? How are you going to describe that batting innings?
It was an innings of the ages from Emily Windsor, finishing 85 not out from 83. Supported well throughout the innings by Bess Heath and Grace Thompson. Heath with 29 from 28 and Thompson from 30 with 30 from 22. We also have to mention Maddie Villiers, her 106 from 86 balls, firing Durham towards victory.
Well, she's given them victory back, hasn't she? In terms of the bowling, Stonehouse, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 52 from her almost 9 overs, despite that kind of madness at the end. Hannah Baker finishes with 2 for 56. They were the only ones to take wickets there. Yes, that's right. And what else was there? Yeah, so in the end, Windsor finishes not out 85, good for the averages, and also Grace Thompson for a tall, fast bowler, very good batter, hit 30 off 22 balls. So we finish here, Metrobank One Day Cup, and Durham have won by 5 wickets. Final thoughts then?
It's a great win for Durham. We're really into the nitty-gritty bits of the campaign now, with just 3 teams qualifying. it was a much needed win to get them higher up the table, and it makes things interesting overall.
Oh yeah, I mean it's going to be a long season because they will return back in August, September. So Warwickshire on Wednesday will be travelling to Southport and Birkdale, where they're going to play Lancashire, and I think Mike might be involved in that. Durham meanwhile have a rest, so they are off. If anyone's wanting to listen to me, I will be on Derbyshire Sussex, the Derby Central Co-op County Ground on Friday the 22nd of May. But we sign off here at Metro Bank. So Durham have won by 5 wickets. They chased down the 290 they were set, 290 for 5 they finished, but they win by 5 wickets. Thank you very much for listening. Please press the like button if you're watching, and safe journey home if you're in the ground.